Yes.
Yeah.
You should show yourself. I mean, like, I'm showing my messed up room behind me, and
This is showing myself.
It's a baby Billy
This is the
Yoda.
real me.
That's cute.
Maybe one day.
I mean,
I
I'm
was
liable
toying
to
with the
believe.
idea.
Sorry.
Maybe one. I was toying with the idea during the Christmas. Should I do a face reveal? But
Oh.
I don't know.
Are you afraid of reprisals? Are you going to be brought in for questioning by the British police? Sorry, have I mistyped your nationality?
No, you got the right nationality. I don't know. I have more fun with my avatars than I do with. Well, one I hate even hearing my own voice. So let alone seeing my own mug on the screen.
You know, it's much more personable in communication to see someone's face, because then you see all the.
Yeah. I do apologize for that element. I know it's not very social, or the interaction is quite the same.
It also helps things being less cerebral and more, sort of immersive in the participatory, perhaps. But anyway.
Well, it's not completely ruled off the table. Maybe one day in the future. Maybe I'll give myself a fancy backdrop.
I've seen what people do. I wish they have like a curtain. They just have like a curtain rail, obviously, and just like a cloth, just so that you have a single color, just a sheet, even like a white sheet, and they call it like a green screen, because then you don't have to see their real life behind them, and you can imagine that they might be, like sort of. Maybe they're like in a bunker somewhere, or maybe they're in an alien space. Then they're surrounded by mystery and mystique, and then they can get away with more gravitas.
The problem I have with a curtain is if I were to set one up, it would be at an angle in my room. Like most people would have it like against the wall or something like that. So it's kind of like it's out of the way. But in my situation,
you need a rail. You would need to have like a portable rack or something.
It would cut across my room at an angle, because I'm sitting at an angle. So then basically a curtain would be in the middle of the room.
But I'm saying that you would just need something portable to move the curtain into view. You can have it against the wall, and then when you were going to switch on your camera, then you just wheel.
Well, I do happen to have a rail behind me, but on that rail, I've got swords, screws, chains. I've got like tools hanging on it, so I'd have to put like a second rail.
Hey Ryan, by the way, thank you.
Maybe it's something.
I'm not sensitive to people's backgrounds. I was just saying that as a generic thing, because that maybe can make you feel less. What's the word? Revealed, less naked. Less vulnerable.
Well, yeah, you do get some people who they'll go live, but they've got a mask. They literally got a mask on.
Right. Yeah. Or glasses and a hood, and yeah. Well, Psych was just telling me about my pathologies that you missed, Billy.
Hearing things. Pathologies about what?
My personality.
Oh.
The order of my personality, or lack thereof.
No, actually, I was criticizing your culture. Excuse me. I was criticizing your political enculturation and your corrupted moral sentiments that have been configured by this American democratic constitutional framework and structure.
Right. Psych seems to think because I want to murder all these feminists that are destroying our society, that is just a manifestation of our culture. No,
it's a manifestation of the American political system.
Okay. Yeah.
Because basically, this is not.
You're going to have to start over. He said I was also.
Yes, I said you were correct according to the logic inherent in the American structure, which I don't agree with that structure. But basically, America does not have an independent rule principle etched into the republic. It doesn't have intrinsic integrity. Its integrity is all vested and dependent on the state of the democracy. And so in some sense, if the majority of people vote with bad morality or vote with bad theories of integrity or whatever, they vote for bad things, then everyone's going to suffer, and then you're going to have to suffer through that or whatever. And the only way to sort of have a moral puritanism to clear up that kind of chaos or whatever is that you have to have a McCarthyist Red Scare and a purge or something like that. Yep. Now, that's the only way that America can sort of deal with this kind of fundamental paradox and contradiction. But that is, according to the logic of the system, that is like, it's good enough or something like that. It's part of the revolutionary libertarian, it's the full human cycle of whatever. But it breaks the framework of the system itself, because you're actually breaking your own rules of your democracy. The rule is that you as a democracy are free to have your freedom of speech and free to have your views, and we respect the results of the ballot box. So as long as you truly believe and you vote for what you want, the democracy gets what it wants, and everyone suffers for it, and then we try to change each other's mind through culture. Now you're saying, no, things have gotten so corrupt that we need to purge these things. We actually need to say we need a commission in Congress that says, this is the commission against anti-American activities. You are being treasonous. You are undermining our structure. You're undermining our values that make the structure work. And they'll say, no, but I democratically have the right to go. I wanted the system to be changed, and I want to convince other people to be revolutionary. And that's part of the dependence on democracy. So if you don't want to be dependent on democracy, then have a system that actually is more independent from the democratic structure. But it's not independent. So you're breaking your own frame by going for the purge, saying the problem is that people have bad morality and no one is going to give them a wake-up call, and they're all boiling us, down the road to hell or something like that. They're all driving us down in that direction. Now, the actual proper way to solve this problem is to have judges where you can go to a judge, and the judge will not apply the law that was crafted by the democracy because the law is unreasonable, and reason and principle is above the law within some constitutional framework and where the justice is independent. But right now, everything is led by the democracy. So if the democracy wants to make a mess of everything, those are the rules. But now you want to put morality above the rules. Well, if you want to put morality above the rules of democracy, then put that into the framework of the country. But no one's willing to do that. And so the structure itself is unsound. But you are trying to work within that unsound structure and to fix the unsound structure. I think that it deserves the debauchery that itself has generated. This is the natural.
It deserves it. Yeah. See, yeah. I wonder if that's. I wonder if that's just a way to clean the slate and try it again. And hopefully, based on what we learned in history, we'll have a better shot at it this time.
I think you need to suffer more, and then people will start to ask for the real way to resolve the not the symptom, but the deep structural cause or something like that. That they need to sit with it more, maybe. But I have an answer. The answer is that you need to, because you see, this is what a social justice warrior is thinking. When a social justice warrior goes to court and the judge rules against him or her or them or whatever, the judge doesn't say you've lost this case because what you want is unreasonable and immoral and repugnant and you should feel bad for trying to perpetrate this kind of case or whatever and infect the common law system or whatever and infect our sense of objective reasonableness and standards or whatever of a kind of secular, because you need secular rules in order to have a viable moral argument in the private sphere of life. And because the majority can inject some moral sentiments into the democracy and get away with this kind of moral authority and this falsely clothed moral authority that the majority just has to have its way, and the judge is there as a secretary on behalf of the legislative intent. The judge is there to vindicate what has already been made law. And it doesn't matter what you reason about it. It doesn't matter what principles you're bringing to bear. If those principles aren't already inculcated in some other part of the legislative intent, they will not find any remedy, or sorry, they will not find any respect from the judicial officer. So the judge is not a judge. He's not dispensing justice. He's dispensing consistency with the democratic will and the intention of the legislature. That's all he cares about. And so the social justice warrior is not being told you're unreasonable. He's being told you're not popular enough yet. Come back when you control the democracy and I'll give you everything that you want. That's what the social justice warrior hears. You don't have justice in your system of government. You have something else. You have a popularity contest.
Yeah. So I wonder, would it behoove us to try to institute some form of, because I've been thinking about like a secular version of like Sharia law. Do you think that is reasonable?
Yeah, well, the problem, well, I have an issue with Sharia law. It works because it's dogmatic, essentially. You are not allowed to understand Sharia law. You can metaphorically extrapolate it. You can develop the Sharia. You can grow it. You can say modern times have changed. New things are happening that never invented before, but we know what's wrong. And metaphorically, this new stuff is the same as the old stuff, so we're going to extend it by metaphorical extrapolation. You cannot understand it. You're not allowed to rationalize anything in Sharia. You have to only extrapolate it by metaphor. This means you can't understand the law. You can't understand the rule. Now, I think that there's actually a healthy Christian sentiment in the Christian, which is something approximating an empirical scientist or something like that, but it's essentially that we reject rules that we don't understand. And the Protestants break away from Catholicism somewhat imbibes and embodies this interesting contention. The problem is that a lot of Protestantism doesn't actually come from rejecting rules that they don't understand. It actually comes from just rejecting corrupt and bad rules. Catholicism was overtly corrupt when the Protestants moved away from them, and so it wasn't actually that Catholicism was ununderstandable, but anyway, they moved in the right direction, but they didn't understand the direction why it was. They were headed in the right direction, but they weren't moving there with any kind of legitimate, real, valid purpose, and so they were doing the right thing, but they don't know why they were moving in the right direction, and they end up creating the same problem. America is a kind of Catholicism. Right. I mean, you are part of a collective state church. You are part of this consensus morality building within the sociological, cultural, everything has this political tinge to it because everything is, do you have politics in your religion? Do you have a political problem in your religion, or do you have a religious problem in your politics? And that riddle is insoluble because actually you have a political problem with your politics. You don't have the rule of law. You don't have standards that allow you to track the concept of morality and responsibility. You don't properly have a separation of church and state. You de facto have, it's a weird paradox, but anyway. Because the dignity of the individual is not sacrosanct. The individual citizen is not given proper rights. They are given licenses from the democracy until they will be trampled on by the democracy. There's nothing stopping the democracy tomorrow from invalidating the whole Bill of Rights in the American Constitution. Right. It can be removed by essentially a simple majority. Yeah. What's the point of a constitution that is just there to exalt democracy? Right.
See, what I have a hard time with, so I've been looking more into this mass psychosis, and actually Billy made a comment earlier when we were chatting about it, being more like a mass regression.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, this also, I think, is inherited a bit from the Protestantism and things like that, is that the Christian doctrine has been so corrupted in American society and American culture that you have projected democracy as one of the prophets in some sense, and you're seeing where it's leading the spiritual collective destiny of this giant project and experiment. It's like a kind of collective religious, kind of.
Well, it's not just us though. We set the stage for the whole fucking world, which is terrible.
Yeah, well, I mean, I actually think that the American experiment is a very good pedagogical beacon of philosophizing about liberty. I think it, I mean, look, in historical terms, it's a, if you're going to have a corrupt system, you might as well have the least corrupt system, and sort of, America is a step forward in that or something. Look, my critique must not be confused with just complete, I wanted to improve it. I want to have it, I'm not trying to say history was in the wrong direction. This is all, you can't argue with history. There's no point in it. Okay.
But then what about what we're doing here corrupts every other system? I mean, because I look at feminism, and feminism seems to be poisoning every culture that has various different political structures. Like, I feel like the relationship between the sexes is key to make any one of these work properly. And because that has been poisoned, and like with feminism, they pretty much waged war on men. They put men and women in competition with each other.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to get to this, but so what I was saying about how this is similar to this is a point that was made by someone that Paul van der Clay, I can't remember the name of the person that I'm stealing this point from, essentially that the social justice warrior people are very Christian in a way. They have this concept of original. They live in the same dogmatic mythology. But obviously they need a much more radical dogma in order to try and get their project off the ground. And their dogma is essentially the plight of the identity. And so they've got this, essentially they've got the same Christian sentiments. They've just have it applied to the category of the identity or something like that. And they want salvation for the identity. And everyone's just a token representative of that. So it's just a kind of, it's the same, it's almost the same doctrinal corruption. It's just happening on a different level of abstraction or something like that.
Yeah.
It's another kind of collective destiny. Just it's not stretched in the whole national identity. It's just it's condensed within that. So it's anyway. But sorry, I was going to make another point about what was I going to say about Protestantism?
Feminism.
The same point about Protestantism was this point about SJWs and feminism, but now my word, I've lost my thread.
Really?
I should have written it down while you were talking.
No, I'm following, and great points are being brought up. So I don't want to derail. So continue.
I have lost my thread now.
How can they poison the whole world?
The need for doctrine. People need structure. Everyone needs structure. Okay, even just to subvert it. Okay, because you need a disguise to have. Everyone needs to develop. Everyone's a little bit immature. Everyone's going through their own journey, whatever, in their own mind and their own psychology. They want to have a little latitude, and and we have wonderful spiritual, doctrinal, religious understanding and categories for these things. We have the spirit, we have the world. Some people are of the world. Some people are, seeking the spirit of God and service and integrity and justice and truth or whatever. They're seeking the kingdom or whatever. And other people, they're part of a dominion. They're part of the principality of the air or something like that. But maybe at some point you have to test these things. You have to try these things. Growth takes a long time. And we need the latitude. You need to have a secular space that people can actually, that they can be fallen in. And we need that not to destroy our structures, because our structures are resilient enough and robust enough that they can actually, carry this weight. Okay, and so, and in the face of it, and just because we haven't developed these structures in some sense, and because we've created a corrupted society that needs a kind of, we've homogenized things. We've created a lowest common denominator solution. We've said in America, everything is dependent on the democracy. How could it go wrong? And it's happened wrong twice at least now. It's happened in the McCarthyist solution, which was a solution that was that was the end of integrity for the American system. That was essentially the relinquishing of the American ethos, that we know that we're breaking our own ethos in order to protect it. It's a paradox. I mean, it's anyway.
How do you? What's the other solution besides the purge?
Sorry, besides? Oh, the purge.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the solution is that you just have a different kind of you have a different kind of constitution, you have a different kind of Bill of Rights, and you have a different kind of legal system, and a different kind of judges that aren't secretaries. You have judges that are actually administering justice, and that is the accountability, that is the standard that people will, that they can use to structure their life against. People say politics is downstream of culture. I say culture is downstream of the legal theory. And if you have a shitty legal theory, it's going to infect the integrity. And look, I'm not saying everyone is going to magically become a better person because you have a better justice system, but I'm saying that there will be an anchor, a grounding. Because what is actually happening in culture now, so I'm leading on to this, is that people need doctrine. You need a doctrine. Like, you need an ideology, or you need a doctrine, or you need an idea. You need to have a deep understanding of these things. And right now, because there is no sound doctrine, people are just ravenous for dogma. They need a dogma. They'll make a dogma out of anything because then the dogma will provide structure. You actually need sound doctrine to have sound structure with integrity that can withstand shocks and burdens. Instead, people are just looking for the quickest fix of dogma so that we can get a structure going, and then we can get back to a kind of participatory compliance and compatibility and orderliness or whatever, and they don't care about the integrity. I care about the integrity. That's what got us into this mess. Let's fix the integrity problem, not the structure problem, and look for another quick fix dogma, another moving of the goalposts. And so I just wanted to explain how the goalposts have already been moved. But this is why I love the social justice warriors, because they embody all of this. They embody this whole crisis so beautifully. They are the perfect plague. They are the plague that America deserves. And if it learns to overcome them, then it will deserve to. But not if it purges them. It should not purge them. That is not the right solution.
You love to have them around. I think that's your white man guilt talking.
No, I am not guilty at all. I see a better synthesis. I see a better tomorrow.
I think there is a use or a benefit to having them around. And really? it kind of flies in the face of your purging desire. Because if you're not careful, what happens if you do a sort of purge is these people go more underground, they go more covert, and we're already seeing it happen where
I'd rather have them underground than in positions of power and leadership and sucking up our fucking tax money while they perpetuate this nonsense.
Going underground, flying further under the radar is more dangerous in a way.
These are women. These women will not be dangerous underground. They need to go back into the cave.
I can play devil's advocate with my own position, and I can really easily dignify your position, because that's not the real problem. Is not that we're going to not be able to clear them up if we start fighting with them. The real problem is that if we don't take them seriously enough, we'll close our eyes and be hopeful as me, and then we'll open them again, and we'll be in Auschwitz.
That's what's happening currently.
These are exactly the same types of women that promoted the whole Nazi. I mean, the Nazi movement was built on women. Women made it culturally necessary. You had to comply, otherwise you weren't going to. Anyway. But women were the backbone of the Nazi movement. I mean,
women are the backbone of the culture. They move the culture. The women always move the fucking culture. Like you say before, or I've heard you say it before, Psych. Like, men are the heads, yes, but women are the necks. Women are also the fucking finger pointing the head in the direction that they go. Like, women always move the culture. And the ones that are moving it right now are doing it for self-centered reasons and not thinking about the big picture. Because they're man-hating fucking feminists, and they want to see the destruction of families. And that's not a good place to be. That's
the reactive dogma that they've cottoned onto, because they want a participatory structure that they can extract entitlement from or whatever, and use as conventions to sort of to disguise their kind of psychopathy. And in some sense, the reason why in culture we have this sexual dimorphism culturally between the genders, and we have these gender roles, is because we want to give women the space to, I was going to say, authentically choose, kind of like
they make their own choice, obviously. They choose themselves over children, over family, over community, over relationships. They choose themselves, and consumerism and materialistic things. That's what they're choosing. And they don't get held accountable for their choices. It's very narcissistic. That's why I'm wondering, okay, and this is this a mass psychosis? Or is this a mass stupidity? Or is it both? Because women were taken out of their proper roles in raising children and actually being responsible for producing,
I think this is all
future generations.
I mean, this is going to sound very vague or whatever, but I think that this is all downstream of the fact that there's no proper concept of justice. If there's no proper concept of justice and accountability, then people have gotten into demanding that the system bestow them with a kind of dignity and integrity which they perhaps do not deserve, but that anything that they do, they want to have validated. And with that expectation in place, that means that then you can propound your own never-ending sort of spirals of self-referencing, and you can get into paradoxes or whatever. And the problem is that the kind of I'm just trying to. Is a completely separate set of biological circumstances that lead us to like why we give special cultural dispensations to women, which then allow them to get into this kind of pernicious. It's almost a bit of a kind of a trap or whatever, which would be cancelled out if there was only one gender. If there was only one gender, you could maybe evolve out of this or something like that. But there are probably even biological problems why this is like not likely to happen, because like physiology is connected with the brain, is connected with our sense of being, and like we don't have the same inherited instinctual sexual proclivities, because we have almost inverse. Women have very few eggs compared to how many sperm men have. Like when there's biological reproduction, the actual expenditure from the male is much lower. The biological capital that is creating a new member of our species, that is how we reproduce everything, is predominantly provided by the woman and very minutely provided by the man. Therefore, the cultural exchange and the cultural tie and the cultural bonds that must be around creating a healthy pair bond is differently weighted, is so differently weighted that obviously it's going to have a cultural imprint.
It does, but and that's why I know a lot of and it would be appropriate, because yes, it is more expensive and it's more valuable, like the whole women thing, right? Because yes, they're the bringers of life and all the things.
You could also say risky. It's more risky for them to make mistakes.
But also, it's not just the eggs. It's not just the carrying of the child. It's the developing the youth into the future generations. That's also their fucking responsibility, that they're not taking seriously. Feminism has gotten in the way of that. And it's like, no, you don't need to value this very fucking important, the most important role in society, creating the future generations by nurturing them throughout their 18 years of upbringing. Don't focus on that. Focus on work first. Your career's more important. This is not important. They demoralize this very important part of society and put women over here. Like, that's what I don't like about the feminists. They're creating very irresponsible fucking mothers. and they still expect to get this treatment like they're
providing that cultural
pedestalized.
value.
Yeah, but they're not fucking providing that cultural value. The majority of these women aren't even fucking having children, which what the fuck good are they? Like they're not doing
their
their
ideology
job.
becomes their own surrogate child that they
Yeah.
are rearing
Yeah.
into.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they become internally, or I guess focused on themselves. I mean, narcissistic, self-centered, whatever, where you only live for yourself. Like,
To some degree, I do blame culture for this, because you will always suffer psychopathy, for instance, to the extent to which that the culture doesn't sort of have a vigilance as to screening for it and filtering it out and sort of managing it and making, because it's a problem to an extent to which that it's not being checked
yes.
Upon, and so we've lost our systems of accountability and integrity, but a lot of that is that the system itself was so unsound in its integrity that there's no you can't say no, what you're doing is against the law, what you're doing is unreasonable, it's unprincipled, because the law changes according to what the democracy wants.
Right.
So that means you have to go with the flow, and you have to eventually abide by what the democracy decides, and you have to hope that the democracy will be on the side of integrity in the long run, or something like that. So you have to play the political game, and you have to say, well, if you want this to happen faster, then you have to join the political arguments, you have to join the political arena, you have to, Stephen Bannon, I was just about to say, Stephen Bannon once told me all these stories about, who's the Alaskan senator, or she was.
I know who you're talking about.
Stephen Bannon loved her.
Palin?
Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
And I'm saying all these things. I remember meeting. Okay, I just sound like a crackpot now, a crazy person. But I remember meeting Sarah Palin. I think she's an ITJ even, but she is quite
like
smart. But she just doesn't have a lot of. I mean, so this is so embarrassing to say these sorts of things. There is something like a stupid INTJ, but essentially because they're just bound within their scope. But she's quite intuitive, and Stephen Bannon could not put her down. She was like, "Do you know how well she tests? She tests like you cannot believe. Like it's like people resonate with her. They tune into her. She's real. She's authentic, or whatever." And I'm like, "Yes, but she's not going to do the cutting that you need to cut into these things. You would actually be a perfect Sarah. You are." In my view, what Stephen Bannon would have wanted, actually, like you would be a much better. You would fit the bill. I mean, you are sort of the synthesis of. Oh my word! Actually, I mean, apart from the very egregious, in the movie Don't Look Up, the female president, you could be something like the Meryl Streep.
I hated her. And that goes against me even wanting women in politics to begin with.
No, but you only hated her because she was playing a vacuous, immoral kind of pretender, or just a grifter. She was playing a vacuous grifter, like an overt vacuous grifter.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, in terms of her popularity, that she made it to be the president in that system, I mean, you're kind of the best synthesis between Margaret Thatcher and Trump. You're like exactly halfway between the two.
And I don't believe women belong in those government seats whatsoever. I mean, could I get in there and then make it? So can I shrink the government and fire all?
No, but to tell you the truth, you could actually authentically be a woman in power, and you would actually be a perfect representative of how women should wield power, because this is the kind of thing that you would do. Is you wouldn't say, look, I believe that this was the course that we should take. This was the advice I heard. This was the advice I heard. This was the advice I heard. Came to this conclusion, taking those things into account. That was the thing that we went. That's what we believed at the time. You show the administrative process transparently. You show the track record of the accountability. Yes, and then you can actually even say, yes, we made a mistake on that. Hindsight is 2020. At the time, like what did we overlook or something like that. Like actually
That's
bringing that
actually a
level
good
of
idea.
authenticity.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. I can say, okay, these guys, even though they advised against it, I went and burned a bunch of crazy bitches at the stake, and this just proves why women don't need to be in power. And I
proposition to vote for you now. You can't. You can't. This is going to come back to bite you on the campaign trail. You're going to have to renounce all of this.
No, that'll be perfect. I could be the perfect example of why women don't belong in government. I don't know if this mass psychosis, I think it's a mass societal retardation too, along with a mass societal addiction problem, along with a mass societal relationship problem, along with a mass societal
I think people have lost trust in the American system because even the state that the culture is in and therefore that the democracy is in lends general doubt on the validity of the entire structure. Because as I've said, if people have a king, they will innately ask the question, is the king one of the prophets? And democracy in America is the king of America. And so if you constantly ask, is democracy one of the prophets? And you are plagued by that question is a curse. Because if you are constantly asking if your mind is filled, or subtextually, if that is the theme that is a mystery, that mystery means that you won't look for the gift of prophecy in your spiritual investigation and search. You won't look for it in your own life because it's on the collective, it's on the national stage or something like that. It's engaged in some geopolitical, worldly contestation, and the gift of prophecy is the apex gift, essentially. But I mean, there are more basic ones that are necessary. But anyway, and I think that's why people are in a malaise. But generally speaking, why the people that you talk to me about that psychologically aren't doing well, because they've lost trust in this thing that was conveying their soul. They were part of this collective project, this American experiment, and now they are perhaps wondering if the American experiment itself is fatally flawed. And my argument is it is structurally deficient, and it needs a proper diagnosis. The problem is that usually you can't do surgery on these sorts of things until they absolutely collapse, or until you sit in it for long enough and you have thought leaders that come to the table who talk about it and who bring it to the fore and that champion a kind of reform agenda and build consensus. And that requires a kind of politics which I don't know if you can fit that into, you can maybe fit that on YouTube, and how you even get that spread on YouTube. But, obviously there's no space for that in the mainstream. Like it's you're not going to have that.
Yeah, but I don't think we want the mainstream's fucking attention. I mean, because they don't have anything to add to the conversation.
I know. I watched Greg Gutfeld, and I must say, it's like a breath of fresh air. It's like, at least it's genuine, it's intelligible, personable opinion that is authentic. I mean, it's like for me, I feel like I'm back in the 90s. I'm back in the same culture when I listen to. I mean, the last one that I saw, I thought, wow, that's, like he's just talking like a regular person to some degree. I mean, obviously whenever you're being filmed. I mean, even now I'm being recorded. It's slightly performative. It's not, the conversation always flows much better before we start the recording.
Yeah, we always start and then it just flows. I mean, it flows anyway, I feel like.
I must say, I don't like, whenever there's an audience, I even when I'm recording things, like when I'm recording myself, just because there's a recording, because I think that there will be an audience, or there potentially will be an audience.
Yeah.
I've probably got a bit of a stigmatization about that, but anyway.
I think you do well. It's like, and this is practice for when you're a politician. And you have
I'm very one-on-one orientated. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Is that, and when I'm thinking about an audience, then I'm doing a separate calculus, and it's interrupting my one-on-one engagement. So I'm actually tripping myself up because I'm worried about other things.
I think you're okay.
And those things don't exactly gel together perfectly, or it's hard to do that in real time. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking about myself now so much.
Do you have any thoughts, Billy? I want to.
Well, you guys are having a great conversation. I mean, like, it's like you're like slam dunking heavy, hard hitting points. There is something that I don't know if it's really any use. It's just an observation, and it might be along the lines of maybe a bit of self-critique, just to keep ourselves in balance. Where on the one hand, it's good to sort of you have a phrase, good mother, of like saying like dissecting, so analyzing, trying to understand, dismantle nuts and bolts. So yes, there are many reasons why it's a beneficial way of trying to create meaning, and in a sense like a dogma, in a way, like to work out the mechanics and the relations between different aspects of society or ourselves and relations and things like that. What I think there comes a point where if we're not careful, so there's like an element of an obsessiveness if we're not keeping ourselves in check. And I fear what might happen if we're not careful is we become ourselves oversaturated with this pursuit of exploring and wonder and the pursuit of information, where we're trying to know absolutely everything. And in the process of doing that, in a convoluted sort of way, and to sort of reduce the amount of words being used, we could suffer a loss of sense in self, or a sense of idea, because we're too busy with accumulating knowledge. And for some people, this library of information it's like they've gathered the information, so they're not really their own thoughts. They're other people's thoughts. They kind of parrot talk, or they're regurgitating someone else's ideas. So if you get someone who is so adamantly focused on gathering information, they neglect discovering things for themselves, which is why it kind of ties into so they're not really developing their own identity. Their identity is a amalgamation of a whole bunch of other people's thoughts and ideas that they've just gathered. But that's not to say then therefore we shouldn't be interested in trying to understand or dissect or dismantle. There's still a need for it. It helps give us better understanding. It's just a cautionary footnote to be like, just don't forget about doing your own self-development, whoever it may be listening, where the pursuit in information becomes the reason of instead of a person living their life for their own, whatever reason they may have, their purpose they've given themselves is to be the resource of all this information. And it's kind of like it could almost be like an emptiness sensation, a little bit like we were talking about before, where people playing computer games religiously, and they still feel bored. You'd think like, why would you be bored if you're playing computer games all day long, or you're watching TV all day long, or you're in a crowded room full of people and you feel alone? Well, how can that doesn't make sense. But it's because somewhere along the lines, it's sort of like because they're neglecting their own self in the process. They're being drowned away or washed away in this sea of stimulation, of being a sponge and just overflowing with information or whatever it is they're sort of pursuing.
I have diagnosed this. I can speak to this in terms of my own theoretical models, but I don't know if I'm going to talk too much gobbledygook about sort of all the structures. But I have a lot of amazing stuff on psychology that I haven't uploaded yet, because I've just made so many breakthroughs and integrated lots of big pieces of my modeling. But yeah, I know exactly what I think exactly what you're referring to, Billy, which is I relate it very much to borderline personality disorder, and basically the byline is that people are super ego focused. Now, in my model, there are four sides of the mind. There's the super ego, the unconscious, and the subconscious, or I actually number them: super ego number 1, subconscious number 2, unconscious number 3, ego number 4. But the ego and the super ego, the ego and the super ego are actually neighbors. These sides of the mind somewhat overlap with a little bit with one another, and they come back around. So anyway, but the thing, I have to maybe explain too much, but anyway, no, sorry, this is going to be too much of a. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't try to do this, but no, let me just give the bylines. I'll just try to explain it very in a summarized and condensed form. That what the problem with borderline is that they are priming their ego judgments. They are creating artificial ego judgments so that they can use those to pivot them into their subconscious social mask. So, like, usually the superego's relationship to the subconscious is that the subconscious is your feeling body. It is your social mask that you wear in the world, and you construct that out of all your filing cabinets of all the ingredients of your identity. So you construct an avatar, and that avatar is malleable depending on where you are and what you want to bring and show up. So you can change your mask, you can paint on your mask, you can change, sort of how you present yourself, and that will have a backstory which is based on all the structures in your subconscious. Your sense of what you be is how you relate to your own sense of what you be. Now, the superego is your full embodiment. It is almost the core cortex of everything, but it isn't part of your false ego complex. The superego is deeply sort of related to the unconscious, but it is almost a kind of part of an environmental unconsciousness as well. But usually there's no integration between the superego and the subconscious. But people that are somewhat superego focused then are using their false ego complex as a toy. They're using it solipsistically. They are like a chess playing demon. They are the game master.
Is it chess? Tic-tac-toe.
But essentially what they're doing is what the superego has the ability to put a burden on the ego. And so they will burden their own ego in order to extract a belief about their own sense of identity. So they will construct in real time, they'll just confabulate things that they are infusing into their ego so that then they can make their subconscious inversely strong in compensation for that. So, but this doesn't work if you have an internal locus of control. This doesn't work if you see yourself as an individual. If you see yourself as an individual, all you've done is corrupted your own ego judgments about things so that you can have your own private sense of identity. The only way to make that sense of identity universal or useful in when you're participating with other people is that you have to believe that your ego is a cloud shared by everyone, that it's an ideology, that everyone is tethered to this thing. Okay, and so borderlines essentially believe that their ego inside themselves is everyone's ego, or should be everyone's ego. Everyone should be. It's the same. It's like it's a spirit of fatalism. It's a spirit of determinism. It's a spirit of justice, or whatever. The social justice ideology, whatever. It's basically a kind of religiosity kind of zealotry. And now, I have perhaps borderlines do this natively in some sense, maybe from a young age, and I do think that they are the best way to get it out of them is to actually see what it is that they're doing, and then they'll stop it because you'll kind of hold them accountable for it.
Right.
But if you don't do that, then maybe they habituate to it, and then they, But
no.
amazing.
What if people do this? What if people do this when they're doing it?
Yeah, I mean, you see, if you had enough
them.
cultural awareness, you could essentially just scare it out of them in some sense, and that essentially, I mean, some borderlines, when they join some organizations, when they join some structures that have so much accountability worked into them and so many structures of integrity, they have no latitude to deploy their borderline vampire mechanics and sort of try, because they have to actually implant their ego into other people's ego. They have to decompartmentalize other people's, they have to gaslight them and break them down. And then essentially their subconscious merges in a codependent way with other people's subconscious, essentially. And essentially this...
for you to play the game with them.
Yeah, and so the chess playing demon is actually what's happening in terms of the unconscious side of the mind, sort of analogously. So they're just kind of, they don't care about other people's unconscious paradigms and how they see the participatory realm of how people are engaging with one another. But anyway, so I was just about to say that maybe I'm more sympathetic with natural borderlines than these ideological ones, because a lot of people now are learning borderline personality disorder through the proto-fascistic shell of identity politics or intersectional feminism or whatever. I mean, it's the same fascistic worldview. It's a collective borderline. Your identity becomes, trying to create this consensus ego ethos, cultural ethos, which then substitutes the unconscious. So basically the ego and the unconscious sort of become conflated into the same units in some sense. And then you've got a form of constructive integration, because now, instead of actually having self-integration in your own psychology, you've got access to a purported integrity within your own psyche. It's dependent on the world reflecting to you your own ego. And that is a solipsism. That is a deep pathology. And that's why we're getting all this mass psychosis, is that, but you see, you need to fabricate subconscious license to do this. And that's why you get, whenever you ask them, what is your doctrine that allows you to do this stuff? And it's just nonsense, bullshit. It's just like, it's utterly hollow, vacuous,
and
sophisticated sounding academic babble.
Yeah, I think that's why Billy is thinking it's because they're idiots. Like,
there's that's a very thank you for that, Cy, because that's a very insightful and like way analysts of interpreting it. One question would be like, do you think it's just restricted to borderlines? I suspect not. I suspect maybe we see something similar happening in other kind of personalities, but perhaps what you're suggesting is that there is a hallmark type of appearance that borderlines will display.
Yes. So
I think would codependence not also do it, for example?
So just want to. There are other types of psychopathologies which are compatible with this, that are piggybacking on the same. So the reason why I talk about the borderline is because that is the organizing principle. And so a lot of other psychopathologies can be aware of each other's tactics. They're all Machiavellian chess-playing demons, and they're all doing their own sort of unique sort of thing. And so what they do is they just they find a niche within the economy that is already being created, and they help create it. And so, there are these other constructs which I haven't thought. I've only recently integrated all these things, and I've only recently refined my view of borderline. So I just gave that one. But I have these other constructs of psychopathologies which I call. Oh my word! Let me try to think of some of the labels.
Which one's mine? Because I'm definitely very Machiavellian.
What did I call destiny all the time? I used to call destiny this. Oh, cerebral histrionics. So cerebral histrionics are a kind of vulnerable narcissist. And essentially what they do is they give sympathy to the borderline identity. They give it dignity. They try to fabricate. They are actually using their unconscious responsibly, and they are kind of teaming up. So essentially, because you see the problem with narcissists, I need to maybe think through this before. I'm sort of synthesizing some of this from the structures that I've already, but I could probably come up with a much more deep, but essentially what cerebral histrionics are doing, you see, cerebral histrionics aren't deeply dysfunctional. They are deeply in a state of bad faith. They are very, like, they can pass, they are intrinsically not unhealthy. They are just very immature. And so they are choosing to go down this route because it's kind of like cynicism. It's kind of like being decadently cynical and like, well, there's no other meaning to be made. We have to forge one out of our own fiat, like we have to construct a dogma to legitimate our own power games in this world because it's all just power games, and so let me find one that I like according to my aesthetic. There's no such thing as a justified understanding. It's all just who's got the better excuse. I've got the better excuse, and I'm using that excuse to endorse this project because it seems to me that there is a portion of the psychology of the population that needs this, So Hitler was probably a cerebral histrionic because he sympathized with his borderline personality disordered mother, which he used to model the political worldview, because he was like, let me create an ethos that my mother would be able to live within. Let me create a world that my mother would be able to morally resonate with, or something like that. So I believe that Hitler created fascism out of the interesting relation and sympathy that he had with his mother. Anyway, his mother, which didn't exactly raise him, she was in an institution, and he was anyway. So probably something like that.
Anyway. That's a very interesting point, because that suggests that when we look at people or try to analyze individuals, we really need to have the consideration of other influences in shaping that person's overall psychology. So it's one thing we're just talking about, say, someone with a narcissistic personality disorder, but we also need to sort of encompass the members of their family or their social network or whatever in how that narcissism is able to be formed to such in whatever way it has.
Well, I don't really know if origin stories are necessarily relevant. I mean, I was padding my description or my explanation, but maybe. Look, I mean, in some sense, it's only relevant, I think, if the condition persists. Because I do think that all of these structures are things that can be cured, are things that people can mature out of, and they can repair if it is properly understood and things like that.
And if society did their fucking part.
Yeah, but you see, this is the problem: is that people don't just have historical origin stories; they also have present time. In Scientology, they call it present time problems, trouble sources or something. Man, I can't remember all the acronyms. But and so if you are actually engaged in something, you're participating in something, you are contracted. You can't drop your coping mechanism. You can't drop your strategy because it's part of your survival strategy or something like that. And look, it's one thing to have a survival strategy which you inherited from a section of your life which was, developmentally dysfunctional and deeply traumatic. It's another thing to sort of to resist. Well, I mean, you see, this is, the problem. It's hard because. You could say the problem is one of self-knowledge and actually having instruments and tools that can help people. The other problem is also that some people, even if they do have access to self-knowledge or whatever, they simply, because some psychological problems are ones of a lack of integrity. They're literally like borderline is one of these things. I mean, borderline can spontaneously evaporate. Like borderline can literally cure itself overnight.
Hmm?
You know, and so you really have to ask, well,
An
why?
alteration in the source code.
Well, yeah, I mean, like an origin story or the influence of the backdrop might be something that's worth considering to some extent. But like you say, like for someone to either be cured or treated or whatever, it kind of almost doesn't matter what their backstory is. If they're taking that self ownership, their own accountability, and they're maturing and self actualizing and things like that, then
that will force them to confront their own history and
Yeah.
to reprocess that. Yeah, so it is vital to the clinical treatment process or something like that.
yeah,
Perhaps.
yeah.
Or the self-healing process with the right tools or something like that.
And before, and I was going to add a quick point to what you were saying, like a few minutes ago as well, when you were talking about the borderlines and how they're trying to use other people, they're sort of superimposing on other people's subconscious minds and things like this with their egos. Would this be partly the reason why there's a sense of when trying to converse with these people, you get that they're sort of talking at you rather than with you?
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
when we see like Mandy likes to sort of watch a lot of other people's streams a bit, and you see them having their kind of discourse, and it's almost like the people on those panels, they're not really communicating properly. They're all kind of trying to superpose their ethos onto the other person.
Yeah. They're not there to learn though, and actually be in the conversation. They're there to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those dialogues that they're having are they don't really amount to anything because there is no intimacy. There's no proper exchange of ideas. It's just basically one robot spouting out at another robot.
Yeah, but that goes to what you were talking about earlier, that we should be aware to not get in this thing. I feel like what we do here is not that. Like I feel like we're exploring, but
Yeah, so I just want, the behavior that you're saying is problematic is not problematic because of the behavior itself. It's because of the accompanying other elements of the psychopathology. So it actually has to do with their relationship to the subconscious, which is that they, like how a borderline would spontaneously heal themselves, is that they would stop allowing their subconscious to take the gift from the superego, to be primed and to be granted these things by the superego, which then then the ego gets saddled with this extra burden, which they just automatically implant into the ego. And then that's why they're talking over each other, because it's a holistic image, and it's so pristine, and it's also universal as well. Like it's not contained within their individual things. So it's not through the conveyor of a subconscious that is channeling this thing in a participatory realm. It's just being broadcast. It's on a loudspeaker or something like that. It's this grand plan. And but I mean, sometimes when you're communicating things that have to do with ego content, it can be quite complicated. And because I sometimes need to drone on for quite a long time because I have to go through a whole series of things and try to give. So getting into description, obviously it can feel grating when somebody is taking up so much of the time talking. Depending on the level at which people are engaged in the participant, how much is your subconscious actually absorbed by this? How much of this, is actually feeding something in you, and then you feel like, oh well, I'm being overshot or something like that. They are obviously always overshooting each other because, in some sense, there can only be one image, which is that it is holographically that everyone is sort of comported within, and so and sometimes they're they're all imagining the dream of the Führer. They're all taking turns. Okay, you be the, you sit in the, you wield the talking stick and sit in the chair, and you tell us your Führer vision, and then we'll just pass the stick around, and then we'll find something.
Yeah.
The idea is that there'll be a rainbow Hitler one day. That is the hope of their proto-fascism.
Have you seen? I'm sure you must have. Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they got the what do they call it? The conch, the seashell they pass around.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know if I can remember everything. I mean, was the conch didn't have any? Was it the right to talk, or was there wasn't the lead? Did they have a token of leadership? Eventually, they must have had.
Kind of, because you had that. You had a couple of the boys leave.
Did they break the conch at one point?
Oh, I don't know if they broke it, but yeah. So the conch was the right to speak. So whoever's holding it is allowed to speak. So they were having meetings. I mean, I'm having to recall the memories of it because it's been a long time since I've seen it. So they'll have their meetings and they're passing it around. Not sure if it got broken, but I remember there's some sort of big disagreement. So there's a fraction of the group segregate, and they become much more predatory, much more tribalistic, much more violent and aggressive, and they end up accidentally killing one of the members, Piggy. Spoilers, sorry. I think his name was Piggy. Ends up dying. So, but it's kind of like it might be an accidental sort of good analogy here, because these are children on a desert island trying to create a society and organize themselves.
Right.
So I just want to say that the cerebral histrionics I would usually categorize as almost the age group of 14 to 17 or 16. So that is where everyone will go natural. Well, when I say everyone, I'm generalizing the stereotyping, but I think that you do have to go through a phase of that before you can actually diagnose that it's wrong, that it's meta-ethically wrong, and then you go you exhaust it, you try it out, you exhaust it, and you say there's no integrity in what I'm doing. Right. This is really nihilistic or something like that. But they are actually acting from the side of the false ego complex. They're not acting from the super ego, and they like corresponding to the super ego, because then they kind of get the secret magic from the full embodiment. So they get the sort of, they're helping other people achieve that full embodiment that they can't feel themselves. They're just intellectually servicing it. And so they're part of this kind of collective beast, fundamentally. It's almost, I don't know if you've seen the anime Naruto Shippuden, when they have the 10 tails or something like that. But anyway, there are lots of interesting, that analogy is very deep.
I was in a stream earlier and we were talking about Black Pill, and I was talking about how Black Pill Itachi was. Well, and why women have a hard time swallowing that pill. The majority of women. It's almost, they can't, maybe.
I've always, Itachi, I believe, was the most autobiographical character that I've ever had a hand in producing. But anyway,
right. I wanted to play this bit because this is podcasts and collective listening. This actually kind of talks about a little bit what we were talking about, psych.
Okay.
Because when I pay it, and I really learned this in therapy, the best way to help someone move forward is to listen to them, because then they can talk. And then you respond non-verbally, and that helps them figure out where they're clear and not clear. And then you can ask them questions like, well, you said that a minute ago, and then you said that, and they seem to be contradictory, or maybe I'm just stupid. Can you clear up that contradiction? And they unfold. Their possibilities unfold as a consequence of talking, but you have to listen, and that's attention. And so it's the listening that's such an important part of that collective transformation of ideas, right?
Do podcasts work this way?
Well, look, this is cool, man. If you think about this. So I'm stunned at how positive the YouTube comments are on the dialogues we have like this. They're so positive, it's just ridiculous. You can't believe it. And so they work like that when they work. Yeah. Right? And you know when they work because you're in the flow state. And that flow state is an indication of being possessed by that niche switching capacity. And there's a religious dimension to that, because it's so important to our survival that it's associated with our deepest values. And we fall into that and love it. People love that. And that's where education takes place too, on that edge. That's that edge of transformation. And being there is way better than being right.
Yeah, it is. And play,
it's way better.
Play requires attention, right? You aren't successful in play with someone else if you're distracted.
It's a dance.
Lose the ball, exactly, it's a dance. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with this. And it's funny, we hear often about the terrible fact of what people experienced on Twitter and YouTube comments and all of this. We have very often existed in a state that just didn't mirror people's description of how terrible these things were. And then sometimes the narrative shifts on you. And so it is almost like you reach and the audience.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to comment something. This is to do with the subject matter of, because I only watched like the first, I think maybe 15 minutes of this, maybe only the first 9 minutes of this, or 10. But you see, I actually think that the reason why people have afforded themselves the license to be more mass psychosis is because people keep on saying, we've got new technology, and this is different. That's giving them license to be unaccountable. That's giving them license because it's like, it's the same thing with Hitler. Hitler had the radio. We never had radio before, and then Hitler's on the radio. His voice is on the radio. Oh, how should we? We can give ourselves license to drop accountability because we're in a new age where we can dispense with like integrity and because we can just hear, we can be pandered to in this way, in this new way. And so I think that it's a historical accident that if we just tell people, yeah, we have these wonderful tools and you are expected to use them responsibly,
right, like adults,
you have to be accountable, you have to have integrity. You can't dispense with integrity just because we live in a new technological radical transformation. They are using that propaganda that this is all new to do radically shit things. Like the idea that people haven't rebelled against Facebook is quite frankly, that people haven't said, I mean, look, I have a Facebook.
Yeah, we're friends on Facebook.
The same way, but in principle, I maybe should have deleted my account because out of disgust, essentially. Like maybe I should. Maybe I'm being hypocritical for not doing that. But essentially,
well, you're not giving them money.
Sorry,
you're not giving them money, right?
Oh, you are the product.
Right.
Yeah, I had a bit of a outburst, whatever, emotional outburst on Facebook at one point where I was like, when people, I'm trying to remember how I wrote it, when people discover the joys of not using their mobile phones, they get really excited about it. And it's the same kind of thing when they say, like, I'm going to get off. I mean, there's one guy I know, he said he's going to quit Facebook because it's toxic or whatever.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks later, I checked to see if he's still on Facebook. His account is still there. So it's kind of, it's all talk and no show. But the point I made to them was like, these technologies aren't really the problem. What they're communicating, these people, is that they lack the responsibility of using these technologies.
Yeah.
And this is why it's so liberating for them when they kind of get away from it. It kind of just highlights how they have no self-discipline or control.
Yeah.
I just mean within the private scope, I believe that people should make more of a concerted effort to punish Facebook for its reprehensible and repugnant illiberal, kind of, and it's antithetical to the liberal order.
Who do you punish though? The people getting paid to mother patrol the territory? Who put them there? Oh, the government. The women in the government put them there. They mandated that these fucking social media platforms do that. Going back to all the fucking women in government that have absolutely fucking no business being there.
Well, they could have limited it to sexual impropriety or something like that, or
not since the women became holier than thou and supreme authorities, and all words being violence and stopping people from hurting the feelings and the censorship, and this is driven by women. So having women in government producing said policies, making our social media platforms mother patrol the society. Yeah, it's top down, but it's also bottom up. It's happening in tandem. It's these people's lack of integrity.
The pincer attack.
Yeah.
It's very interesting because, sorry, I was just thinking about China, because China has instituted these things on people's phones, for instance, on certain apps, that like the more you use the app, the more longer it takes to scroll to the next thing that you want to see. And so basically it kind of times you out, that you can't use it too much, and that also it exposes you to educational things as well, so that you're just learning, you're not just mindlessly sort of consuming something in your mind.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that might actually backfire on them, because if they force people to be more embodied and more plugged in to the real world, maybe they will actually, because in some sense it's a kind of like a drug, using technology in this way that's self-soothing, that if you remove that, it might actually encourage people to be hungry for real things like integrity in their political sphere. So it might in the long term backfire on them. I'm just sorry, I was just thinking about that. But because almost showing the paradox of sort of trying to behavioristically infantilize but
they're doing the opposite. They're making their people grow up. Technically, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the intention. But it's weird how policy has a thing of backfiring, because they might actually find that people might rebel against the government not because they want more unadulterated access to their self-soothing addictive technology, more so that they'll actually just be like, they'll turn the government into a kind of like into a psychological drug dealer, and that's how they'll control the people, is by finding some optimum, like Soma in Brave New World, some optimum psycho drug.
Yeah.
But so I mean, it just shows you anyway. But it's much better.
The mass psychosis. Because he brings up Jung's article about the mass psychosis.
I do actually. I really like that technology companies are this predatory to some degree about people's attention span and getting them into repetitive, kind of, because they are vying for your attention, because that's advertising space, and I like that they are predatory in that way, because that means that people will actually fall into an algorithmic. They will actually be regimented into an addictive mechanism if they don't specially take curatorship over their own sort of boundaries and filter things conscientiously or take precaution. And that is good, because that is absorbing the people who are would otherwise be nescient. So everyone is where they deserve to be, either by nescience or by actual concerted efforts
because we could hijack them, couldn't we? We can hijack the people and have them do the right thing because we told them to, because some people need to be told to.
I prefer thinking that Twitter is a kind of purgatory for people that need to learn temperance in their life, and that's a good place for them, to learn some of those skills. But the other point here is that when people are absorbed by these structures, it is a reflection of their lack of integrity. And I do think the problem is that integrity, you can't just kind of install integrity in the middle of something. You have to install it from some groundwork, some anchorage. And so that's the problem, is that we need this so that we can see how deep the rot goes and where the right level of revivification to build up from, in some sense. And people can do this in their own personal self-development as well. But also, to be stuck in a pattern is beautiful, because then you can start to recognize that pattern, and then at least you can be because a lot of the time people were just capable of recurring drama, but not seeing the circuits, not seeing the cycle. sorry, there was another point that I wanted to make, which was more positive and led to a more hopeful kind of thing. But as to why this is good.
Well, they've collected themselves in different gulags of their own choosing. That's why I've been trying to figure out how to hijack these gulags and make them more useful.
Well, I could throw in a little something. I'm not sure how relevant or contributory it would be, but I've been looking into, I don't know why, but I've been looking into the history of Mortal Kombat, the game, how the technology has developed, and the documentary or whatever said something which stuck in my mind a little bit, where so they start with video capturing and digitizing actors to become the characters of the game, and this was a groundbreaking sort of technology, and it was being worked on, you know, quite a lot to improve it and make it more reliable, make it easier, make it more to capture more pixels, etc. And the company, what was the company originally called? Williams, and they became Midway. So the game manufacturer Midway. Now, to promote the game with this new augmented reality, they had a slogan which said, "Reality is boring." So I'm not sure at what point in history that was, but if you've got computer games kind of like given this idea that reality is boring and it's being captivated by young minds.
Right.
Well, I do have a greater point on this general topic, that I think the reason, one of the things that technology does provide to people, which maybe accelerates the kind of the borderline corruption that I was talking about earlier, is that never before could you so easily share a structure which was provided by a third person, a platform that was provided by a third person. Before, when you were going full analog with just your eyes and your hands in a real space, in a real time, you had your imagination. You had to create that structure. You had to project that own structure within yourself. And therefore, perhaps the superego was more entracted into the development of the other sides of the mind, was in terms of the transition between the superego focus, because when your superego is still connected with your ego and your subconscious, you're in the oceanic state, you're in the theta brainwave of a very young child until till post the age of 3 or 4 or something like that. Then you're transitioning from that into more a false ego centric focus in terms of your seat of consciousness. But because we have technology, perhaps, and because we have this entitlement to expect to be bestowed things by the platform and by the structure that we can just immerse ourselves in, because we don't have to craft that immersion ourselves. We don't have to plug ourselves into that. It's sort of, it comes preloaded, that we are sort of expecting the structure, the environment, to give to us the rules. We don't have a hand in constructing and structuring the imaginative play space. And so because the imaginative play space has been dislodged from the internal locus, de facto in people's developmental spans, they are becoming more autistic and more prone to the superego focused, centric pole, that they're not making that very early transition.
Yeah, they're not using those muscles.
And because when you use that muscle, then you'll also know that when other people are using that muscle against you in your environment, and you will say, well, that's childish, that's juvenile, like that's like make believe of a 3-year-old that says, I'm a princess, believe that I'm a princess. And we know that they're half true, and we know that they're playing and they're being serious and playing at the same time, because they're still in the oceanic homogenization of their integration, or their connection with their own psyche, but or the dimensions of psychological reality. Sorry, I haven't found ways of communicating all of this nicely, but
no, that's good.
Well, yeah, and I think more like in every aspect, in every facet of a person's life, it's being sort of it's being
Structured for
presented. Well, you got all these like third parties and outside sources with a pretense of like this is a provider, this is an assistance to your independence, but really it's more like it's a taking over of that person's independence.
Yes, the Smother Mothers being a prime example. They're taking away those people's potential.
But I also think that this is also positive because that will eventually produce people that will be aware of the Trojan horse. And people are already intellectually aware of the Trojan horse of the algorithm, as it's spoken of. And the Trojan horse that is latent within structure, that if we work from a certain framework that we just kind of innately imbibe, that we are going to be riddled with these spirits that we know not what, that are sort of woven into the structure of the thing that we're engaged in. And so, we have to be able to diagnose that. Otherwise, it's an important spiritual cleansing, protective, security feature that you're never going to have an internal locus of control if you can't cordon off the boundary between the internal locus and the external locus. And so that people are stuck in their patterns and they are perhaps stuck in structures that have Trojan horses built within them. It's ironic that because the SJWs talk about this, but
Right.
then they
They
are
point
so
elsewhere
antithetical
for
to accountability. They so are interested in collectivizing these problems instead of taking them on and embodying their solution in their integrated way. It's like Jordan Peterson says, they don't want to clean their rooms. They want the government to bestow them with the integrity of a clean room, virtually, or something, because of how good they are at describing things negatively and levying a kind of judgmental vilification and being able to render that a consensus with some other group or something like that. That just because they can forge agreement about something, that should be a commodity or something like that, and then you get that kind of
that kind of doubles up your point with the responsibility of like technology and whatever information and other kind of discoveries that as a society we're progressive with, where there seems to be like I think it would be in the same camp as like misinterpretation of senses, but it's kind of like a misuse or an abuse of what these technologies provide. So yes, it would be nice that you could perhaps ask the government to clean your room for you, but the trouble I think is where people become they see it as a convenience, so they never learn how to do they never learn their own how to do it for themselves, and with that convenience it becomes complacency and then becomes neglect, and it sort of spirals out of control and a downward sort of slope.
You see, I mean, I do follow what you're saying. There's something true in that, but I just think that there's nothing wrong with it fundamentally. The complacency and that then leads to neglect, or the neglect that leads. I think it's neglect first. I think that you lie to yourself. You're saying, actually, I'm a responsible user of this gift that was given to me, and I deserve it, and I'm entitled to it. And as soon as you lend yourself all of those subconscious accolades, then why not more? Why not unbridled narcissism? Like you sort of you've kind of
it's kind of like like on the sort of superficial sort of it like it makes life easier. So you think this is a good thing. Why overcomplicate something if it can be done a bit easier? It frees you up to do other things. But then you're on that kind of like, well, if that can be easy and everything, and we can make everything else easy, then there's no kind of like hard graft in life anymore. Life becomes a bit too cushy, and it becomes complacent or neglectful or too comfortable. There's no strife or difficulty
Billy, hold on, Billy. Psych, does Billy sound choppy and static?
Yeah, he does. He does sometimes. Okay. He does sometimes get like audio distortion, which is
seems to be happening.
Like electronic.
I'm sorry about that. It seems to be happening more and more recently. Maybe my microphone is getting a bit knackered.
No. Wait, do you have a microphone that actually has like a pin, like an actual metal male pin?
It's a USB connection into the PC. Oh. But it's kind of like a cheapy Chinesey thing. So
then it's probably the microphone itself. Sometimes it's the connector just needs to sort of be grounded because it has some static buildup on it, and sometimes it can be that, but not. I don't think USBs suffer from that.
Usually, when he backs out and comes back in, it's fine.
Should I do that? I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll pop out and then I'll come back.
Well, now it's just
right.
I was just about to say something. Oh, so let me wait for him to come back. Yeah, I just remembered.
Yeah, and on a side note, I was in Joe the Philosopher's chat earlier, and we were talking about crazy bitches, and he was talking about lack of response, the typical Stoic principle stuff. And I thought I had that I made a comment on about these crazy bitches. It's like they like to be the center of attention until it comes time to dole out the responsibility. Then they're nowhere to be found. Why is that?
Billy, just to respond to what you were saying, I think that there is like a fundamental mystery that people are neglecting. It's just a basic piece of common sense that sort of just because you have access to something doesn't mean that you deserve it or that you are entitled to it.
It's
but
right.
Almost the biggest sort of crux, though, is that structures that you have access to, like, don't expect them to intrinsically have innate integrity. Like don't just come across something and say, oh, well, this must be good, or this must, because it's useful, it's good, or something like that. Like the idea of actually, well, do you understand it? If you don't understand it, how about you stay in a state of humility on the subject matter, that that you seem to be making good use out of it, and because you don't fully understand it, you can try to understand the patterns that are associated with it, but like don't sort of substitute that for a sense of this really almost juvenile kind of idea that this thing is just part of me, or something like that, or I have an innate endowed right to it. And you've got an augmented sense of identity now as well, which includes something which you know not what. So now you've got this. So now you are the mystery machine. You've just merged with this thing that now you contain all of its secret power that is somehow must be on your side or must be on the right side of history or something like that. You've got all this other associative rationalization that you've junked onto it. And it's all just very hyper delusional. I mean, it's very hyper surreal, and it's essentially, I think it's because people don't have properly developed egos. They don't have properly developed subconsciouses, because the subconscious and the ego has to connect to each other in a way that the identity complex actually stabilizes in relation to the unconscious paradigm of environmental participation.
It almost seems like it almost seems like there's been like atrophy going on as well. So with this merger of maybe because of lack of boundaries as well, like this merger with technology, what's that expression? It's like a poor workman will blame his tools or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's not really the tools that's the problem, it's really the person using them. But they haven't got the awareness to realize what's going on. And so they, by merging with the technology or the machine in that kind of metaphorical sort of sense, they become the problem of this system. They are the weak link.
Right.
Well, I think that it's a decent conventional forgery for it sounds like a good excuse. It sounds like it's a good enough license. It's a good enough permission to indulge in a kind of perverted wickedness in terms of your own psychology. So I don't have to grow up because I can just say it was the device in my hand, or I didn't have to be responsible. I was misled by the device in my hand, like or something like that. and you can just say, well, I just merged with the structures that I was surrounded by. And yeah, I mean, look, if without technology we would have the same spiritual obstacle. It's just now, in some sense, I think it's because technology is a little bit novel, and culture itself has changed. It has decentralized. Culture has largely decentralized, and in some sense, you can see how people are wanting to bring back a very dogmatic form of cultural order and consensus building around fake narratives and badly crafted dogma, and and instead of having real structures of integrity. So I'm just taking this thing to say, like, don't try to fix this with utilitarian behaviorism. Don't try to say do the good things and stop doing the bad things. Like in some sense, I think that this is a good time to take account of the deep structures that we could have to ground ourselves in more in a more active accountability and responsibility that can be culturally sound, and that can actually service a culture with integrity, which won't be a perfectly optimized culture, because it will just properly treat people that don't pull their weight in terms of responsibility or honesty, or in terms of whatever realm in which they operate.
That's why we need a purge. So what is the something I never understood listening to these fucking idiots? How is it that somebody has the mental capacity to believe that they have a right to something that requires somebody else do something for them without anything in return?
It's interesting. I mean, I can give an example of a pretty decent conspiracy theory. I mean, I can very plausibly construct a conspiracy theory that could be true. It's very plausible that it is true. In fact, I could make very strong political arguments that we need actual political oversight in this industry, because in all likelihood, we don't have any clue about what they're actually doing to us. And that is the pharmaceutical industry. That's big pharma. I mean, like, big pharma, for all we know, is performing experiments on the population, because how many people can actually understand chemical engineering at that level at which that they're creating these Frankenstein things? And the science itself works essentially on straight experimentation. They're creating Frankenstein molecules that have never existed in nature before, and they just throw them into people's physiology, and then they try to track all the symptoms and the reactions to it, and they design them to deal with certain pathways. But there's so many pathways that the combinatorial complexity of the system, and also in the differences that because people have different physiology, people are not all the same. We have different muscles. Some people have different anatomy on certain structures, and we have different blood types, etc., etc. What's my point is that every time that there is any kind of clinical study or any kind of but I mean, who knows the kind of strange scientific experiments that the public have been, maybe it's part of the deep state, like maybe, who knows how deep it goes. But I mean, essentially an industry that on the face of it is not incentivized to make people impervious to, maybe they discovered a drug that fixes everything and makes us immortal, but they would never sell it to. I mean, like, how much industry, if you made a product that fixes the problem instead of treating the problem in perpetuity, you would lose all your money to sell the one that fixes the problem. You don't want to put yourself out of business. So, collectively, we could say that we don't really know what's up. And in fact, already there's so many bad things about the medical industry. Like, we have never tested herbs because no one has a patent on herbs, and medical tests are expensive. So the industry has been constructed in such a way so as to collude against actually, making health accessible to people. I mean, whenever you're dealing with doctors as well, I mean, it's
No.
all they know is symptoms and treatment. They never tell you about wellness. They never instruct you about wellness, about prevention. They always tell you, they don't tell you this is the latest stuff about wellness and prevention, and these are the, and in fact, even the things that they give you are based on the weakest kind of epidemiology.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the problems develop from environment, and that is relationship-wise between people and toxicity there.
But let me play devil's advocate with my own little conspiracy. So that's just saying that we should have certainly a lot of oversight and be, let's say, what's the word, suspicious of anything coming from such an industry that is perversely incentivized, and most industries have cartels in them as well. So you can just imagine that maybe they're holding things back from us to milk us.
The feminists are like, oh, look over there. They can't point towards feminism as being a core fundamental problem that is creating a shit ton of manifestations and a lot of mental and physical illnesses.
Yeah, I guess you could say it might be analogous to this kind of problem, but I mean, this is all just theoretical. What I'm saying now, but I mean, how you would. I mean, you could also just say maybe I'm not a chemist. I don't do chemical engineering. Maybe this is the only way to actually make inroads into understanding physiology and understanding how that we can actually fully know all the, I mean, actually we do know all the pathways. I think it's just that we know all the biochemistry in the body. We just don't know how to understand the complexity that entails, which is like, it's beyond being, it's, and that I think is also part of the magic of sort of free will.
But the environment influences it. That's the thing.
Or it's not. Well, you are also the environment, because your mood, your mind, can set the course. It can be the anyway. I mean, you see, the dichotomy of selective pressure and random mutation, like or environment and sorry, it's analogous to that. Sort of, I was going to tack on that other kind of debunking the Darwinistic paradigm.
Why do people feel that they have a basic fundamental right to somebody else's fucking slavery? That's pretty much it. Why do they think it's a human right to have something that's requires somebody else to produce and give to them, and they don't have to reciprocate?
Well, I was trying to somewhat get into that issue in terms of the complexity of, like, for example, something like the medical industry, which is opaque to most people because they're not sort of high-ranking chemical engineers, so they can't understand it themselves. But sort of this is an industry within our society, and it's kind of like a black box on some level, and and to actually know the morality of what's going on there. We don't know how it's grounded. We don't know how it's intellectually kind of mapping its project, because you could say that, this is, well, science is all about experimentation. And then if you are into medical science, you have to experiment on biology in some sense. And so you're just kind of, you're prodding it from the outside. And, maybe their whole vision is that this is the only way that we'll eventually get a cure for death, is that we'll test all these different drugs. And these are the people on the front line. All we do is we make scientists and we send them on the front line and we say, go defeat death for us, or go and bring us into the future and make things better. And so, they're just trying their best. It's just very, very hard. And so, like, that's why we haven't cured these things, is just because it's like they're up against the wall. It's a very, very hard problem that they're contending with right at the beginning of understanding a lot of these complicated things.
Because the women are in the way, psych. The women won't get out of the fucking way.
My point here is just that conspiracy theory itself, like, is one way in which you can externalize existential angst within your own lack of integrity, within your own psychological structures. That you can avoid having to self-actualize by just saying, well, my identity in this world that I'm participating within is full of a conspiracy theory, is making it very hard for me to operate. And so you can derange yourself in one of two ways. You can know that you have a personal problem within your own psyche that you have to spiritually work on, or you can say, I'm in the midst of a conflagration that I'm being pawned. People are toying with me, and I'm just a pawn in a system because I have to engage in this participatory culture. I don't. Whereas that's entirely untrue, because if you live in a liberal, open, democratic society with a proper functioning justice system and republic, you should be able to say, no, I don't believe in pharmaceuticals, so I just don't take them myself. That's my stance on that. That's my, preference and my informed consent, which used to be a big thing, but now is no longer.
Well, the Smother Mothers, before the Smother Mothers wanted to cancel things that hurt people's feelings to hear because they're truthful.
That's like that thing I was telling you before about you're living with the illness rather than just, well, in my example is with diabetes, so it's like you're living with diabetes rather than you're just a diabetic. Apparently calling someone by their condition, like a diabetic, is offensive to them.
Oh.
Right? Yeah, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
That's like those people that say that their pronouns are God or the divine or something like that, or the holy or something crazy like or goddess or something I heard.
Oh yeah.
Which is, it's obviously there to decompartmentalize other people's egos. It's like, no. You have to, if you deal with me, your ego, you have to dissolve your ego and you have to supplicate it into a collective participatory culture. You have to bend the knee.
Yeah.
Literally, you have to bend the knee.
Yeah.
And so you no longer can have your own connection to your own God. You must supplicate yourself to the God of the world, the God of this culture and this system. And that's just why I don't like the American structure, because it somewhat outsources the spiritual program into a collective kind of tunneling towards something. Now, you see, I understand that, look, even within there are going to be, I do think that we can refine these things to be very detailed and very good within a justice system. But, even
Without
what
McCarthy.
I was just, sorry?
Without McCarthy?
Yes. Like with just a well-developed justice system, there will be a good sort of reflection of accountability.
But what about the crazy fucking idiots that are in those seats currently? They need to be deprogrammed to have a healthy justice system, because any system is only going to be as good as the health of the participants taking part in the system.
Yeah, well, I guess, it is always difficult to unseat a judge, but essentially that is what impeachment is for. You would impeach such judges, or you would try them perhaps under the new system, or they would just naturally. You would have a procedure of induction that when you instigated this new system, people would have to be certified through it, or they would have to attest to certain values and principles. And then when they failed to live up to them, the system would naturally depose them. It would naturally spit them out. It would naturally make them lose their seat of authority. And that would also be a test of accountability. That's why I say that these people should never be purged, because they are a wonderful troubleshooting, or what's it called, like problem case scenario. It's a way to test that the new system can survive them, because if you can make a system that is resilient to these people, then you've got a permanent structure that deserves to be thought of as having integrity to some degree, or at least would have proven its salt in that way.
Like your system that is proving itself to be high in integrity.
Well, my system still on paper can be redeemed in a flash. All I need is I would need to be part of a coup perhaps, and then I would set up a constitutional commission, and I would just fix everything that has been unlawfully broken. And I would charge people with crimes against humanity in terms of their constitutional damage that they have done to my legal system.
Yeah. Well, that sounds a bit easier to actually do compared to what I have planned for my country.
Well, I'm not actually planning a coup. I do believe that it's better to try to proselytize to the people, to the democracy, because in some sense, if a lot of people don't believe in the Constitution, then it's not tenable to have a supreme constitution that the majority of people have de facto repudiated. And so if there is a majority of the country that never believed in non-racialism, that never believed in the promise of the New South Africa, then the New South Africa needs to be smaller. And we might need to geographically change the border of the country so that we can reassert constitutional supremacy and leave those people behind that don't want to be part of the culture of the New South Africa and the new dawn that was betrayed by the people who sit in places now that do not deserve the seats that they occupy.
Like the feminist in my fucking country.
Yeah. But the system itself is still robust, is still fine. I mean, the system on paper works. It's just that it's been utterly betrayed, and it's been institutionally corrupted in terms of the constitutional law. But that's a separate sort of point. I mean, those things already agreed. They're overt. They're obvious on the face of them. You know that the system is in a disintegrity with itself because of this anti-racist, so-called racist ideology. You know, I mean, look at all the. Where's the missing generation in my country? You know, like if white privilege is so good, why is everyone fleeing from this country? You know, like it's sort of, so they were so successful at being disruptive to white privilege, and then it's caused this general devastation of the country. You know, it's like, you know, it's literally racism. You know, that's what we suffer from, is just a racist government while we've got an actual non-racialist constitution that has been stabbed in the back. Anyway, sorry. Being very, very sidetracked, I needed to add an important point of what I was saying, that the conspiracy thing is I mean, this is why the liberal order is so important, is because you can have, well, I mean, there's essentially everything connected with government contracts, or actually the government is also, they want to expand Black economic empowerment, saying that every company and every state-owned company already must have equity in their workforce, which corresponds with the population of the national sphere. So it doesn't matter that locally what the demographics are, the national demographics must be applied at every local level. And so the Western Cape, which is 50, I don't know what the current numbers are, but you know, the Western Cape has different demographics to the rest of the country. We have what is called the colored population, which are mixed, essentially. So Black and colored are not the same sort of racial, ethnic identity and culture in the Western Cape. And you know, when people talk about school intake, you know, of these better schools, they say, you know, no, we have to have affirmative action. We have to have Black economic empowerment. 80% of the students must be Black. And it's like, you're in a province where the majority of people in the province are colored, not Black. I think it's 40% now might be Black, because also my province gets a lot of people inflowing from other provinces because my province is the only province that isn't run by the national ruling party. It's run by an opposition party, and so we're the province that is probably the best run, essentially, or definitely it's the best run. I mean, every other place is like sort of falling apart, and everything gets stolen, and there's just so much corruption. But essentially, the racial chauvinism is usually what is used to disguise the overt corruption. But so, you know, and so everyone has a kind of vested interest into, because it pays dividends, as Victor Hansen. I really like listening to Victor Hansen. Anyway, it has this very sort of corrupt. You know, it's terrible because, you know, it's so self-denigrating when you treat yourself as a token, and that you demand to be treated as a token for, you know, sort of historical reparations or something like that, and that you are going to take one for the equilibrium. You know, you are going to be the recipient that helps brings balance between the identities. You know, it's such an immoral and disgusting self-instrumentalization that looks past your own merit, and it looks through your own merit in such a penetrating way that when you see merit outside of yourself, you want to disrupt it. You know, it really is such a sadistically edged psychopathic thing. And when you see people try to dignify this with morality, you can really see how this escalates into genocide.
Yeah. Well, and I was telling Billy, one of my clients I was talking with this past weekend, she was kind of boggled by this thing that she's dealing with. Now she's a dean in a hard science department. She doesn't play any of the group identity politics, any of the things. Her and her husband are both hard science professors. They have a son, all the things. So something that she has been experiencing recently is female students coming up to her and telling on male students and claiming they're gaslighting them and they wish to see them punished for it. Like,
off with their heads.
Yeah, and they keep checking back, like, what are you gonna do about him gaslighting me, like that's abuse and this and that, like. And she said, like, you brought up the sadistic thing. It's like they want to see these boys punished. I mean, this has nothing to do with what she teaches. They're literally probably in another class in psychology learning this fucking feminist bullshit, and they're bringing it into her class.
Wow.
But
you just become a psychopathic vampire, or
right.
And it's interesting because the more that you engage in that, the more alienated you are, even from your own embodiment. The more secluded, the more cut off your subconscious is from your ego in developing a healthy, independent identity complex within the false ego complex. See, the thing is that people don't want to leave the oceanic states, because to venture from the oceanic state, you're leaving the Garden of Eden, but then you're also,
But do you get taken care of in the oceanic state? Like you're not.
No, you're dependent on some structure that's going to provide. You have to be the recipient of some vicarious integrity. You have to be the recipient of some vicarious integrity.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why all false doctrine essentially amounts to this kind of dependence on the God of the world. Some people's God of the world they call Christianity, or they call vicarious redemption. They actually believe that somebody else will save them instead of their own understanding is the Christ consciousness that they everything is a transaction, or there's no light inside that is being clarity in their consciousness. They must live in darkness and ignorance, and then they must close their eyes and imagine that it's light. So they're praying with their eyes closed.
I mean, so that leads to developmental retardation problem that we have in our society.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting because, in some sense, people don't usually exactly graduate from every developmental. It's not a clean and cut dry process of moving from one developmental obstacle to the next, to the next, to the next. Usually, you're doing this all simultaneously to some degree, and if you retrace your steps, you can also go all the way back. These people are just they go out in skirmishes, and then they make sure not to leave enough structures so that they can still somewhat project things from the super ego or something like that. Or not all of them do that. Obviously, the cerebral histrionics don't do that. The cerebral histrionics have properly developed false ego complexes. They're just joining the mob. They want to be a kind of field marshal in the I mean, I think the Ku Klux Klan has the same kind of structure. That's why they have Grand Dragon Viziers, and then they have, I don't know what the other names are, but they all have these different mythological, ritualistic roles. That's the same thing that the social justice warriors have. They've got, they've got the cerebral histrionics. They've got the borderlines that actually are the true keepers of their ethos, that they actually project it around them, sort of psychosocially, and then others are just kind of creating the sophisticated babble that sort of lends credentials to this movement, you know. And so all the people in the sciences that are just so specialized that they can't have their field checked on by polymaths or by other people, they can get away with this, you know. They just make it sound sophisticated enough, and they say, "Oh, you don't understand if you're criticizing it. You don't understand."
Right.
But and then they get away with it with the Ponzi scheme, essentially, with the kind of, because it's a collective effort, it's a collective sort of specialization. Yes, obviously, I can't give an account of what can be understood by this, because they have the other pieces of the puzzle, and that's what everyone says. Everybody else says that they have the pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah.
There's no foundation. There's no.
There's nobody that's collecting the pieces of the puzzle and holding their feet to the fire.
There's no coherence fundamentally. It's all dependent on this, on just continually driving this process, which will, at some point, it will call for blood. It will call for sacrifice, because people won't believe it's real unless you're willing to feed it a soul. It will eventually require human sacrifice to feed. I mean, this is why the Mayans probably did their. I mean, look, I'm slightly projecting. I don't know, but I imagine that's how sacrificing things to Sumerian
Back
gods.
to McCarthy.
I'm about to make an important point from the conspiracy point. My whole thesis has been derailed. I was meandering towards a grand moral. Anyway.
You're working your way up to the pinnacle of a mic drop. Yeah, it's an interesting, like, I don't know, it's hard to even, like, there's a lot of poignant areas and ideologies and theses and etc. and they all carry merit, and it all matters, and it all kind of converge. And you guys were saying it's that intricate sort of dance as well, which this is, I suppose, in some ways, why it's so compounded, that just because people might have pieces of the puzzle doesn't mean there can therefore be a clear picture formed or a solution. Firstly, like, these pieces might be from different puzzles, and how those pieces are put together matters. You can't just sort of slapdash and just throw the pieces down and expect it to interlock with one another. There needs to be, and this is partly why we're kind of discussing it to such an extent, and understanding how those pieces connect, and where in that puzzle are they corner pieces, are they edge pieces, are they in the middle somewhere, you know, like.
Because I think your analogy, to the point that I was making, your analogy is slightly too broad. I mean, obviously, but there is some interesting other thing that you're alluding to there, which I think is worth delving into. But yeah, I'm quite conclusively saying that the picture that they even want to bring together, which when you bring those pieces together, because they don't perfectly fit together, and that's why, because no one has also the temerity to be able to say how they could come together. So they all just have to say no. They sort of virtually do come together because we're all part and parcel of this giant collective process, or something. Or they have some mythology that kind of covers it, or it's just a blank nebulous area in their own mind. But essentially, that the image that does end up being created, and that requires someone who actually has discerning. You have to discern what the actual image is, and I'll say that the image is doesn't have any integrity. It's the lack of self-coherence. It's the lack of an internal locus of control. It's literally just giving yourself over to the flow of history or the zeitgeist or something like that, and the idea that you need someone beyond the system to apply a kind of doctrine that you don't understand the doctrine thereof, but you need someone to fulfill or collectively fulfill the Führer. I mean, look, I call them proto-fascist because in some sense, they don't go the full hog. To go the full hog, you actually have to make it into an explicit religion that believes in the Führer, believes in the power of the Führer to provide doctrine to the system. And the doctrine that happens to the system is beyond. It actually destroys the ought is. No, it's not just that. It destroys the relativism. Sort of, you can't be objective and relativistic, and so they need someone who can claim to do both, and that's the position of the Führer, and that's sort of like I guess maybe that's the special elected cerebral histrionic to apply his vision over, and you just have to follow that vision, you know. And so even when you're losing the war, and he says kill all the youth and destroy all our resources, and you know, sort of completely salt the earth. You know, like people didn't carry out those orders, but those were the orders from the Führer in the final times. They were supposed to do that to prove that they didn't do that proves that they weren't proper supplicants or something like that. They didn't actually believe they weren't true believers, or who knows. I mean, it gets into sorry, it's almost like a fractal of its own insanity. But
Right.
sorry, that's almost a sidetrack. But yeah, so they haven't yet inculcated a Führer principle, but they have as a collective sentiment, which is that there must be equilibrium to the identity paradox. Sorry, to the identity matrix. The equilibrium must be brought into account, and they are kind of trying to conjure up a rainbow Hitler that can mediate between all the factions, which is not possible. Which is also why, you know, they also create these bubbles within their own fractured movements. You know, so it is self.
No. I think they are so psychologically brainwashed into this toxic masculinity narrative, and you know, masculinity bad, that they literally see Hitler when they see competent men. Like that's why Trump got fucking reamed 7 ways to Sunday.
Well, they have to, because if they don't come up with good stereotypes of bad evilness, they can't share the same reality with the people that sit beside them and that are shoulder to shoulder to them. So that's the only way that they can inhabit the same reality, is that they are all holding a pitchfork to the same target. And so that is the only thing that brings them together. That's the only source of social cohesion as well that sort of binds them, because they don't have belief in a Führer to father them. They have to be in the same process of devotion or something, or some kind of. They have to be active in their faith.
But I think it's their perception. I think they actually see that because that's what they've been entrained to see.
I don't. Well, I half agree. I mean, they're projecting it, and it takes effort to project it. So they are inculcating themselves in that dishonesty. They're like, I'm not choosing to project this. I'm projecting it, and it's true. And they know that. That's why they are in an overt bad faith. I think that they know what they're doing is a kind of game that they're just not being called on. And the more they get away with it, the more emboldened they are. And they're just kind of hyping themselves. I mean, this is the Nazis. They had to encourage people to have the confidence to do things. Like they would practice by breaking into liquor stores and stealing all the liquor. That's how they were like, look, because it's very hard to break the rules and break the structure. You need to do it bit by bit. You need to bring down the structure by gradients, you know. And so you push people to be transgressive. You push people, you know, to like, you know, let's dehumanize, let's insult, you know, we'll call white people gammon colored, or But every time you do this, you can only push yourself to the next rung by justifying it by how evil these people are, by how much pain and stuff, so you have to create a real big conspiracy, a real big campaign, and so because that's the only glue of social cohesion that you have, and so you really end up controlling everything by this hyper real propaganda of the conspiracy theory of white supremacy, And it's weird because, yes, there are structural problems in the society, but they've projected them onto this, very low resolution tribal psychopathology.
Right.
Anyway.
So this guy that has this channel, I was in part of his stream earlier. He was breaking down this video from the 90s. I guess this guy here, Derek Bell, he was the father of critical race theory.
Oh.
Is that true? I don't really know where it came from.
I think Du Bois is usually credited as being one of the major.
Well,
anyway.
let's listen to this shit, because I guess he's gonna make a short out of it, but this is fucking funny. I think you'll get a kick out of this site.
It's gonna be fantastic.
Can anybody track my mind? Does anybody know what the true beauty of this is? What is the true beauty of what this dude just said? What is it?
Right.
And pray, and I tell my students what we need is a white Jesse Jackson. So you wouldn't have that for white people, for black people, what have you. And I often pray, and I tell my students what we need is a white Jesse Jackson.
Oh man, and you know what the beauty of this is?
I don't know who Jesse Jackson is.
He's a black pastor of some sort, or he's a.
Let me show you the true beauty of what this dude said, and you guys are see, you've been here with me, and I have just created a new clip. I've just created a new clip. I just created it, man, in my mind. I'm gonna have this ready for tonight.
I often pray, and I tell my students what we need is a white
pastor,
Jesse
right?
Jackson.
Okay.
I don't understand. I don't get the reference, so I don't understand the humor. Or is it just? Is this just an obscure?
Fade in, and then once that you see that fade in come in, this is what you're gonna see.
Trump.
Is that's Jesse Jackson?
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's Jesse Jackson with Trump.
Can I get a cash out? The dude that funded Jesse Jackson. Oh, can I get a cash out? Oh, can you answer me? Can you answer me, CRT8? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I need a picture of them in the Trump Tower. When he was funding the Rainbow Coalition. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Woo.
So I don't know the quality of Jesse Jackson's cultural contribution on the race issue or on So this might be going over my head.
Yeah. Well,
in both ways.
The irony. It's irony.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, you can't.
Because that's exactly what dude was talking about. And
Dr. Bell, we need a white Jesse Jackson. The dude that was fucking Jesse Jackson at the time that Dr. Bell was saying it, it's on the screen.
right?
I mean, I think I intimated what's going on. I get it.
And you rejected it.
So Trump was funding Jesse Jackson at the time that this dude was even talking. And then he eventually became president, and then these fucking idiots rejected him. That's the irony. Like, because Trump was always on the left, right? Yeah. No, this channel.
I just wish I knew what Jesse Jackson's politics was himself in terms of speaking on these kinds of issues.
He was
like
a lawyer.
Oh, is he?
Is he? Do you know?
I don't know enough about American.
I don't know. They were going through. He was kind of breaking down this talk with this guy. I guess he's one of the authors of critical race theory.
And that was being said at the time Derek Bell made that statement.
Yeah, 92. And then that picture that he pulled up is Trump and Jesse Jackson during that time.
Yeah.
And then he got into office, and this side fucking rejected him completely. So, yeah, this guy's he's just pointing out the hypocrisy of critical race theory and socialism, and pretty much calling out the bullshit.
The
He's
lack of awareness as well, it would seem.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this guy's pretty good at pointing out just they're not a fan of the diversity, inclusion, equity policies either. So I just thought that was funny. Random funny. Because it's ironic. I don't think that dude at that time, though, realized how allergic the mainstream public, mainstream media was going to be to masculinity, though. Like
Dr. Bell, or who?
Yeah. Yeah, because that was in 92. So feminists hadn't taken everything over.
Is it only being sort of highlighted present time now, or was it not noticed back in 92?
What? That Trump was...
The hypocrisy, yeah, that Trump was thumbing up with him, yeah. Because then if it was not realized, I mean, how many decades is it, like 30 decades?
Yeah, that's 30 years.
I mean, it was 3 decades.
Yeah.
30 years, yeah.
And that's what he was pointing out. He's like, yeah, in this video, he's like, the same language. Wow, isn't it the same damn language they're using today? This was 3 fucking decades ago. Only it's not the men that are talking about it. It's the women that are fucking pushing it big time these days.
It seems to be also like people's memories aren't as... Not only has IQ been dropping, but people's memories aren't as good as they used to be.
Yeah.
They easily forget. Or maybe it's they intentionally dismiss things that go against their beliefs, their narrative, or whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you are fundamentally antithetical to integrity, like in a lot of your structures, then you kind of have to... You have to confabulate and to bridge gaps in order just to kind of, because the thing that you're tracking is more a kind of I guess you get more dependent on whatever the thing is driving that, and so you kind of get more. You get more simplistic, I guess, because you can't contend integration between the sides of the mind. You kind of are back to your primary sort of starting block all the time, and you can't sort of make much more than.
Like, isn't there an expression like convenient amnesia?
Selective memory.
Or selective memory, yeah.
Yeah. But that's a conscious thing, right?
Yeah, because you're making a selection. You're choosing.
Yeah. What's your subconscious selecting for you?
And then you can kind of like tie in things like ideas like out of sight, out of mind. So as long as they don't.
I'm bad about that. Yeah, right. I'm actually, and I know that about myself. I'm like, if I want myself to forget something, I'll go put it somewhere where I don't pass by it, where I don't see it.
I think it all has to do probably with the subconscious.
Yeah.
Because, it's just that sort of when you're bandwidth. I guess it depends how amorphous your subconscious is, and sort of how you can demorph it and remorph it, perhaps. Because I must say I'm having a problem making parallels between topics, but it probably also makes it easier for me to communicate and to be followed, because I was all over the place because I was communicating sort of disparate things simultaneously, rather than sort of being more focused.
What, today?
And I'm capable of being derailed a lot worse, perhaps also because I'm trying to build towards thematic points as well. But so anyway,
well, you paint a very elaborate picture of things, but you have the ability to do that. Billy does that too. He'll go on the. I mean, me, I'm just like I just get to the point. I'm not thematically as artistic as y'all.
Yeah, like
I mean, I think I do that. Sorry.
Billy?
No, I just said throw us a banana or we'll slip. We'll derail. We'll try and, because this is the thing, is like it's not as, in some ways there is a simplicity behind it. There is like a linear kind of like progression, and we can try and make it in a sort of linear sort of fashion, like especially if we want to catalog like historically what has happened over the years. That kind of makes it easier to be linear. Yeah. But what we find is that
you bring the creative aspect into it.
Or it's like going down the rabbit hole kind of analogy. Yeah. It turns out there are branches, and it's not really just a simplistic rabbit hole. It's like a network of tunnels. So there's more than one way of approaching topics, and in that kind of process, ideas can take all sorts of directions.
Yeah. And pop up spontaneously.
Yeah, if you're not keeping a sort of overall mental account of what you're talking about, you can, I don't know, it's like you kind of experience this, but if you don't remember like your main point that you're trying to make, you could get lost in these networks of tunnels and exploration.
But that's why it's important to bounce the ideas off of people, because if they're paying attention, they can help bring you back if you need to.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I mean, that could be just.
I mean, that's one of the sort of tricks when people are trying to like word salad you into manipulation, is they try intentionally to make you get lost in these rabbit holes and tunnels.
Right. Yeah. They're pushing you into these corners in bad faith, though. They're trying to keep you from the fucking point.
Yeah, definitely. Like their objective is to stop you from reaching some sort of conclusion or some sort of punchline or point that's being made. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like we do the backwards of the mental gymnastics. We do the mental gymnastics to reach the truth. They do the mental gymnastics to keep people from it.
Well, I think we're aware how easy it can be to get disorientated in these sort of avenues of exploration, which is one of the reasons I think it's important to us to bring it back to the point or try to remember what it is we're trying to communicate. Otherwise, not only are we losing the audience, but we're also kind of like losing our own sense of self because you turn around and be like, what was I talking about? I can't even, I lost my chain of thought.
Yeah.
And it's irritating. No one likes to sort of forget it.
I was just going to summarize that perhaps is that it ends up being a disjuncture of what it is that we are collectively participating towards. Like we're stepping outside of the purpose of that is the thing that we are actively trying to engage in. And so as that boundary is being cast not just by one of us but by all of us essentially and so the disjuncture of the participatory co-context or something like that, or co-created context. But I mean, do you think that people do try to sort of go so quickly also so that you don't notice the lack of fidelity in the chain of their thinking, essentially, that they're just trying to fast forward to the point where they can sadistically impel you by some important conclusion that they reach by sort of useless rationalization.
Yeah.
But I was also going to say that I think the reason why perhaps I've slowed down slightly is because I was stuck in a few indecisions and also burdened by a lot of things that I was saddled with and also working on my theory at the same time, where I have to juggle all these things because I have to make sure that I keep them modeled so that I know that they need to be integrated or whatever. And I think that what perhaps can happen, maybe there are multiple ways in which this can happen, is that when you just have one subconscious sort of entity that you're working from, rather than a fragmented or multiple subconscious. So some people can have more than one subconscious sort of operating simultaneously. The one is doing one thing, the one is tracking another thing. And so you can sort of use them both. It's almost like having a shadow clone helping you in the engagement, in the fray. But that essentially is probably also symbolic of you being somewhat branched and divided in your own sort of intellectual, because you're not sort of creating a cogent, holistic, sort of travel through the thing that you're negotiating, at least in the sense that you're making. And
but don't you need some of that in order to be able to look at things from so many different perspectives, like to step into somebody's shoes, for instance, try to view it from there,
I don't, you see, like I'm thinking about this, if it's necessarily like a negative or pejorative sort of thing to be in a state of subconscious fragmentation. I mean, they could be feasible ways of doing it with a kind of with an internal check, where it's like, I know that I'm creating a split. The split is for a particular context to be used in a particular purpose, and then there's going to be an integration, or because when you split, are they completely separate, or are they sharing certain modules, or some of the subconscious ingredients that make up these two conduits of the identities that are actually being avatared in, that is your being that you're bringing to the unconscious participation or something like that. Like, so you've got more than one hand in the process, but now these hands at some point they must holistically join and have one head. But if you do sometimes seemingly use two heads at some point, I wonder. I mean, right now maybe I'm just in a mental, because I mean, in metagram I have two emotional tones in my stimulus, because I'm a double circuit within my personality model. But I do believe that I'm in the process of at least hopefully stopping the metagram circuitry, or at least being able to be vigilant and watch for it and to not engage in it, as it were. But then I'll still have my meta type, which in my current model, I don't think that you can actually escape from your meta type.
Really? So there's
Yeah,
no
but-
hope for these fucking useful idiots. So
No,
the
because
helicopter with them.
because the pathological elements are in the metagram, or at least that's my current sort of how my model is looking. That you can. It might technically be possible to have a different metatype, but I believe that if you did that, it would be like formatting your hard drive. You would have to like literally, your brain would essentially be scrambled. You would be overwriting information in a different format, you know,
Yeah.
and so at least I mean I actually spoke about that in one of my recent recordings that I haven't uploaded. I spoke about that particular kind of theoretic. Anyway, so I must go to the bathroom at some point, but
Okay.
okay, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the splitting sort of segment here is that's an interesting. Yeah, like there's like a hard split where pathologically it's not really very useful. Like if someone's got DID or multiple personality disorders, it's not exactly you know, it's like you're dealing with someone. Well, it's like which personality, which identity are you interacting with at any given time? But in a more practical sense of splitting, yeah, like it's definitely, I think, a useful skill to have. And like as Psych is saying, it's sort of, yeah, it's like you might, as we're having these discussions.
But I think that going back to what he was talking about with the masks, more or less, or what we've talked about before, you know, with your shadow work and whatever, and behavior and how to counteract stuff. I think on that spectrum of whatever's needed for that situation.
Yeah, so
I don't know if I would say that's another identity, though.
So splitting maybe in the sense of, well, like Psych's example, like having hands. So your hands are like tools. So splitting in a sense of having a tool to deal with a situation can be much more beneficial. It's like how we have conversations, and now and again we'll interject with, like maybe with you, good mother, you might start talking about your hairstyling career, or something like that, or maybe we're talking about parenting, and then, but it's not, we're not handling the entire live stream from my parental point of view. We just sort of interject these now and again. Or earlier, I interjected a bit of diabetes in there to help assist with a point that's trying to be made. So these aren't necessarily like personalities that are being interjected, but there is a bit of a split of, I suppose, like other experiences or abilities or whatever contribution someone might need to handle that situation. I mean, if we had someone here who is very scientific, they might start talking about the science of something that's been happening to further their point.
Yeah.
I probably have to refine my thinking about this because some of these things are conceptually a bit novel to me myself. But I think that what it could potentially be is that people are different in different contexts because there's a large participatory arena, and you have different ingredients that you can bring to the table and show up in a subsection of that arena. And so you're different around different people to correspond to different people. And in some sense, you can, when you are receiving stimulus in your current embodiment or persona mask, then you can actually choose to take it more than one way. You can take it in a settled way in which you've really decided to show up and that I'm taking it in that way, or you can redirect it and say, actually, I don't have a good response to that, but somebody else in my repertoire, in my closets, in my fancy, you know, it's like you have an array of clothing and you have different outfits that you can bring to a place.
Yeah,
and,
so like
and while you're doing it, you can perhaps you can even renegotiate your own identity. You can say, like, I'm going to quickly I'm going to add the hat now to what I'm doing now, and then that's going to disjunction other people perhaps, because then they're going to notice now that you're changing your motif, or you're changing your interface in the dynamic participatory realm. So you're actually you're ripping the rug out of other people. I mean, if you do it in a slow enough way, you could perhaps introduce it. You could say, and now I'm going to do this. You can perhaps, you could literally navigate through it, or you could do it through a kind of shadow puppetry in the background, where it's like you don't know who you're talking to. Like, I'm going to be this in that response, and then I'm going to, be Jekyll and Hyde, or something like that. So maybe but it comes from your contemplative switch, because the subconscious can be a switchboard, or it can just be like a child, maybe like it is what it is, and it's all on. It's you're wearing it on the sleeve.
Yeah, but you actually have to go into these different environments to collect these pieces. If you stay in the same loop or bubble or thing that you were talking about, where these people repeat these patterns, where they don't try different fucking patterns or do really anything else, they won't collect any of these things, I don't think.
Well, you see, these collections are in some sense, you will naively collect them, and then it's up to you to put them in a filing cabinet and to what's the words, itinerize these things and to structure these things into things, because and you have to identify and label them and things like that, and put them into your own ordering system, because otherwise you'll just do it unconsciously. And in some sense, that I think is the problem, is that if you just are unconsciously channeling your subconscious, if you are showing up in such a way that you're constantly reacting to what you are participating with, then you have no internal locus of control, because you're not responsible for how you're presenting your mask, because you're saying, oh no, you thought I'm reacting into having to add to my dress, because now you're forcing me to bring a shield to this match. Whereas you can still add a shield, but when you would do it with dignity, you would say, or with integrity, you would say, now because you have done this, you are changing the nature of this. You would kind of maybe you would narrate it, or you would meta narrate it, or you would try to co-chair it so that it was done out in the open. It was done honestly.
Right. But I think in order to change patterns of behavior, one must take a thing out of their unconscious. Like, first it requires somebody to tell you that this is a thing. And if you want to change that, like, you have to practice doing this other thing. And then once you practice, it becomes unconscious that you do these things.
It's almost like you're talking about like life skills and experience. So maybe in the beginning, like a child will play dress up, and they're putting all sorts of a hat with boots, and they look kind of ridiculous, the combination, but they kind of learn what's appropriate and what complements other aspects of their wardrobe. And they develop a sense of kind of like style or flair or fashion or whatever. And it kind of in a kind of normal, healthy sort of way, it would kind of work. But with people we're seeing sort of in your crazy bitch boot camp kind of thing, your collection, they haven't learned how to coordinate these different fashion senses or these masks or whatever. So they're bringing the inappropriate style or trait to either like the table or the situation. And
the wrong ingredients.
The wrong ingredients or whatever, and it's not.
We're making pizza, not fucking salami. Like,
so there's like a clashing going on. And the way from other people's point of view, it's kind of either like maybe it might be obvious or apparent, or it doesn't quite resonate or harmonize. There's something a bit off. They kind of sense it, like you're bringing an umbrella, but it's not raining, kind of thing.
Right.
But from their point of view, they're not. They haven't learned with the life experience and testing to see what works and what not. or they haven't processed like feedback to know what's right or what's wrong.
Right, because people haven't been honest with them, and they've been malignantly fucking tolerant of these idiots for so long that people aren't used to hearing, oh, hey, you're being fucking obnoxious right now. Hey, can you tone it down? Hey, you're not the fucking center of attention where you could, you know.
So with those kind of people, they're switching between these masks, wardrobes, or whatever.
Right.
I mean,
just to see what gets attention.
They're splitting.
Yeah.
They're splitting is much more clearly. It appears as a switch. It's more abrupt when it happens. It's like you upset them, and suddenly it's like, whoa, you've become a monster. Now you're getting aggressive and shouting and insulting me and becoming like Larry or whatever.
Oh, wait, is that? Remember the lady we were watching, and you said her micro expressions were all kind of over the place? Is that kind of
that's with like the body language in the micro, that's kind of like a subtlety of what's going on, but it might not be that can perhaps contribute or lead up to it,
right?
But a lot of time, I mean, yeah, you might like this is where they get a misinterpreted. You might make a joke, and they take offense to it, and now
like about rape.
The entire mood has changed. You know, it's like not just the interaction between those two people, but everyone else listening can sense like, well, this conversation has taken a turn.
Yeah.
You know, but with people who are a bit more integrated and a bit more with life experiences and skills and understanding what's appropriate for the situation, they can kind of either like take it on the chin, but they can sort of deal more appropriately with the situation. So even though they might split to some degree, they might get a bit defensive or be a bit more alert to following remarks or whatever. They might not have a meltdown and explode. They can kind of realize they have so not only life experience and life skills, but also situational awareness of what's going on.
Yeah. Hey, Psych, do you like rape jokes?
I used to, with my male friends at university, we used to tell a lot of rape jokes.
Okay, so I heard this MGTOW Maddie gentleman came in and just bombarded us with a whole bunch. But my favorite one was, I think, what do you call a fat chick with a rape whistle?
What?
Optimistic. Sorry, that's my favorite one.
Can't find that too funny because I was engaged with anyway. I like bigger. I usually like fuller. Well, that's usually. I guess I don't necessarily have a preference, but I'm indifferent. Like anyway, but Although hip to waist ratio is a
important
thing. You know, you can't just be sort of a square.
We're talking about like 300-400 pounds.
Yeah.
And 5'5".
Well, I mean, I guess like I'm not saying that. Well, yeah. I mean, well, anyway. Well, sorry. Why am I talking about myself? But I just want to say, so this has been embarrassing for me to perhaps say, but, you know, like, I mean, I've heard Sam Buckner talk about splitting, but I often forget about the jargon and exactly what it means. But I'm just trying to think. I think I follow what you're saying, and I mean, I have at some point known, and I've forgotten what splitting exactly is, but perhaps what it is mechanically is that obviously the subconscious context has radically, you know, shifted into something new, into a radical kind of redeployment. And I think that it feels different because there's a projection onto the participatory arena. There's a projection of a context there. So it's sort of like, but that it's not being shared with you, or it's been also perhaps slightly covertly being mixed in, because without that projection on the participatory domain, there is no excuse for them to augment their subconscious. So they want to bring a different subconscious identity presence to bear, but they can only do that with a projection onto the environment simultaneously to justify it, to trigger it. So it's like they are making a projection in order to trigger the deployment of a different presence or a different identity. And, you know, and I do think that, you know, sort of when you feel rejected by other people, like you were kind of describing, is
that should be a clue to fucking change. I mean, people don't like that, right?
No, well, I was talking about the thing where Billy was talking about where you feel like you're on the wrong side, or that almost like there's no redemption because there's no sort of, you know, like well, what was the example that you gave, Billy? Like when you tell a bad joke or something.
Well, yeah, you might tell a joke and you mean it lightheartedly. You know, you're not really trying to start a fight or anything like that. But the other person, because they lack perhaps the context or the awareness or the experience or whatever, they don't see the funny side of it, and instead, not only are they getting upset, but they've switched into this kind of monster to really like go on the attack.
Yeah.
And so the entire mood of the conversation has kind of like abruptly changed.
Well, because they got offended by it, right?
Yeah.
That would.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they took it personally.
Yeah.
They would have to take that personally.
So there's kind of like, I suppose, a few other kind of factors. So like you've injured them, you've bruised their ego, so they feel like perhaps they are now justified and have to assert themselves. And if that person hasn't maybe got the capabilities of it, they might evoke that other sort of the monstrous side of themselves to do the fighting on their behalf or something like that.
Well, I mean, just going somewhat deeper into the issue maybe is that they obviously, before they triggered that safety mechanism or coping strategy or something like that, obviously the thing that you've trespassed on is something closed, or it's dogmatic. It's a structure which they depend on and which they're not open to having, you know, sort of be shifted or something like that. And maybe it's because they've got a whole associative subconscious sub-routine of a context where they need a coping strategy or they need a survival strategy. They've got like something that they have to handle. And maybe it's not a good coping strategy. It's way too sensitive. It's way too raw. And it needs to sort of be reformulated. But, you know, obviously not every person engaged in participation or conversation is capable of quickly turning into a therapist and saying, you know, well, let's defuse this and let's, we don't exactly have that kind of culture. But I mean, also because there would be a lot of charlatans and quacks, but also because
we already have that many. We already have that. The ones that are supposed to be credentialed, the majority of those are fucking charlatans and quacks. So that's one of the main problems. Did you see the masculinity division of the American Psychological Association psych?
No, is it like 65% woman, or is it 70% woman?
Pretty much. They have a masculinity division.
I'm gonna have to bounce. It's getting really late here. I would love to stay on though, but time restrictions, I'm afraid. Sorry. Psych and Mandy, it's been wonderful talking to you this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
And you as well, Billy.
Hope to talk again soon. Cool. Maybe I'll try and. Is the mic better since I logged out and jumped back in?
Yeah. Yep. It didn't do that again.
Nope, it didn't.
Okay. All right. Hope it stays that way then. Okay, so take care. Speak to you guys again soon.
All right, Billy.
Cheers.
Have a good night. Yeah, look at this shit.
So when you say, I thought you meant sort of the difference, how many men there were in the field and how many women. It's just actually a split in terms of their view on toxic masculinity kind of stuff.
No, it's the division just for masculinities, the study of men and masculinities.
Division 51. That actually sounds like a dystopian hit squad.
I feel like they're not doing what they say they're doing.
There's no mention in their mission statement about communicating things to women. So it's a one-way street. The Division 51 is a one-way street.
Here's their mission statement. Hey, JC. Institute. I'm gonna have to find a better rape joke.
Oh my word!
Is that why do I find that so fucking cringy? Like,
I can imagine this being like if the Nazi regime existed in this time and day, that this would be a website for like how to deal with the Jewish problem, and then this would be like Division 51 of dealing with the Jewish problem. Like this is promotes the critical study of how ethnicity shapes and constricts. Okay, I guess I can't parody it that well, but I mean that's the tone I get from this.
Yeah,
it's like the most clinical, formula of scapegoating and dehumanizing or demonizing. This is the ideological fulcrum that takes the burden of the entire proto-fascistic. They're willing to perform up to this level to circle the square.
Yeah, I didn't even learn about this until I saw Warren Farrell's discussion on impact theory with Tom Bilyeu, where he was talking about the boy crisis. And he mentioned him and Jordan Peterson discussing with the president of the masculinity division at the American Psychological Association. I was like, the APA has a fucking masculinity division? Let me check this out. And this is what I found.
JC is actually, the third point is actually ironic because it's like literally an example of itself. Like that is an endeavor to erode, constraining. No, it's not an example of itself, but it is itself seeking to constrain definitions of masculinity.
JC is our representation here from the left. He has some things to say about this. He's in Thailand, actually, by the way. He left California a while ago and has been hanging out in Thailand. He said the feminism is quite a lot more than last time he was there.
Oh, wow.
He said there's a lot more lesbians and gays everywhere, like publicly.
I went to Thailand when I was 14 years old on a school trip for like a month. and I went to Singapore and Thailand, and I saw a cross-dresser in a Singaporean McDonald's.
Yeah.
That was, I think, the only experience that I had while I was there during my whole trip.
Oh, I thought that was a beard for a second. I was like, what the fuck?
No.
Are you in Thailand with that whole setup? Are you living there?
Yeah, I am. I'm
Hey,
not just
move.
here on holiday.
That's right. I'm so rude. I'm Steven. Nice to meet you. Or just call me
What's
Zach.
up, Steven? I've been around for a while. I just haven't been on the last couple months or whatever since I got here. But I've seen you and I've listened to you quite extensively, man. So nice to be here with you.
Cool. Oh, I can certainly rant about weird stuff.
Yeah, I'm a MGTOW, red pillar, purple pillish, whatever. Definitely about men's rights, and I'm an anti-feminist. I believe in equal opportunity. But I don't believe in the quality of outcome, and I definitely don't believe that we have feminists to thank for anything really positive. So,
Yeah.
feminism has given men the right to sit down and shut the fuck up. Ooh, let me celebrate that shit.
Right. Well, Psych doesn't want me to kill him, so he likes the useful idiots everywhere.
Well, I mean, my question would be: would you be more effective from prison, or...
Well, it would be for the greater good. So, what do you have to say about this, JC?
It's just another self-aggrandizing institution of feminism that looks like it's trying to vilify everything that makes a man man. I noticed the first thing I noticed is masculinities in the plural, as though there are multiple types of masculinity.
Right.
Immediately degrading what it is to be a man. So in my TikToks, I talk about the 3 pillars of men: responsibility, accountability, and integrity. And there are other things: kindness, patience. A lot of things that go into making a man a real man. Being reliable and things like that. So either you're a man and you're masculine, or you're not, in my opinion. And I've known so many men through my lifetime. And I did a TikTok about that. Just don't laugh, but the beta males are real men too. You don't have to be a chest beating, steroided up alpha to be reliable, to be responsible, to be polite, kind, considerate, dependable. You don't have to be steroided up, center of attention, somewhat narcissistic to be a husband, to be a father, to earn respect from your family, your peers, your coworkers, your community. And a couple of people commented, "Oh, what the fuck," and I'm like, well, and you don't have to agree. I don't need you to agree to know that I'm right.
Yeah.
So seeing these kinds of things, it's just more in our face evidence that being a man is on the verge of being a crime. That masculinity, that they're saying that they're trying to promote masculinity, but they're not. Now, I will say that I'll refer to it as the 50s mentality of what it is to be a man. It is outdated. It is important for men to spend time self-reflecting and, to understand who they are internally. And that was something that was chastised, and men were encouraged to not do this. I do believe in stoicism. I think it's important for men to be stoic in a lot of ways. I think it's part of what makes us leaders, but good and efficient leaders. Because you can't just go around walking around like, no offense, but like a woman letting all your shit hang out.
Right. Right.
But so yeah, things like this is they're the opposite of what I say, and they're the opposite of what a lot of men in the manosphere say, whether it's MGTOW content or otherwise. But my point was, I do believe that it's counterproductive for men to suppress their feelings, and to not acknowledge them, specifically internally. You don't have to share all that shit with the world, going around and crying on camera and shit. But denying how we feel and not dealing with that and managing it, causes a lot of problems. So, I do promote that, self-reflection and internal growth. I believe in spirituality. I don't believe in religion. And spirituality, a lot of people get that twisted. Spirituality just comes back to what I was saying. It's about acknowledging who you are, what you've done, owning it. That's my phrase. I've been using that one for a long time. Own it. Just own your shit. All of it. Good, bad, the things you've done, the things that other people have done to you, But beyond that, this is just further emasculation of what it is to be a man. They're talking about how masculinity is constraining men, and just hearing their little, I forget what you said this page was, their mission statement or whatever.
Statement. Yeah.
Yeah. Groups like this would, prefer for, the majority of men going around not identifying as masculine, not identifying as a man.
Bottom surgery.
They would like most of us to, use some alternative pronoun. But it's like this overwhelming willingness to ignore our biological history, of a long time, hundreds of thousands of years, and our biological imperatives and, the realities of the world as it existed before, the last 200 years, maybe, when women were absolutely dependent on men for their day-to-day survival, for their defense, for provision, and yes, it's a teamwork, it's not like women have been sitting in the shadows, just stoking the fire and eating bonbons. Oh, hang on a second, please. I got a repair guy here. Hang on.
Yeah. I think I hear birds in his background.
I wonder what time it is there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder, it might be in the morning.
Yeah. I think I hear birds. Pretty sure. This morning it was dishes. His woman was making him some food.
I was watching a video recently, which was an interview on Spiked, which is a British kind of counterculture. I think Brendan Lee. I heard that's his surname. So quite a nice guy. He's kind of like a journalist, writer, and he interviewed this TERF. Maybe I've got that wrong. I don't know if she identifies as a feminist anymore or something like that.
Wait, what's a TERF?
Those are kind of feminists that reject the transgender thing. I think that's what they call them.
Okay,
she was saying
I've heard that before.
And she was saying some very interesting things, because the whole interview was about her defiance to the trans movement, which dissolves gender. And she said some very interesting things that are kind of relevant. So I just wanted to maybe chime in on that. But because their language semantically already invalidates the category. It already it decomposes it into a completely new thing. So they do this by literal kind of semantic inception. But I also think that, again, like these people, what they're doing is they're using the power of the abyss to absorb and feed. They're just feeding things into this abyss, and they're capturing things. They're taking them from people. They're taking them from people's reality. And
right.
But I mean, in some sense, I think that that's great, because then we're going to have these zombies, and they'll be beautiful examples for other people.
See, you want them to be living. I would like to make beautiful examples you know, in
No,
the
murals won't
square,
work.
hanging
No,
them
how
from
will
a pike. Yeah, putting them on a stick. They can make lovely examples, and they don't even have to say anything.
they won't last as long.
Yeah, but they also won't do as much damage.
All the
People
damage
will
that they do is no. We deserve all the damage that happens. It deserves to happen.
No. See, there's that white man guilt again.
That's got nothing to do with guilt. If the structure can't,
That's your flagellation, Psych.
we should tell them where the lines are, but the lines, they're not crossing any lines. Sadly, if we want to say that they're doing something, in my country they're crossing lines, but in some sense the judges crossed the lines first, and they committed betrayal first in my system. But anyway,
Right.
The judges were the first to be institutionally corrupted. Maybe not exactly chronologically. There was a lot of political corruption before that, but essentially it became unforgivable when the judges got in on it, essentially, and helped ideologically facilitate it.
So this part of the conversation, they were talking about the online stuff, and then Jordan Peterson brought up the whole thing he likes to bring up when he's trying to discuss why men can't fucking defend themselves against crazy women. And then Heather completely derailed the conversation. So I was wondering if we could have a look at this and maybe draw some lines. Because he brings up a really good point, and what they talk about the internet. And
is the point that he brings up is that men can hit each other, therefore men have to keep themselves in check, whereas men can't hit women, therefore women can just fly off the handle, and there's no limit to how they can escalate. Is that the point that he brings?
He's talking about it linguistically.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So sorry. Well, let's not. JC, do you want to go back? I was just trying to sidetrack so that you could continue without.
Are those birds, by the way?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, I knew it.
They're outside. They're just part of the natural landscape out here.
Yeah,
believe it or not, I'm about 20 minutes from downtown Bangkok, and it's still pretty nice. So.
Nice. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, so if you want to continue with the Brett Weinstein, Jordan thing, that's fine. If you want me to pick up where I left off, that's fine.
Yeah, I think you can pick. I mean, I was just also saying that, I think that the language of that essentially invalidates the category of gender fundamentally, or it completely subverts it into their crazy thing where there is no such thing. Gender must include non-binary as a third gender, essentially. There must be this, which completely breaks the actual concept fundamentally. But that's what they do, is that they are subverting they're decompartmentalizing how your frame of reference, how you judge things, how you have contemplative view of things. They are dissolving them and incepting you into their ideology, essentially. And and they're doing it by semantics, by pure semantics. They're just corrupting the language unilaterally, essentially, forcing you to talk like them, or masculinities. Anyway, sorry. That was the only point.
Go ahead.
I watched the Spiked interview recently. It was between this woman who was, I don't know if it's correct to call her a TERF or not, but she was being interviewed by Spiked because she's gotten a lot of flack for resisting the trans movement. And it's interesting because she's very feminist herself. And, it's interesting watching how feminists are perhaps seeing. It's interesting because how I think she doesn't call herself a feminist anymore, but I would be very interested to know what your opinion on her is based on that interview, because the contentions that she still has, I think some of them are a bit toxic. I think some of them are a bit hyperbolic and a bit of a projection in some sense. And in some sense, women aren't owning enough of the fact that they're fueling their own dissatisfaction, but she frames women very much like, she complains that there's misogyny everywhere. Sorry, Mandy.
Is she a lesbian? Because I find
no, she has
lesbian. Yeah. Okay.
Is this a woman from the UK?
Yes,
who got a lot of press coverage? Yeah, I'm familiar with that story. I can't say I've seen the specific interview with Spike, but I'm familiar with her position and the reactions from various groups and individuals. And I think she took out a billboard at one point.
Because I think she actually says that she doesn't call herself a feminist anymore, but I think she still is technically something like a second wave feminist. So I just wanted, what is your view on her views?
So I think what she's experiencing, a lot of women who called themselves feminists, especially the second waivers, are experiencing, which is with the trans movement, they're experiencing the fruits of their labor, and they don't like it. It's making, it's leaving a bitter taste in their mouth, and as well as it should, because the fruits of their labor have created this, and it's encroaching on their femininity now. I am not transphobic. I believe people have the right to be what they want or whatever, but like Jordan Peterson and others have stated and taken a stance on, do not hijack the fucking language. We have language for a reason. Words have meaning for a reason, so that we can clearly define, clearly understand. And all of the misinterpretations, twisting the meanings, obfuscation of what a word really means. The use of the word misogyny is so overused. I see women on TikTok and other people dropping it all the time, absolutely misplaced. I've known people in real life, women, who are feminists, bisexual, lesbian, whatever kind of, feeling they like their independence, and not young women, women in their 40s and whatnot, talking about how misogynist. Mm-hmm. Bitch, you don't seem to understand what the word really means. Right. Misogyny is a hate for women. A man not agreeing with you, a man not holding the door, the man held the door for you. All of these things are now misogynist behavior. Fucking ridiculous. So this is part of the hijacking of the language. Concerning this woman, I think some of the things that she has said is toxic. But I think there are a lot of women experiencing this realization that the femininity and the female that they were fighting for through being a feminist has been hijacked as well, just as feminism has tried to hijack masculinity and what it is to be a man for many years. And I believe in equality, again, of opportunity. I don't believe in equality of outcome. People do the same job, they should make the same money, but a man works 60 hours and a woman works 30, they should not be making the same fucking salary. And vice versa. If the dude's working 30 and she's working 60, I don't think they're entitled to the same salary. I believe in meritocracy for the most part, until it comes to UBI and universal health care.
And that's what makes you go left.
Right. Well, I believe that society has a responsibility to its citizens. If not, you're going to end up as a third world country.
Okay. I agree with that, but I think the responsibility is holding other people accountable and a responsibility to telling them the truth.
Yeah, there definitely is that.
Yeah.
You don't think private charity is perhaps better at holding people accountable without creating perverse incentives?
Private charities also have a way of being hijacked and becoming the megaphone for one person's particular set of beliefs or another, as opposed to just being a neutral party, that is acting in are they acting in the best interest of society is a subjective question, and it depends on who you're asking. If they're promoting a neutrality that some people don't like, well, then no, they're not acting in the best interests of society from that person's point of view. Whereas there are other people that will agree with their neutrality and think that it's.
I shouldn't try to entangle you in a political kind of because anyway.
No, I don't think. I think nonprofits and private organizations play a role, definitely, but I do not think that they should be the de facto that we as a society turn to. I think in reality, because I've worked with many nonprofit clients in my profession, that a lot of burden has been placed upon them because our institutions, our local, state, city, federal governments continuously cut back on the services and providing access and assistance to the public, that they've traditionally been tasked with, because that's where the tax money goes. And they're continuously receding from that while continuing to take in the same amounts of money, has forced a lot of individuals to go seeking help from nonprofits. And so the demand for nonprofits to step in and fill the void, because nature abhors a vacuum, has been great over the last, maybe 15 years, maybe even 20, but definitely the last 15 years. So there's been a shift in where the burden of responsibility is. And just in the end, yes, the private institutions play an important role, but I again don't think they should be the de facto. I don't think they are, and I don't believe in big government either, and bloatedness and all of this stuff. There's so much streamlining that should occur. Difference between the U.S. and the UK or Canada. In Canada, Corona came, they announced a lockdown, everybody started getting a check. No questions asked. There's no criteria. You don't have to go fill out special forms or anything. In the U.S., people that needed it had to jump through hoops. People that needed it, who were facing eviction because they were literally directly put out of work, found themselves in positions of being homeless and fighting with the government to get the benefits that the government said that were there for them, that they were qualified to receive. And this drug on for people for months and months and months. So those are some of the things that I see happening that caused me to not think that these things should be privatized. And like this organization that we were just looking at, they're privatizing emasculation of men, and I think you made a great point that kind of went off on about the twisting of the language, that they want to hijack what it is to be a man. They want to hijack masculinity, and they would prefer that we were all just some sort of gender neutral thing, going by the pronoun of is or zid or x or fucking whatever. And they would like us to give up our traditional roles as men. But that would also mean that women give up their traditional roles of being women, their femininity, being mothers. And we already see a decline in birth rates around the world, especially in Western countries. And feminism is not the sole reason for that, but a lot of the ramifications and fruits of their efforts are at the heart of why these things are happening, in my opinion. I don't know if that answered your question or not about, the turf.
Yeah, because, she did often complain about how bad misogyny was. And then she also said multiple times, it is an overused term and things like that. But, it seems to me that she wasn't perhaps sensitive to the fact that, like, a lot of these issues are not going to, are sort of driven by the immaturity of women. And until people sort of start tackling that problem, it's an insoluble problem, essentially. Like, you can't expect culture and society in half the population to compensate for something that is proximately being incited or essentially, I always think, some problems are just naturally hard. Like, for example, the reason why people don't leave abusive relationships, that, husbands that they're married to, is because in some sense the damage has already been done. I mean, if you marry someone, like, you've already, it's already too late in some sense. You didn't do your due diligence, or essentially, is kind of the problem. Because people don't obviously want to divorce people when their lives are entangled intractably. When there is no alternative. Essentially, they've hit the wall now, and there is no way out, or something. And they just didn't. Sorry. So I mean, like those sort of practical issues, they're not really soluble issues, except to have a dating culture or a sexual marketplace or whatever that has sort of more sort of more responsible agents participating in it in a way that sort of leads to more healthy outcomes, or we have better pedagogy in terms of, or education or whatever, in terms of women being more, or girls being more accountable and responsible. Because I mean, like, a lot of the traits that you say are the pillars of masculinity, I mean, it is true that, like, men have to exemplify those things, because that's what women are essentially attaching themselves to, almost as the thing that is being exchanged between the genders. That's what women are depending on, and that also makes sense biologically, obviously, because of the distribution of the risk and the biological, the actual, the sort of the, sorry, I described this well earlier, but anyway, the actual, the physical, biological investment from both parties. The biological investment for men is energetically cheap, and biologically it's not intrusive, whereas women are completely vulnerable and completely dependent then on being supported and protected and provided for, essentially. And so it obviously makes sense that culturally we will have a tendency of vetting men for being able to provide that kind of support and dependence. Anyway, so, like, woman learning about hypergamy and kind of actually finding a way to graduate from that, like, lowest common denominator sexual strategy, I think is like a developmental obstacle. I mean, most people have to sort of graduate from their own biological inclination and proclivity and instincts. Like, they can't, you can't be ruled by your own passions, otherwise you never mature in a way that even if you don't completely graduate from that, but you make peace with it, or you learn how to manage it in a way that is at least productive and proactive, and not sort of reactive and prone to. I mean, sexuality is a hot button issue, especially the themes that I mean, there are a lot of broken people out there. I mean, I can just sort of imagine. I mean, I've heard people complain endlessly about height for men. Like, just sort of, men have huge chips on their shoulder because they were 5'8", and they and they just imagine and it's amazing, because I mean, there's a complete reflection of this. I mean, there are many women who are overweight in high school or whatever, and they just imagine what it would be to be the pretty girl at school, or imagine what it would be to be 4 inches taller, and that is the kind of, they are trying to redigest all their experiences through the counter position of what life would have been if there was just a different sort of platform for their biology to sort of have easier access to their biological, instinctual, kind of idea of what success looks like, or whatever. And so as we desire is an interesting sort of perennial spiritual obstacle. Sorry, I'm broadening the subject maybe beyond anything that's worth discussing. Maybe I'm just digging up a whole lot of random dirt, but like these things,
it's all relevant.
I mean, there is, I think, an analogous maturity and scale of development for men and women. It's just that it manifests in different material, sort of associations, like, and it's also perhaps exacerbated that, I mean, I've always thought that women should be more proactive about vetting men, because that would be the sign of a healthier culture, that women should approach men, not the other way around, and ask them questions, essentially, because then you would know what women are interested in. You would know what integrity, because women, but the thing is that women don't know what they want themselves. They just want to be in competition with other women about what they're able to extract through their kind of hypergamous, sort of feeding grounds, and casino that they're able to try to sort of win big, which is so it's always like trying to optimize the winning stakes, like, so I could hang out at the university and try bag a future 6-figure income person, or I could dress up in a fancy dress and go to the most expensive club and try to land a celebrity, like that. Those are the, so all these different sort of how to optimize your hypergamous sort of net success. And all of that depends on society having status symbols that equate to dependability or reliability, or that people will that people will care about their reputation, and their reputation to deliver to women what they have promised them in the hypergamous, kind of it's interesting because also hypergamy, I think, depends on distance as well, because you can't manipulate someone if you're directly negotiating with them honestly out in the open expressly. You need distance in order to use innuendo and implication. Well, like you need to compete with other men. And it's interesting because the toxic masculinity competition aspect, I believe, is completely orchestrated by women. It's ironic. If toxic masculinity is a thing, it is invidiously injected there by a culture which is completely obsessed with delivering value and offering value to women, that has a built-in conventional cultural pegged sort of you have to buy into a collective commodification of value. You have to buy into status symbols and general sort of cultural. And as soon as you do that, then men can compete about it. But in some sense, it's all about sort of being able to command attention from the hypergamy sexual selection, mechanism, which is itself predicated on distance and sort of using the fear of competition, or leveraging opportunity costs. Women need to be able to leverage the opportunity cost before they settle down, to make sure that they maximize the bride price that they are extracting, essentially, is kind of like the overarching sort of thing. And, they are so, feminists are essentially doing this. They're just trying to do it through the state and through the law and through politics and through cultural conformity as well. They've gotten so drunk on this own strategy, which has not been checked in so long. And I think what opened the door to that was also essentially the welfare state to some degree, because that showed them it was possible to extract it through symbols. Sorry, I don't mean to make a gripe at leftism or whatever, but I do think that's why it's hard to construct policy. So I do think that comes into the picture, because I do believe that the government does have a duty to provide for disadvantaged people and to try to elevate them and make progress. But it has to make policies that actually ameliorate the disadvantage, not give general compensation. They have to have a kind of diagnosing thing. They have to say, what's the problem here? What's actually the problem? Not cure the symptom, not triage the symptom, but actually fix the problem or don't fix the problem. Don't perversely incentivize it. Don't subsist it, or something like that.
Like to provide infrastructure to where they have more opportunity.
Yeah, or to provide some kind of incentive program. It's interesting that you have to almost, I can't remember what they call it, the Paul principle or the Pareto thing, is that to the rich will become, to those who already have, more will be added to them, or whatever. That you actually have to incentivize talent. You actually have to say, you can't create a general one size fits all program to help people. You have to say, no, we're only helping people that are good with their hands, and we're going to teach you how to do this with be a crafter, and this program is only for people that already have this talent or the skill, that you're already building upon something. Like, you can't try to create a one size fits all solution to the human condition. You end up dehumanizing people. You end up sort of like suppressing them, essentially.
And that's what we have today with these racist and sexist incentivization policies.
Yeah, that's also an element of that. It's not geared in any kind of hands-on, tangible sort of thing. It's actually it's conceptually solving a problem in the abstract, maybe.
Yeah.
So I'd like to unpack some of that. I'm gonna circle back to kind of where we started and then move forward with unpacking some of the things you said. Transgenderism is as well as modern feminism stealing women's femininity and trying to permanently blur the lines about what it is to be a woman. And I got pretty strong feelings on that. You can't change your chromosomes. You can change your mind, but you can't change your chromosomes. You are who you are. And yes, there are biological oddities, and people are born feeling a certain way. Sure, people are born feeling like they're in the wrong body, whatever. I don't have a problem with that, but trying to convince me, other men, and society at large that just because you think you're a woman now and you still have a penis, that you're somehow a woman, is bullshit. And a lot of women who consider themselves feminists are now having to suffer through that, or they're being faced with the reality of that. And
they created it.
Yeah, they've created it, but now they're having to live with the fruits of their efforts. They're having to sleep in the bed that they made. Oh yeah. So I'm going to move on to the next thing, which is that you were talking about competition and things like that. In school, grade school, high school, and even in college, it's the place where men we jostle with each other to establish ourselves in the male hierarchy. And a man can move up and down the male hierarchy. It gives men, boys, men, the male of the species, the opportunity to discover things about themselves, find their inner strength, learn how to work with other men, sports and things like that, teamwork. We're self-organizing. At the end of the day, all of that competition feeds into our self-organizing, because we somehow inherently understand we have to fucking work together. Working together is how we build shit. Working together is how we survive, how we protect our homes, our territories, whatever. And you hit on the thing that, oh shit, hang on a second.
While he's taking a break, I just want to point out that principle does not apply under a mass psychosis, because right now we have all the men that are so individual and don't want to work together because they all cannot agree on what the fundamental problem is. So they have the women behind them pointing to other men saying they're the reason why you're suffering, when it's the women that are fucking doing it. So I would agree that, yes, I guess men are more organizing, but when they can't even fucking agree on what needs to be fixed, they won't work together.
That's because structure is hard. It's very esoteric. It's very deep, and and also people prefer different structures because masculinity perhaps needs to depend on. If you have a hierarchy, so when he says hierarchy, I don't because I never considered myself part of a hierarchy. I was just considered myself an individual when I was at school. And some people thought I was alpha, and some people probably thought I was gamma or something like that. And I was in this weird, peculiar space, probably in the hierarchy. And I've always been a kind of, so I don't know, maybe there are some outliers in some sense. But I perhaps he just means the hierarchy of status and skills and talent, because we need to know what everybody is capable of, because that is how we can coordinate and pull together and be cooperative in an effective way. And I do think that men are more cooperative in general. I think that that's obvious in the anthropological literature, in the evolutionary anthropological literature as well. I think it's very, very clear. The idea that sort of women are more social, like male humor is much more the rapport that males are capable of in order to establish trust, in order to establish, now, I do think that
without feminism getting in the way.
Well, there are sorts of limits to that camaraderie as well, because some of it I think is structured in a kind of brittle way, which is let's say structurally toxic. But unless you have someone there really caring about the structure and capable of managing the structure to make sure everything else is coherent and conforms with it, you can just sort of suffer that the right man wasn't part of the included well enough in the sort of in the foundation of the thing. And then that's a problem, because sort of then ordering what you might call a hierarchy becomes an insoluble project of reform, that you can't properly go deep enough. I mean, I feel like this is what I've seen these problems, these deep problems, with no opportunity to fix them. Maybe I was the person who whispered in George Soros's ear, help me ruin the world so that they can finally fix their bullshit.
Right.
Because otherwise they won't listen to the outsider gamma like me, the peculiar man that's not part of the hierarchy, that doesn't want to win the system, but wants it to bow down before integrity and submit, not sort of be one in some. Sorry, I mean, I'm going weirdly, but
yeah.
So I mean, I'm very grateful for a lot of things that people don't like.
See, the things you love, I want to kill.
Wow, that's a horrible thing to say.
I know, but you like the and I think that that's almost, maybe that's just in your nature because you're a man, and maybe you don't take as seriously the things that I see that the women are doing that are as destructive as I see that they are. Like, I know you want to have more sympathy for these crazy.
But they can only destroy themselves at the end of the day. To the extent that they're destroying other people, those other people lacked the integrity in their structure to keep them safe.
Yeah, but these are mothers destroying their children, and women in leadership positions and responsibility positions like teachers also destroying other people's children.
Yeah. So the proximate solution to that is having a justice system and a criminal law system, which is part of the justice system, that would keep a check on these things, which America is not really sophisticated enough or refined enough to maintain. Right. But that, I think, is if you want a solution to that problem, that's the solution, not selective purging or something like that, because they'll say that they want to purge people that don't agree with them. And
well, they do.
I think that,
they get away with it. They manipulate into situations and get them purged from their leadership positions. They do it all the fucking time.
JC may be being called away.
Yeah.
She's taking a picture of his cell phone.
Yeah. JC's having a good time in Thailand. He deserves it.
Nay.
How's our honey?
We just want to move on to hypergamy or social, something about culture.
Yeah, so
hierarchy.
I was talking about men were self-organizing, and we figure out a lot about ourselves and where we fit into the male hierarchy, when we're in school and college. But the point. So that's how we do, and I agree with your point that women try to leverage that process that we're going through to their own advantage, while trying to capitalize on their own value at the same time. And you said something along the lines of, I don't know, capitalizing on the chaos or something like that. Modern feminism, second wave feminism leading to modern feminism has created the idea and furthered the idea that you were talking about, which is that some manipulation always exists between the sexes. I mean, that's just part of the dance that we do. Manipulation is not always a bad thing. But manipulation, if it's done in the right spirit, but manipulation for malicious purposes, solely for personal gain, or to hurt someone, yeah, that shit's no good. And that is what we are seeing. And to further move on to a kind of a next point and unpack that, the state has allowed and facilitated the manipulation of men for their personal gain, for the personal gain of women, without them having to deliver on the promise of relationship, family, community. And it happened under the guise of protecting women from men and making sure that men were fulfilling their financial obligation, protecting women from abuse and whatnot. But really, it's just turned into a tool of manipulation, extraction of resources without the men gaining any benefit, and many times ruining him for life. For a lot of men, there is no fucking recovering from divorce, from 10, 15, 20 years of child support. He's and child support, he's not just supporting his child, that money is actually being extracted to support the woman, who manipulated him, manipulated the system, afterwards. And I say manipulated the system. She took advantage of the system that has been created to use, abuse, and manipulate men.
I think that's exactly what hypergamy is, because it becomes an already inherited cultural norm and then builds off of itself in the next generation. It gets inducted into the next generation, and you're told, don't hold girls accountable. They're magical moral beings.
Right.
Always believe what a girl says, like these double standards and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Creating the distance between the sexes, because it is the distance that allows for the instrumentalization in the hypergamous selection strategy of leveraging opportunity cost for men to compete, to offer and grant promises of value to women, and then they can choose the highest bidder.
Yes. And in order for that to work, there has to be a certain level of transparency. Even though hypergamy, part of it, as you note, is manipulation, there also has to be a certain level of transparency and honesty that goes along with that. Because if not, then it's just straight manipulating, and there'll be no gain for either party. She may get validation, she may extract some resources to a minor degree, but hypergamy is more deep rooted than that, and it's really about procreation, survival, security, for her, and in more modern times, getting the maximum value for her value. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Because we have these instincts. Biological instincts, and in some sense, I do think that the only thing that can properly overcome that is a mutual understanding, a negotiated relationship, and a bond, which then transcends it, because you don't actually cancel it out. There is no trust that you're not being hypergamous. There is a trust that we're operating on a level above it, beyond it, or something like that. So you're faster than it. What you're doing is quicker than that sort of quid pro quo sort of structure, that you're outpacing it in the dynamic between, the cultivated dynamic.
But men allowed themselves through the course of history to engage in this process, some knowing about hypergamy, some not. But it's, the reward for men is progeny and procreation, and family, and the security that comes with family, and the responsibility, because there's a lot of social validation coupled with, being a man, being a husband, being a father, tied to his community. It spurs a lot of men, a lot of men who were lazy and got married and had a child, quickly turned into a hell of a productive guy, because he had the responsibility. Go ahead.
It's sad, but it is slightly unfair between the sexes, because basically men go through much more arduous, they say pressure makes diamonds. Men have a lot more pressure, and it's a lot more arduous, and therefore they have to cultivate themselves in their character, usually, in order to go along with these things. Women, I think, are much, on average, they're capable of skating on the system, or what's the word, on and
Yes.
and there is often a dimorphism in terms of level of maturity, and very few women sort of see that the system is rigged in this way and actually keep their head above that level of mediocrity or something like that.
Yeah.
And but the problem is that this means that the quality of relationships generally is bad, often because there are more men that are capable of having a deep relationship and there are less women that are capable of this, except if there's a very particular personality bond which allows some deep intimacy and communication to repair. Because I mean, there are things, like sexual healing and things like that. There's a reason why sex has psychological consequences. It's there to facilitate probably a stable pair bonding, kind of unit.
I've long said sex is the tie that binds. So yeah, I totally agree.
And because I mean, there's a psychological shared, or at least a possibility of a deep psychological connection where you can actually do a kind of therapeutic sort of thing with that, probably. But anyway,
a woman would have to make a commitment to not do the system thing. Like I've seen a lot of women get like kind of pushed and moved into it, maybe because they didn't realize what it was all about or whatever. But I feel like a woman would have to be stubborn and be like, I don't care what I'm gonna do. Like I'm gonna figure it out, but I'm not gonna do that.
I'd like to chime in on that real quick. I think you're correct about our generation, but I think younger generations, they're growing up with the example of the system at work in their favor, in their face for a good chunk of their lives. And so just as our generation is the bridge between the analog and the digital, we're the generation that used rotary dial phones, and we're the generation that texts like, as much as anybody else now. Yeah. They grew up with cell phones in their hands. They don't know any different. They don't know about analog anything. They're growing up with instant information. They never had to pull an encyclopedia off the shelf. They never had to go to a public library to check out a book. And so the state being there and the state facilitating and acting behalf of women and encouraging them to use men, go ahead, get pregnant. And then, we, the state, will help you extract all the resources you need to survive, until you can find another man or not. That's all I had to say.
Yeah. I mean, because my mother, she was very much parasitic. She would extract, she would use the state, she would use people. I mean, nobody was above her trying to latch onto and extract resources. So my sister developed the same mentality. But I watched her do that shit, and I was like, okay, I see that cause and effect, and I see what this shit causes. And I had another role model, my Nana, who was not like that. So I don't know. I feel like I was able to see the two and be like, yeah, that one looks better. I don't want that outcome. So then what is it with that?
Generationally, I think your mother was an exception to the rule for her generation. She wasn't alone, obviously.
No.
She was the first of a small leading edge group to take advantage of men and take advantage of the opportunities that were being created and provided for them through the state and federal government, local, divorce laws.
She was able to do both.
Yeah.
Extract from all.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't like about state welfare systems. They do not keep a handle. Like, there was a lady that just got in trouble here in Texas that got arrested for, benefiting, getting government welfare money for like a year and a half after this child fucking went missing, and she was still collecting benefits for this child. Like they don't pay attention to this shit.
I'm going to make a slight speculation on this sort of topic that I think that these people are super ego focused. And essentially, when you are living, some people will just naturally stay super ego focused, especially maybe women more so because, or girls more so because of the mythology around the differences between sex. And they realize that there's a grift that can be played where you can essentially just always depend on a masculine identity in the vicinity that you can scapegoat, or that you can say, no, I was misled. That you can do whatever you want. And then if things don't go your way and your gamble doesn't pay off, then you can just say, oh, well, he didn't explain this downside to me, and therefore he should fit the bill. So you just externalize the cost of gambling, or the penalty if you ever land on it, and you keep the reward. And in some sense, people know early on, because they know a little bit about culture. They know a little bit about how young children are clever. They're learning things. And so if you learn that there are these conventional asymmetries, then you can kind of say, okay, yeah, there's a future for this super ego-focused, kind of borderline tactic, because it's possible that I can be entreated. It's possible that I can be facilitated. And so I do think that that's to the extent to which that, and this has obviously grown, in our culture, because I think that what happened is that when we gave welfare to people, what we did is that in the communities where culturally this was known about and learned about, or whatever, that had some experience with it already, with the young children growing up that were already a bit more super ego focused than the average, didn't grow out of it because they saw that there was a future in it, that you could use it to extract and pay a dividend, that they modeled their lives towards it. And so, and then now they have created a whole ideology dignifying their whole sort of ethos as well. And now it's created this, because society didn't suppress and contain the psychopathology, we gave it rope to hang ourselves with, like we gave it play. We entreated it. We bolstered it.
We rewarded it.
Yeah, we gave it the seal of approval. We said this is an acceptable behavior. We've created this system. Please fucking use it.
Yeah.
So I think that the solution to this is that we should have believed in non-sexualism better than what we did, and we should have acted on it better in the 90s, and we should have said, no, don't tell little girls that they're magical moral beings that don't have to take responsibility and own up to their mistakes and own up to their misdeeds and be able to play social manipulation games, and to enforce a kind of parity there. And I can understand in some sense maybe they didn't do that because they wanted the men of our generation to still be masculine and to still know that they would actually. I remember talking about the unfairness when I was in junior school, the unfairness of sort of the treatment between girls and boys, and one of somebody else's father told me, you have to cope with it, you have to endure it. That's what being a man is like. Otherwise, you're not going to be you're not going to be dependable enough. And I didn't really respond well to that intellectually, and I had a nice exchange with this guy who told me this. It wasn't that I felt set upon, but essentially my balls hadn't dropped. I wasn't sexually interested. So there was no instinctual kind of incentive for me to latch on to this. So for me, it was just a moral issue essentially, and I could see that this was setting up things to be poisoned. That there was a trap in waiting. That this was, and I mean, I even experienced this myself. I actually talked about this in one of my recordings recently that I haven't uploaded, which is that I got into a feud with someone's mother in junior school, where I don't know what I said, some comments. Just not even talking to her about her, just some general comments in a kind of conversation. And I completely imploded her whole probably, facile worldview that was just for her own vacuous self-aggrandizement. And it's interesting because she persecuted me. She played crazy social manipulation games trying to get me into trouble and doing strange things. And it's like, this person is literally, should be in an asylum. This is the kind of woman that they made. What did they call them? Hysterians. I can't remember. The hysterical woman or whatever. because they are a kind of social poison. That was the rationale for locking them up and keeping them away from society, because they promote kind of bad public moral standards when they do this. And I think we do actually have to learn to live with them, though. I think we need to learn to restrict them and have culture be vigilant against them, because that's the only way to actually responsibly suppress them, rather than just purge them and hold them from poisoning the next generation. That we need a kind of cultural resilience to them. It'll be good for our culture to develop that resilience as well. Sorry, I'm sidetracking.
So instead of applauding them, we should be.
Yeah,
because
but it's interesting.
We applaud them currently.
Yeah. So we should definitely disparage them, because that would also keep them in check to some degree, but properly diagnose them and counteract them. But I just want to say that the reason why this woman was doing this to me, a child, was because she was stuck in her 4-year-old, 5-year-old. She came to a decision in her developmental progress, and she was stunted, and she never grew up from there. And the reason why she was treating me that way was because that was where she was frozen, and I was picking up where she left off. In some sense, I was jiving her or rattling her reticence and her juvenile nature, and that prompted her to try to engage in me in the same way that she would have engaged probably when she was that old or whatever, because she wanted, in some sense, she was naturally attracted to picking up that thread, that where she was stuck in a cul-de-sac, and she's lived now out her adult life from that juvenile perspective. But so integrity, these are the problems, that we probably need very intelligent caretakers for young children. Children need pedagogy. They would like to have understanding. They would like guidance. They would, but the problem is that our instruction is really quite fumbling, and is really, in some senses, often silence. Is often like, well, maybe I can't provide the exact answer to the question, so all I can do is give you a vague example of the correct solution, and you can develop in silence. And children, I think, are capable of contending with things. They are capable of ingesting and imbibing and assimilating these things, but they're not really on offer. So I do think that we do need better parenting. We do need to teach people how to be better parenting. We do need better sort of education and pedagogy, developmental. That's my new that's the epiphany that I had sort of 2 days ago, that I need to sort of focus. I need to try to move all my models into being actionable in that kind of arena, into updating education and developmental pedagogy, things. But anyway.
Yeah. No,
that is also related to therapy, because you could also, I do think that you can do this stuff in a clinical setting as well. So this would also be a kind of a hodgepodge of both psychology and education. I think that these things are sort of naturally bedfellows in terms of organizing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you can implement both in a gulag, right?
Well, you see, that's the thing, is that you can't actually, because what's the difference between that and political indoctrination? So you have to do it through the proper channels. So I have to try and be an education professor. That should be what I should try to be, I guess.
Okay. So reform the gender studies department.
So first I have to be a successful academic, and then have theories, and then use those theories to inspire someone to actually craft some political party to say, yes, let's implement that. That sounds like the way that'll fix things.
So I can't just go into a university and clean out their bullshit ideology, crimes against humanity, domestic terrorist indoctrination.
Well, America doesn't have the legal system that would really facilitate you in doing that too much, because you could say that they are promoting anti-constitutional propaganda, but anti-constitutional propaganda is not a crime in your country. It's covered by freedom of speech. That's part of the because the democracy is the king in America. Right. So you can't even say in defense of the Constitution, I'm going to try to purge you. It doesn't work in the American structure. The rule of man is fundamentally corrupt. You need the rule of law.
Would that work in a community? Because this is a very predominantly conservative university. It's just there's a few little blueberries in there that are causing problems, and in an entire community that's red. So could it be a democratic Like, could I?
Well, on the state level,
people?
it depends who pays the piper. Are they getting state funds or are they getting national funds? I mean, if you control the purse, maybe also the state legislature could legislate substantive stricture. It could be arguable that that's not a contravention of freedom of speech because it is already owned by the state. The state is a democratic vassal, or so if a state institution is just a democratic vassal. The idea that you're going to impinge on academic freedom and that is an impingement of freedom of expression, I mean, you see, it's interesting. I think the American system is almost designed that you can't actually politically solve problems. You have to solve them privately. You have, in some sense, you can't use the arm of the state to come in and enforce justice because justice itself is just a democratic construct in the American structure. So you don't have a strong enough conception of justice to actually do the work of excision and actually restriction. So the only way to restrict things is to positively come up with a solution, that somebody else has to come up with a positive knowledge claim that supplants them, that says, no, you are destroying pedagogy, you're destroying education, you're destroying psychology. This is how psychology really works. Stop what you're doing. I'm telling the truth, and you're using nebulous models to get away with your quackery and your dangerous, pernicious, invidious crap.
Yeah. Your domestic terrorism because you're a man-hating fucking bitch with daddy issues.
It's not. That's not what I was saying.
Hey! I like those daddy issues. They work to my advantage there.
Right.
That's your toxic competitive masculinity kicking in. That's part of the hypergamy reactive.
Yeah.
I have always given off that natural daddy vibe. Even man, I remember 15 in high school. My group of friends, they called me the daddy, and that was before calling a dude daddy was a thing. Just because I put off that vibe, But yeah, it really didn't start paying off until I was about 40. Then it kicked in. Post divorce, fuck yeah.
Right.
I was married through my 30s, so I missed my best fucking years. No, I'm just kidding.
I must say,
Go ahead.
I don't want to have sex with people on Tinder and stuff like that. When I interact with them, there is no sexuality. They don't have normal sexuality. They have. They're a different species in some way. It's actually scary, but it's also it's impossible to have intimacy with these people. They have no.
It's porn
capacity of connection.
Yeah, but it's porn acting, I think, as a result of some kind of escalation and numbness.
Yeah, when I used dating apps, I was not seeking intimacy because, like you said, there was no intimacy to be found. It was just for carnal pleasure. Because they're not capable of that. And dating apps feed two things for women. They feed the narcissism. They feed maybe more than two things, obviously. They feed a validation. A lot of women use dating apps for nothing more than feeling validated for their attractiveness or their sexuality. Even if they don't meet, very many men, they use it to feed that part of their personality. A lot of women use it these days as a marketing tool for selling their sex, which again, there's no intimacy when you're paying. And I think a lot of women, whether they're on dating apps or not these days, are incapable of intimacy. They're incapable of, sure, they'll fuck, but they're incapable of any kind of emotional intimacy, beyond giving their body to whatever dude they feel like getting smashed by.
I think
that is so weird. That seems to be like the cart before the fucking horse. Isn't that fucking backwards?
Not in today's society, no.
Progression of things? I mean,
is
I
hookup
feel like
culture.
that is the most intimate you could be with somebody is during sex.
Agreed. For me personally, I was married for a long time. Um, Afterwards, I didn't want to, it was good. My marriage was good for the most part. I was still in love with my wife when I divorced her, and I had to divorce her because of she thought it was okay to do the things that she was doing, disrespect me and whatnot at the end of our relationship. And I don't know that she was cheating, but she was definitely putting herself out there in the marketplace with girls' night and shit like that, and didn't see anything wrong with it. She thought the only problem in our relationship was me. So I had to, no, I am not committed to a life of being disrespected and belittled and being accused of doing the things that she was doing when I was doing nothing but being a good husband and provider. So post-divorce, I wasn't looking for intimacy. I just wanted to get out there and have a good time, when I was ready to do that. And fortunately for me, hookup culture was in full swing. As a Gen Xer, as a teenager coming into my sexuality, I grew up under the shadow of HIV. Coming from the Bay Area, it was that thing looming over was even more prominent. Because that was one of the San Francisco Bay Area was one of the ground zeros, yeah, for that. And so not finding intimacy and not looking for intimacy, not wanting intimacy through my adventures on dating apps, I was perfectly fine with. You're talking about putting the cart before the horse. If I hadn't been married, hadn't raised, 4 kids that weren't mine and things like that, yeah, I'm more apt to agree with you. But, as someone who was 40, 41, whatever, divorced and just burned out on the idea of opening myself up to a relationship, no, I don't.
Yeah.
I should probably just excuse. So sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I should probably just. I mean, because my life is a very sort of strange one where I've committed myself to doing a project which still hasn't paid off or something like that. So I've always known that this would preclude me from being able to have like a relationship that sort of was traditional or something like that. And anyway, I mean, usually I've made sort of rules for myself that I wouldn't go out and put myself out there because it would be irresponsible, because essentially like I'm not capable of setting up a family or providing or something like that, unless much later on, which I'm still very far from a position like that. But so I guess I did. Well, anyway, so I always said that I would only involve myself with someone where it was essentially friends with benefits. And that was an understanding on both sides, essentially, so that I wouldn't waste people's time and such and such. And that is obviously a very tricky sort of obstacle course to set for oneself. But I mean, and I haven't had that. I mean, in terms of pure number, because. Like I think I've generally been quite all the encounters that I've had have always been sort of bespoke and deep in their own eccentric unique kind of way or whatever, and I think it's been sort of a net positive generally speaking. But I just want to say the reason why I think this generation is so messed up in terms of intimacy is because they don't have any boundary around their subconscious to actually being a solid identity that actually engages in participation. Instead, that participation and that identity is being directed by a cloud ego, which everyone has to be plugged into. And so it's almost like their sex is being directed according to a third person that is above the room looking down at you. And so it's sex is happening from that third person perspective that is disembodied from them completely, which is this eye in the sky that's looking, it's like having sex while the eye of Sauron is puppeting her actions and what she expects should occur. And that's actually a pretty good analogy anyway. But And the problem is that they don't embody the space that of their own action. Like when their subconscious does something, they're not responsible for it. So they're not there. They're there, but they're not there. It's
like an out of body experience. How much does porn play into that, though? Like,
no, I think it's purely ideological. I think it's purely, it has to do with that you're looking at it through the valence of identity, and you're not dropping that framework. Like that becomes a master framework that everything is seen through. It's like the lens through which reality happens predominantly. It is the primary platform upon which the world is turning.
Right. So is it the ideology that leads to the porn in that? Because I feel like that's connected. Just
I think it's what he was saying, that there's this third party, the Chiron, eye in the sky, that provides instant gratification, and part of the instant gratification is associated with instant dopamine. These types of feelings and experiences and positive reinforcement traditionally had to come from an actual human interaction, talking, negotiating, spending time together, holding hands, sharing a meal, or many meals and many walks in the park and things like that. There's this excitement that builds in you chemically and emotionally, but the gratification portion of it was often delayed, for whatever given period of time. And without any of that delay, it's just straight shot to the brain,
to the cart,
being delivered by this, again, disembodied third party that is directing and providing.
I think that's probably exactly true. That essentially, that's the biochemical explanation, is that whatever you do to them has no dopamine receptivity.
Yeah.
It has no interface with their dopamine thing.
Yeah.
They're only getting serotonin from sex. They're not getting any dopamine interaction in terms of their own chemistry. It's just not available to be engaged in, because it's been rewired. They've got the fascistic worldview.
Yes.
They are seeing things through the sky.
So does that come from a lack of experiencing those other things first? Like they never got to experience those things, so they don't see the value in any of that?
No, it's a function of the fact that their ego is not wired into their subconscious. Their ego is wired into their superego. And so they are constantly looking at things from a holistic perspective. And they're looking at it so holistically that they can't... they never grew out of the oceanic, sort of 3-year-old, 5-year-olds. They're still... Their seat of consciousness is still held back. And then they can play this game where they can tailor their own ego and they can tailor their own subconsciously by making sure that there's always some kind of symmetry between those two things. So what they hand to the subconscious, they take from the ego, or they put a counterweight there, and they're too busy doing that in their superego that their ego is not being impacted by the subconscious. The subconscious and the ego are not being properly networked. And so usually you could do something to someone's identity and then they'll judge it in their ego. They'll consider it. It'll affect their contemplative space. But these people, their contemplative model is so crystallized, it's so concrete. It can only resonate and give off a vibratory kind of atmosphere. The atmosphere is all or nothing. You can't sort of reconfigure it because the crystalline structure is not, they're not doing it in real time. They are just aggregating a mass and it's resonating all the time. So it's just accumulating or being diminished. And so you either chip away at it and then they attack you because you're not on their side, or you respect it and you try to vibe with it. And they don't allow egoic. The ego is also the key to letting somebody into your subconscious and letting somebody have a hand in the development or dressing your subconscious. That is what shared intimacy is that you're actually dressing each other's within the play of intimacy during the sex. That is what intimacy is. It's playing with your own internal identity, and so instead they do this with their politics, with their identity politics, instead of doing it in the bedroom. They want to do it all the time. So they're like hypersexual beasts, because they're doing this constantly through their discussion of their ego in this ideological thing that's projected above everything. It's projected in the sky looking, I'm just making up a metaphor, I don't know where it's projected, but it's projected outwards onto everything, like the sky is above everything.
Is that why they're so concerned what other people are doing in the bedroom, and why?
Yeah, they have a God's eye view. Their ego has a God's eye position in the world. They are. That's why the Eye of Sauron is a very good analogy to this.
Yeah, because that's something feminists are like boast about, is how they have gotten the government involved in home stuff and in relationships. Like they've almost inserted that government eye in between.
Yeah, like I said, I think that this happened because borderline people were being entreated by the state and then being made the martyred victim hero of our culture. They are like the sacred victim of the feminist ideological cultural movement, which is that society must be amenable to welfare queens. We must be, and we must say sorry to them while we give them everything that they ask for. And that is essentially what this whole monster has snowballed from, essentially. Or maybe that's a bit of an unfair reduction or an oversimplified reduction, but that's something like the general cultural.
So why not make proper martyrs out of these women? That's what
hang on, because I agree with you, but I have a little different take on it. The younger generations growing up with technology in the hand, it being used as their emotional and intellectual pacifier from their earliest years, feeds into several things. It feeds into the third person perspective. This Sauron is having this top down view outside themselves, and the disconnectedness between their conscious and their ego. The technology coupled with social platforms has created this groupthink that has never existed before, where it is important for, and this feeds into SJW, culture, where it is very important for them to be validated by the group, for them to be accepted by the group, and you cannot be accepted by the group if you're free thinking. So you have to think like the group as well. As far as what's happening in the bedroom, two things. One, it's again, they want to conform to whatever the group is doing. But in doing that, they also are countered with striving for their own validation and position within the group, which is kind of weird.
Right, like competition?
In my opinion. Right. And then the last point I'm going to make is that also feeds into this is that they're not having relationships with other people. They have relationships with their devices. This is a thing that I heard a professor from UCLA, Stanford or something several years ago do a talk on. And that is that the technology is causing people to have relationships with their devices, not with other people. The devices have relationships with other people. The devices and the platform, and the internet, they're all related, but there's obviously no emotion there. It's just tech. And then people have supplanted relationships with other people for a relationship with their device. Even though they're chatting with their girlfriend, their mother, their best friend, or whatever through the device, the relationship is not with the person, it's with the device. It's not the person's words that gives them the little shot of dopamine or whatever whenever their phone dings, to let them know that it's a message. It's the phone. People are addicted. We say it. You're addicted to your phone. You're addicted to your device, because it is the device that they are entangled with, not another person. So this disassociation from other people, while simultaneously needing the validation and approval and acceptance and a position in the group and going along with the group think, continues to create this very advanced form of cognitive disassociation. And I think that is another component that feeds into what he was talking about this disconnection between, consciousness, awareness and a person's ego, and why hookup culture and lack of any sort of thing that we would consider to be traditional relationships has been able to occur, and not only occur, but to become like the predominant way of moving through life for these people for what, at least 2 generations below us, and there's a 3rd generation below us that's coming up, that is yeah.
So
That's,
I do.
The result of all that. Go ahead, please.
He was called a misogynist before, by the way. He was called a misogynist by girls at school, and he's like, I don't hate women, I fucking hate feminists. Oh.
So I think I do have some insightful points on the things that you raised. I mean, they're interesting points for sure. I mean, I agreed that. I think that essentially the device is an avatar of the subconscious. And if the device is the avatar, then you are, when you relate to the device, you are relating from the perspective of your super ego, from a full holistic embodied sort of framework anyway. So that is perhaps and the reason why also people do that is because the structure is provided to them. Before, you would have to invent your own subconscious. You would have to engineer it. You would have to craft it. You would have to make that structure yourself. And learning how to make that structure would remove you from your super ego focus and towards the ego and the subconscious, or to get the subconscious and the ego to work in tandem, independently of the super ego, which is also the test bench for independence and integrity. And that's sort of one of the first early developmental hurdles that we move into. We move from the oceanic into a stable identity complex between the subconscious and the ego. But I just wanted to say that the problem that people are perhaps having is because the cultural environment for a young child, because of the device, is too broad. It's too the scope of the interaction is too broad. Because you see, you need to be able to whisper. To order to have a properly developed subconscious, you need to be able to articulate, to have a certain kind of range and spectrum of engagement. And so if all you can do analogously is stand in a hall full of 1,000 other people, and you're not allowed to speak, you're only allowed to shout so that everyone in the hall can hear what you say. If that's the only, that's what Twitter is, perhaps for a young analogous. That's what social media is. Any communication can never be a whisper. So you don't have layers, you don't have amplitude of bespoke structure within the subconscious presence identity structure of what ingredients. There's only one volume, there's only one conduit, and that structure is because you would have to do that yourself. That's what play was. Play was that you had to make believe, and then you would engineer these things essentially. So the loss of that analog, but also in some sense, I think that might not even be the problem. Having games that you play and then still having some imaginative, I mean, I haven't watched young children very well, but I don't think that, I know some young children well enough to know that I don't think that they lack something that I got that they didn't get or something like that. So I think what they're lacking in is, man, I just had it now. Just dropped the thread.
I mean, kids do play. I think part of our problem, though, that I've heard a lot of people talk about is that the mothers, the helicopter parents that didn't let kids play. They were always micromanaging, and so they kind of took a lot of these stupid childish games into adulthood.
I think that not being able to control your own bandwidth of exposure in exchanges and communication essentially means that you need smaller subsets. When you go to school, you've got a class of people at break time. Then you're sitting in a large hall. There are these different sized pools of people that you have to learn to relate to, and there are these different environments. And in some sense, the environment, perhaps because of social media and technology, is just much to privacy is not. People are capable of leveraging conventional cultural sentimentality in a way which is in some sense very empowering of the feminine, because that's how feminine manipulation and leveraging opportunity cost against masculinity operates, is that you say, well, this is the general expectation. This is why boys feel bad that I'm not as tall, or I'm not going to be as tall as the tall guy, and therefore women, and I mean, I know girls, even at a young age, know very quickly that if I cut my hair, I get less attention. I know how that feels. I know exactly how that feels. Girls know the difference between having longer hair and shorter hair, and it has a tangible, indelible. So it's they're cultivating these things, they're managing these things. But those conditions, maybe some of the conditions are like super stimuli, because usually the bandwidth is not so fixed, is not so prescribed, or and just that lack of control, that we need to give people more control, and in some sense their availability of access is paradoxically a sorry, I can't think of a good word, but basically it's blanching it out of dilution, essentially, because there's no, like it used to matter to find the answer to a question, or to know something, or to ask something. You had to go through social networks, you had to go through word of mouth, you had to know someone who knows someone who knows someone. It was sort of more tangible and analog. Now it's kind of everything is equally accessible and available, and you're just a kind of generic cog in the machine, perhaps. It's part of that is being imprinted onto the subconscious because of the inability to control bandwidth in terms of you can't whisper, so you can only talk in one volume. Anyway, okay, so.
So on that note, I agree with you, and to further the thought, because of that lack of development of the unique identity through the work that has to go into knowing somebody who knows somebody, and these types of things, they again come back to relying on the group, these platforms, social networks, the group that they sometimes don't even want to be part of, but they're compelled to be part of, because that is the only place they can get identity. They can
that's also a biological
validation.
imperative. Yeah.
Right. But instead of developing their own identity, they're having to take on identity that's being forced upon them.
Yeah.
And another thing that you were talking about the creativity and play and things like this, I totally agree. And again, because parents have been using devices as their babysitter and their mental and emotional pacifier for so long, it has robbed generations, at least 2 generations, not entirely, but largely, of that type of cognitive development. Because when a child's playing by themselves or with their friends, they're really having to dig deep into their head to pull out these creative things that they do. The imaginary friend, pretending that they're driving a ship, flying a plane, making food, whatever it is, they're having to dig down inside. And the devices and technology have robbed them of the need to do that, and has supplanted it with showing it exactly. This is, and they're being brainwashed into what to think and how to act, instead of going through the process of self-discovery.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that, I've somewhat suggested the same idea, but I do just want to put some dubiousness on it. It's a slight speculation, because I don't know if it is the supplantation of not having to generate your own structure in your own subconscious, and therefore architect your own subconscious, and then you feel more that you own it and that you are also then responsible for it. When it's just, when the structure is maybe handed to you, maybe you still accept it. Yeah. So you're still responsible for having accepted it, but because of the lack of control, you don't feel that you can modulate it yourself, or that you can actually have a hand in updating it yourself in your own sort of bespoke way, that then it fully accedes into your own ownership of it. So you never properly assimilate and own it. It's always just from the outside. It's always just from the environment. It's always just, you know, sort of from the unconscious, and you get this entitlement to the fruits of other people participating in such a way that validates and legitimizes your expectations, which you say, well, my expectations were inculcated in me. I was, you know, like, don't blame me for being spoiled. Continue to spoil me. You know, like, it's that kind of, you know, kind of never-ending and soluble problem. But I do think that in some sense, if you gave people the right induction when you gave them a device, if you just gave them the caveat or the pedagogical guideline that you said, now, this is mine, I'm giving it to you, you don't have to use this. You know, you are now, obviously, maybe, you know, you have to do this at an age that it's appropriate, that they can actually understand the interface or the passing off of it. Because if they don't track that integrity thing, because then you can say, okay, well, because that could potentially change the entire context of interacting with the device. You know, because in the idea that devices are causing autism to some degree, perhaps, or some having some kind of interaction like that, they're obviously becoming, their subconscious is literally codependent with the structure in the device or something like that. It's helping them keep track of their own sort of folder system of their own passions and interests or whatever. But in some sense, how much of they are invested into exploring that, how much of it do they retain? I mean, taking it away is obviously going to cause anxiety, but then it also is going to show how much that they have invested into an external structure and how much of it is left back. And then if they always codependently develop through and with it, then in some sense there's just an unknown quality to their own subconscious. It just has a nebulous quality to it, which is then perhaps giving more power to the unconscious and to the idea of a cloud ego needing to provide external order and external provision constantly. So it's this never-ending infantilism. That might be also a general model of what autism, generally speaking, might be as well. But
like Cam, for instance, when he was younger, I mean, we had an Xbox. I mean, we started playing because I grew up playing video games with my dad, so it was kind of our thing. And then it became kind of me and my son's thing. Well, he started playing Minecraft when he was like 5 or 6. And he started playing it because the neighbor boys played it. And so they played it together at first. And then, I mean, he played that game for years. But he went from playing it to... You played it too?
Years, almost 10 years, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I never got into Minecraft.
Yeah. Well, he played it with his friends, and it was like building, and it was very cooperative. And then he got into coding because he wanted to make like texture packs and all this other stuff. And then like he had this because he had these friends, and then he started a Minecraft YouTube channel and was doing all that stuff. And then he wanted to make a server so him and his friends could play on it. And then as soon as he did that, he reached that height, he like gave up on it. He gave away his YouTube channel, which pissed off his followers, and gave away his server and was like, I'm going to do something else. I think because he got to a point where he's like, what else am I going to do with this? I kind of accomplished my goals. But that started with being given that, like being given all the things, and it kind of inspired him to do all these other things. But I think it was because of his friends, that his friends were involved, that he was inspired to do those things.
So I will say Minecraft is probably an exception to the rule when it comes to gaming, because one of the primary premises and core features of it has been collaborative play and working together, even though you're in a digital environment, and it's because of the nature of gameplay, it is vastly different than, first person shooters where you're working together just to kill the other team or survive on your own. I was going to say that you were talking about how the lack of play as a child and developing the own identity has been supplanted by, the technological third eye presenting the identity and how there a lot of kids or young people are unable to adopt it as their own, and somehow make it into their own. That prompted me to think that even if they did adopt it, they're still adopting something else that was given to them. It's not of their own creation. They're taking on. It's going to have the attributes. The attributes that it contains are given to them from somebody else or from something else. The group, the third eye, the cloud, whatever, instead of it being the self-discovery of identity. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just kind of taking it a step further.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that is perennially true in any case, all the time, every way, because it's just that you could say that the difference is in perhaps our generation or before these sorts of games so much that people had to collect a greater distribution from a greater distribution of things and do more legwork in creating cogent bundles. And perhaps it's more about understanding the mystery of coherence or self-coherence and construction in terms of actual dynamism. But, this could also be solved by certain games I think are more deep than others and immersive in a way that is also pedagogical, because you can have a game that has creative aspects within it that obviously entice people and encourage people to, I guess, there are games, mostly games have some avenue of creative output, but I'm not all of them. Some of them are almost like, I almost call them sort of purgatory simulators, like they're there to get a dopamine fix. Right. But some of the best ones have combinations of both. It's grindy in a dopamine fix, and it also has a kind of creative sort of make your own. It has some kind of sandbox, kind of contemplative freedom or latitude. Yeah. And I've always played MMOs myself because of the Final Fantasy XI was the one that I played sort of growing up, because it had the social politics aspect, made the game layered and deep, because essentially the game itself, I guess Path of Exile is probably more my speed in terms of the theory crafting, but also helps me when I'm trying to multitask, because I can do something mindlessly while I can think about my theory. So sort of the perfect procrastination tool, because it's you can always find something to do that's very mindless, and so you can you can use it to meditate or something like that. And it treats your attention like a prostitute. It really that game prostitutes your attention perfectly, so that at exactly the point at which you know that you've just discovered the epiphany that solves the problem, then you can put it down and I go write something or go make a recording. But anyway, and what I like about it is you get random inspiration, because there's so much stuff in the zeitgeist built into games like that, into the lore and into the things that are changing in the game. It's always sort of telling you something. Or there are all these deep subtextual messages. There are all these interesting themes. It is a lot of it is a psychological. I also think that Path of Exile itself is a kind of model for how to organize your own mind, because how you choose to stylistically play that game sort of has a correlate to and the complexity of the systems involved are pretty decent analogies to some mechanics. But I also believe that I've had a hand in producing some of these things. But anyway, that's my crazy secret alternative set of memories of being involved in almost everything. But maybe I'm just mentally deranged.
The parallels between Minecraft and real life in particular was quite shocking when they started to become apparent to me early on. And that whole sandbox model is a big part of why people are so drawn in by it, because there's no real goal. Here you go. Here's the tools. Here's the landscape, a map uniquely generated just for you and your gameplay right now. do whatever you want. You don't want to do anything. You just want to wander around. You wander around. You want to build stuff. You build stuff. I had a girlfriend at the time when I started getting into Minecraft on the Xbox, and she got into it with me. So we played together a lot. And she like you were talking about, she liked to just go down in a hole and take her little pickaxe and just mine. She said, I love to be down here just mindlessly mining. You know, she just go, carving out these gigantic hallways and great rooms, you know, just mindlessly in a Zen almost type of zone, you know, and she suffered from some anxiety and other things. So I think it actually kind of helped her overcome some of that.
Yeah, Cam liked to build stuff. He built this one time, this huge like dojo in the sky, like up in the clouds. It was massive. Like, and it was beautiful. Like,
oh yeah, became a master builder after a while. Tons of farms and, you know, just totally taking over the landscape of an entire map and reshaping it. It sucked the time up of several years. But I needed the diversion apparently. So.
Yeah, cooperative games. I think they're good.
Well, I think, I mean, I was definitely using it as a self-soothing kind of thing because I wonder. Yeah, I mean, I've speculated that maybe I won't talk about these things now, but I've speculated this in some of my longer recordings that I haven't uploaded yet about addiction, I guess, or and how that relates to the unconscious side of the mind. But anyway, it's going to be too much to go into all of that strange things. But
it does, though. But doesn't that stem from a lack of connection, like fundamentally?
Well, I mean, the personal problem that I had was that my subconscious was literally a dead body that was being fed instructions by my ego, and my subconscious was just not aggregated into an avatar that I had no subconscious presence in terms of I had no seat of I had no sorry, what's the word that starts with a V that means like valid or I had no viable accessible option of a self-contained subconscious entity, because it was too much to try to, because you need to have a membrane, you need to be encapsulated and have a boundary around yourself. But when that boundary is constantly being aggravated and it takes too much energy to defend, and I just conceded that essentially. I said I can't continue the work that I need to continue while having to constantly defend my own subconscious emotional being. So I'll rather just let my subconscious be trampled upon, because then I can do other stuff but the problem is that you start to, when you lose the subconscious coherence, things lose their color. So you can kind of be like a ghost. You're kind of like an immortal, invulnerable machine that's being powered by a ghost that is fading over time. So, and the subconscious is the fading of the spirit in the machine. It is if the superego is the holistic embodiment of everything of what you are doing, and the subconscious is the social mask or the presence of the spirit or something like that. When that is just sort of left to deteriorate and sort of be trampled upon or whatever, it loses its ability to network with the other sides of the mind. And so it starts gumming up the works, but because you stop seeing color in some sense, to some degree as well, perhaps. It makes things less vibrant fundamentally. I mean, this might just be bespoke to my metatype because of the dimensions of psychological reality that particularly correspond to my subconscious, because my subconscious covers dimensions the foundation of it is dimension 7. The child function is dimension 8. The dominant function is dimension 9, and the parent function is dimension 10, which is in that order. F E S E T I T E. So those are my 4 cognitive. Sorry, I don't know if you're aware of MBTI.
Yep.
People that are aware of MBTI would be able to decode that bit of that kind of gobbledygook. It also breaks some of the rules of MBTI my model is different, but also similar in some ways to MBTI. But anyway, like I have 17 cognitive functions, and MBTI there are only 8. So anyway,
yeah, it's way more layered.
Big can of worms. My model is huge. My theory, my psychology model. I mean, I've been working on this since the age of 5. Like 28 years of doing this and 2 years of planning. So I mean, I've been doing this for 30 years in total. I mean, it's kind of I'm surprised that I've survived this long, just looking like a crackpot from the outside.
No, it's cool though, because you're taking so many different things and that's what I've noticed, because I've taken all the personality stuff. It's like, okay, this specific personality test puzzle piece, yeah, it covers this stuff, but then this other stuff kind of covers this stuff.
But you see,
you're taking all that shit and you're centralizing it. So
I'm perhaps so crazy that I believe that I essentially seeded the 4 sides of the mind model to John Beebe and things like that when he was in my living room with some other people who were authors, and we had like a roundtable discussion. Although John Beebe didn't want to talk to us while I was talking to some of the other ones, I had to talk to him separately at the end because he is more of a kind of Jungian bent or whatever. But I mean, I have all these strange dealings. I mean, I'm so bad with names. I always forget names. But the foremost expert on borderline personality disorder actually kind of broke cover, because when I was involved at my local Jungian association, I was attending a lecture there, and maybe I was being snubbed by one of the other people there or something like that. And this woman came up to me and she asked me a question, and I answered the question, and other people, and she knew my name, and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot your name," or something like that. But anyway, and in front of everyone, I was telling her something that she was molding into her project, and I didn't think anything of it. Like, she was just asking my opinion, but everyone there knew who she was because she's the foremost expert in the world, essentially. She's almost the leading authority on borderline personality disorder. I think her name is... I know, it's so embarrassing I forget people's names. It's because I have too many of these crazy... So I believe that I have some kind of dissociative identity disorder, but that has something to do with my subconscious kind of being crushed to some degree. But man, anyway, or I'm just very deranged and delusional and have these fake... hopefully I'm going to solve this. I've got a letter that I've written that I need to send, and hopefully that will falsify it or not if I get a response saying, no, this didn't happen, or yes, it did. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's great. I have to go. I have other things they need my attention. It's been great hanging out with you.
Cool, Jesse.
I'm glad I recognize your voice, because since you shaved off the beard, you've definitely taken a different look.
Right.
I just shaved yesterday, and that was anyway because I got toothpaste in my beard. Because I make my own toothpaste out of tallow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't have fluoride in it.
Oh yeah, the fluoride. Anyway, guys, it's been great. Thank you for having me. Great conversation.
Yes.
I hope this reaches a lot of people, because this is important shit, you know.
Yeah.
I know we covered a wide range of topics, but you know,
we're adding to the collective consciousness.
Let's hope so. Let's hope we are able to shift it even just a little bit now. Could have profound effects later. Butterfly effect. Yeah. All right, you guys.
Awesome.
Thanks. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Cheers.
I'm still
I
waiting
ruin
for.
things talking about my crazy second secret delusional life.
Yeah,
I
it's
just-
all right. I'm sure JC. I mean, he's in Thailand for fuck's sake.
Oh.
I'm still waiting for him to find one of those goldfish blow dart shows.
What?
Oh, nothing. Blow dart show. Never mind. Something that somebody that I follow was describing that they saw in Thailand. A blow dart show.
Is that a sex thing or is that an animal cruelty thing?
It's a sexual organ thing with a straw. Lots of talent involved. If you could hit if you can hit a target like a balloon with a blow dart out of a straw. Being a woman.
Oh, okay. I thought there was something like shooting a blow dart at a goldfish and killing a goldfish or something.
No. Another part of the show was disappearing goldfish and reappearing goldfish or something. I don't know.
Oh.
It was just a story about a former Marine's trip to Thailand.
Oh.
Yeah, something Jordan Peterson was saying in this yeah. So are you ready for this one? This was actually the one that I wanted to touch base on because I thought it was a great lead up into a discussion, but the feminist derailed it. It pisses me off when she does this, but it's almost like she has to like interject herself in there to like seem a lot more fucking smarter while she does some kind of ducking the topic. It's really weird. But they talk about the internet a little bit.
Sure, is that if people treated each other in person the way they treat each other on Twitter, they would get beaten up with some regularity, which would stop them from doing it. And so the net effect might be that, we would be nicer, right? Mm-hmm. And so the suspension of the actual violence may cause us to become much more dangerous as we're trying to problem solve and navigate.
Well, yeah, and then we could talk about that for a minute too, because you might think, well, violence is no solution. It's like, no, but one of the things that you do see in interactions between men is that there is an underlying threat of physical violence that's always there. And you think, well, that's a terrible thing. Those demonic males, that's Wrangham's book, right? But by the same token, you can signal a tiny increase in the potential for that violence in a variety of ways by frowning, by changing your voice tone. So you just have to hint at it if it's a civilized discussion, and it keeps it within bounds. And that's one of the things that I don't see so characteristic of linguistic interactions between women, for example.
Yeah, it's not. And I would just add, to pick up on a point that you made earlier, you said the prefrontal cortex is borrowing from the motor cortex. Well, it's also specifically in mammals, the cerebral cortex is borrowed.
Yeah, she starts talking about smell, and I mean the conversation got sidetracked. So
I don't know if I even like Jordan Peterson's point on this, because I mean, if someone threatens violence when talking to me about ideas, because I mean, I usually talk about principles and ideas all the time, and if people sort of signal those kinds of bounds, I mean, maybe it depends on the sorts of things that you talk about. Maybe if you're talking about resources, it's more intruding potentially on people. But if you're talking about sort of philosophy and ideas and integrity and highfalutin concepts or whatever, if people kind of use that kind of tone or something like that, then I think, well, I'm just associating from you. I'm just essentially, I mean, I can tolerate you, but I'm, not going to be open with you. I'm going to sort of essentially censure you. I'm going to sort of unilaterally, or at least as an individual, I'm going to sort of.
I think it has to do more with like resolving a conflict or that kind of thing.
I mean, I can see it as like potentially something. Technically, he didn't frame it like this, but or exactly define it like this or state it like this. It can be used as a note, almost like a baritone, kind of element in signaling a complex. So you can use it as a kind of poetical accent that helps delineate, sort of how seriously you take. So you're just using it as a wavelength of communication, and so you're capable of expressing things that are more. I mean, like women have said this to me, that I get very, because I talk very passionately, and I can sort of put a lot of energy into what I'm saying, and I don't believe that this can be. I think that this can only dishonestly be mischaracterized as being threatening.
Aggressive, right?
Yes, yeah. And so, but I think that because I'm often talking about very deep and profound things and about leveraging people taking responsibility for things, that in a way is threatening to women's hypergamous, selection strategies or hypergamous, kind of manipulation. And so when you threaten their manipulation, how different is it for them to say that you're threatening them? The distinction, you can't even point out the distinction because then you're being more threatening or something.
Right.
So those kinds of oversimplified conflations and dishonesties and things like that makes me think that that just because men are capable of expressing danger, or at least or needing to be able to tolerate and endure people expressing those deeper things because they're part of our life, and women can skate by without being exposed to them because they can just make other people pick up the tab or sort of play the butler or just sort of, compensate for their selective engagement or something like that. Now, obviously, this is a juvenile feminine kind of trope. There is also the grandmother kind of stereotype where, one is looking over things in a kind of, because when you're a grandmother and you perhaps have a grandson, then maybe, there's not much more that you can garner from life, and you're just there to promote, sort of your lineage at that point. That maybe your interests change and your morality. I mean, my grandmother, by the way, both my grandmothers were marvelous people. My maternal grandmother, she knew Germaine Greer, and she used to send her letters and things like that. And I used to, she never used to talk about it or anything like that. And I had a discussion with her about all these moral things one day, and she said, "Oh, and then she said, well, what about this person believes this? What do you think about it?" And I had this whole discussion virtually about some of Jean Greer's, I hope I'm saying it, thing, and she eventually wrote a whole letter based on my contestation of her views, and it was very interesting. And she actually came out and sort of debated with me when I was, I don't know, must have been about 8 years old or something. But it was very interesting. I remember making a big, you see, I have all these stories. This makes me, you see, this is why I let my subconscious die, because it's too much to sort of deal with the slings and arrows of having all these stories which sound so unbelievable to people.
Yeah.
So, but I was interested that I had a huge debate with Germaine Greer, and my grandmother sided with me, not with her longtime pen pal, feminist hero or something like that. Well, she always was. She never signed up. She never got conscripted into it. She just thought about it. She just read it and she thought about it. It was just part of her awareness in the world. She never got downloaded into it or whatever. But
so why, I wonder?
Well, she was just a free spirit. I mean, it's interesting. She was a very spiritual person. She had a kind of Catholic upbringing from a Catholic school. She was raised by aristocracy, essentially. She was that was a big part of her identity, as sort of being part of a very prestigious lineage. You know, there are a lot of people in South Africa that sort of relatives of royal families and things like that, and connected with all these. And she knew a lot about her lineage and all the famous people that are in our lineage or something like that from her side. And very much also a lot of Welsh and Scottish. Very intuitive in a lot of ways.
So is she?
She was kind of open, but also kind of opinionated and articulated things. Although I never saw that side of her so much because she was my grandmother, I guess. Maybe her had a more. I mean, I had a very strange upbringing because I was essentially the only sort of parental influence that I had was generally from my grandparents. Anyway.
So she didn't drink the feminist Kool-Aid.
She did smoke. So one would say that perhaps she was a victim of Bernard, what's his name? That's got women to smoke.
Yeah.
Marketing to women.
Yeah.
He used to smoke like a chimney. I think she might have smoked while I was alive, but I think she stopped smoking very soon after. At some point she gave it up.
Yes.
I don't remember her smoking.
Bernays.
But what's the first name?
I don't know. But something Jordan Peterson has talked about before is how men don't really have a defense against really toxic females that are, you know, dishonestly coming to discussions. Like he's brought up like the activists in the past that have like compared him to fucking Nazis or stuff like that. How he's only really run into that with women. I mean, women are pretty fucking free with the arrows in the men's direction because there's no respect there. Like the feminists in particular. And so there's no really curbing that kind of toxic femininity.
Well, in some sense, there's nothing for a man to engage with and still have his masculinity, because if someone is throwing a random arrow at you, then to respond to it is already to dignify that they are even properly surmounting a challenge that needs to be answered. You're giving respect to something which fundamentally already lacks the requisite integrity to be taken seriously. So if you try to take something seriously that sort of intrinsically isn't serious, then you're making a fool of yourself. And so you're kind of, so I mean I have, you see, like I can transgress this kind of boundary, but also because I can be creative enough to imagine something that would actually overcome the particular encounter, or as in when I say overcome, I mean like actually trump it, be able to kind of outsmart it and outwit it. So, you know, you can kind of, usually you have a two-step thing. You can even say like, okay, well, and now I can almost intuitively plan this, that I can say, I can start off on this diatribe that ends up at refuting the point, but that actually I can anticipate the kind of interference that I'm going to get, and that will be part of proving the point that I'm going to make. And so it's kind of like and then you've engineered in real time evidence. You've actually produced evidence in real time proving the point that you make if someone just listens, and then if they continue, you can just say, well, obviously I don't have a cure for making you listen or making you understand. You obviously don't believe in what you're saying. You're obviously a bad faith actor. You're somebody else's pawn or something like that, and you trust them more than your own understanding. And then you're somewhat also. I just put people on notice in terms of their spiritual status. All I'm doing is the qigong thing of outlining what their internal properties. Like I'm just observing them. So I'm just expressing what I observe. I'm using my vision, my spiritual discerning of them, and I'm just capturing them. And the grass can cut itself. That's the secret of the grass cutter. That's the one of the legendary swords in Japanese mythology, which I always think the Japanese swords are clever because there's something about the Japanese language which is sort of very metaphorically predicated, which makes it interesting. That's why I think they're so good at devising mythology. I mean, whenever I've worked with Japanese people, they're able to synthesize. I mean, look, you see, a lot of people think that the Chinese, this is one of the distinctions between the Japanese and the Chinese. I don't want to get into a feud like this, but let me play into the stereotype, sadly.
Right.
The problem, Japanese people aren't actually that creative. They're just meticulously capable of composing things from a broad synthesis. They can take broad inputs. Like when you're watching brilliant anime, you're not watching something that was created. You're watching Snow White plus some grim tale combined, like inverted back. There's so many technical sort of thing. Like they have taken a kind of mathematical interlacing of things and they're just compounding them, and they've found symmetries and rhythms and things like that. And it's high bandwidth.
Right.
But they also know composition really well. So they know when to make things noisy and when to make things pristine and clear. And so there is an art to that, but it's very technical art. Whereas the Chinese would say, we actually, our language is restrictive. Our language is very homogenized. Like you to speak. Okay, this is not entirely true, because to speak Chinese, it's not just Mandarin. It's what's the other one? But the other one is the minority. Starts with a K. But basically, there is a Chinese language which you can attenuate your words personally, and most Chinese people don't like those people. They are the minority because they consider them to sound juvenile or to sound improper. Where Mandarin, all the pronunciation is part of the word. If you can't put your own personal sort of accentuation into your performance of the speech. Anyway, the point is that in China, therefore, I think that you have to have a complete conceptualization before the expression, because you can't stumble into inspiration in terms of how things sound. It's almost the inverse of Italian, because in Italian, people have a kind of mental stutter in so many words that also teaches you how to pronounce the words, the letters in their different. There's a kind of regimenting convention that you get. Cantonese, it's not a K, it's just Cantonese. Cantonese. I must say, sorry?
Emmanuel just showed up.
Is he going to join us? He better put on his camera. I feel like I've.
Yeah, he dropped his link. Yeah, we actually have a new guy, a brown one. He's from India, and he lives in
what part of India?
This is Unwanted Contriver.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hey.
Unwanted. This is Zhang from South Africa. He's Emmanuel's brother from another mother.
Nice to meet you, sir. It has been a pleasure listening to you.
Have you been listening long? It's been 5 hours.
Yeah.
I have been listening for around 30 minutes or so. I apologize.
So you've had 30 minutes worth of fun. Okay.
Yeah.
No, actually, there was some pending work that needed to be done regarding my job and things like that. So assignments.
So what part of India?
Oh, okay. I'm from North Haryana. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. So is that what? Where is that in the country? Is that a province or is that
Northern part, Haryana.
Is it very vegetarian there?
Yeah, but all the sports players, international Commonwealth champions, and whatnot come from my state. Boxers and wrestlers and athletes.
So you're the healthiest part of the country.
No, it is not like healthy part of a country. I mean, malnutrition is evenly distributed among all parts of all countries. It is not just one state which is suffering from malnutrition. We are all in this together via some sort of intersectionality.
I was just trying to get you to explain what makes your states be able to produce differentially so much sports
Well,
talent.
let us say just that. It was a part of Punjab actually. Punjab, the guys with the turban and the beard. I'm sure you have heard of them. We actually were the ones who actually were responsible for, countering the waves of Islamic invasion that came from the western part, that is through Afghanistan and whatnot. So we were not being Islamized and converted because we fought back. We had to. Our lives were on the line. So that is the origin of that particular northern area of India. That is the genesis, so to speak. So,
So, by the way, are you on the border with Pakistan?
not on the border, but yeah, Punjab is on the border, and we were one state actually. We were Punjab, but in 1965 we created another state called Haryana. So that's it.
So now this is a state within India or a province within India.
Yes, there are 29 states plus some 7 union territories or something. It is in the Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, and things like that. So, yes.
So when you gave the name of where you are, that was one of the 29 states. Haryana.
Haryana, Haryana. Yes.
Yeah,
Which
apparently.
part of South Africa are you, sir? Mombasa? Cape Town? Where?
Cape Town.
Okay. Nice place, by the way.
Yeah. Go on webcam.
Ah. Do you actually want to see my face or something?
Yeah. Then we can have a conversation.
I think Emmanuel's.
I'm too much of shy to. I'm actually camera conscious, you could say.
Oh, word. It'll be good to get over that. Well, I think it does expose. It is more exposure, and I think that changes the quality of the discourse. I think makes it more personable. I must say, like it would have been nice if Billy was on. We talked with Billy earlier, and I think that's.
Yeah.
I still think it would have been better if he was on webcam.
Yeah.
I actually don't want to be on the webcam because I have some controversial views, and that is why I prefer, because I actually I used to work in a private bank here in Alberta, so I had to be fired because of my views. And since intersectionality didn't like me so much, that was my story. So regarding men's issues, men's rights, and things like that, I just prefer to not be on camera. But actually, mother has seen me.
Yeah, he's really
Mother
a
can
brown man.
testify for me.
I just want to see the expressions on your face as you talk because then there's non-verbal communication.
I
But anyway,
mean,
it's
yeah,
okay. It's so now you're in India. You said Alberta, so you were in Canada.
I'm still in Alberta.
Oh.
I work here. I live here.
Oh.
I'm a first generation legal immigrant. Only I came here in 2014.
Oh. South Africa has the most Indian people outside of India.
Like the Gupta family? They are the Rockefellers and the Rothschild of South Africa, isn't it?
They don't live here anymore, I believe. Or maybe the brothers still live here, but they're being prosecuted, I
Oh,
think,
yes,
slowly.
alongside Jacob Zuma.
Yeah.
I know a
He
lot
might be
about.
going back to jail sometime. We're not sure.
Just a minute, I will be coming.
I didn't hear what you just said. You just spoke so fast.
He might have had a delivery of
Oh, is he talking to somebody in the background?
maybe, yeah.
Where is Emmanuel?
He
Is he
said
not
he's
coming?
catching the subliminal shots. You've probably inspired him to make sure his headset's charged. He was actually on the last stream, and I left him to man the stream because I was already on here. And actually, Unwanted Contriver was on as soon as I was on, and he fell asleep on the stream. So no, they were talking about some really good stuff. He was actually telling me about how feminism has really fucked India. Like, it's bad. Apparently it's been a problem.
Sorry, someone was it.
Welcome back.
Problem longer. By the way, SCE, what are you talking about the prawn bots? Are you talking about these random? You can delete those, right? You guys have wrenches. Does it? I don't know.
I think he's eating right now. That's what I imagine what is happening.
Oh, Unwanted? Yeah, probably.
Easing about what?
Eating.
Oh, no. Okay. I wrongly heard it. I thought easing or something. Just a figment of imagination. That's it. So, how is the weather over there, sir, in South Africa right now? Is it
I haven't seen the
raining?
sky, but
Is
it looks like the sun is coming out from behind my shutter.
Okay, so a very good morning to you, and I hope that I could try to, grasp more wisdom and more knowledge from your conversation right now. I mean, please continue whatever you were talking about.
We don't have a
I
topic
was,
of conversation right now.
oh, okay. So we can talk about COVID or what?
COVID? Yeah, we can.
I call it the Wuhan virus.
The Wuhan virus. The Wu flu.
I mean, come on. If the Spanish flu could be called the Spanish flu or the horse flu could be originate from Africa, why not the Wuhan virus? It originated from Wuhan.
Now, can we talk about how it was a woman that mismanaged it and let it escape from a lab? Can we talk about that?
There was that woman actually was interviewed,
Yeah.
and her interview was actually shown on some channel. I don't know, but let us see. Uh, Was it this woman? This was the woman who let it hide from the world. Dr. Ifan, I think.
Mm. She looks like a diversity hire to me.
No,
Affirmative
no,
action.
no. No, she was in Wuhan Research Lab. She was at the Wuhan Central Hospital. So the patient zero actually was recorded over there.
Sorry, was she the patient zero?
Could have been the case. We don't know as of now yet. But she actually was interviewed by a local kind of a channel over there within China, and after that she disappeared, and her whereabouts are not known till date.
Hmm.
Listen, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I like talking about events so much, but except ideas. But I mean, it looks like it's over. I mean, it looks like Omicron is going to be the end because that's going to give everyone enough herd immunity.
It would become like flu now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this last wave has to go through so that people could develop some sort of herd immunity. The Amish community had a Corona party. So jealous.
Yeah. I wanted
And
to have a Corona party too.
they had a, they had few casualties as well, but they built up their herd immunity and they did not take any vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took vaccine actually because I had to fly, and vaccine was not on my passport. So I had to take two vaccines. I took not from Pfizer and Johnson and Johnson. I actually took COVID Shield that came from India to Canada from
That's interesting.
that research lab. I'm forgetting that name. COVID Shield and Covaxin. Those two came from India to Canada because our foreign minister earlier was some woman who was ignorant despite being her Indian origin, because she wanted to give a hissy fit regarding not taking vaccines from India or things like that when it was approved by the WHO. Fine, you don't take it. So I didn't take that vaccines like Pfizer and Johnson because of all these athletes dropping like flies over here.
Unwanted, is that thing on your jacket?
Again, the
Yeah.
zipper on my jacket.
Yeah.
Ah, oh man, it's cold out here.
Yeah. Yeah, Canada is fucking crazy.
And that too in Alberta.
No thanks. Well, I'll be happy when this is all over and we
This
prosecute
is
the
this is
idiots
going
that
to be
mismanaged this entire fucking pandemic. Because they're all feminists, by the way. I'd like to prosecute them for destroying the world and the economy.
Fauci.
I,
Yeah, please go ahead, Zang.
I think the most egregious thing is the journalists because, in some sense, they conspired against the liberal order simply because hysteria, instead of doing their job, they were like, wouldn't it be convenient because we don't have a sound doctrine. We've tried to postmodernistically jettison everything that everything is built on. So instead, we need an emergency so that people will get with the program, that they will conform and they will just sort of be on the right side of history, and that they'll do what they're told by the experts. So instead of doing their job of investigating and finding the controversy between the scientists and giving air to a proper public discourse, instead they censored, they suppressed anyone who said anything. They said, no, you can't say this on the public radio, this is against the public interest. Everyone became deputied by the Gestapo, because our journalists were radicalized already by identity politics, and they couldn't even keep it in their pants when this opportunity came around. And it's quite disgusting. I mean, these people, they have no integrity. They have no journalistic integrity. It's all just, you can see the types of people that become journalists, you know, sort of ENTPs. They just want to be
ENTP is that?
influencers. I don't, what are they called? ENTPs. I don't know. Quickly find it.
Hmm.
Lots of types are summarized as.
Well, the Trump derangement syndrome.
They're called the visionary or the debater.
Hmm. Are they the most mentally ill group?
I think they're the ones most prone to, like, you should never. I shouldn't make absolutes like this, but
Generalizations.
yeah, but you know, there's certain people that it would be better if they are not able to influence other, that they're not in positions of management over other people,
Yeah.
and that they're not, you know, sort of that they don't teach people things.
Yeah, we should make a list of those. Because that would be a good part of the separating the wheat from the chaff.
I mean, I was thinking it's a little bit of a sketchy thing to say that some people with certain temperaments, you kind of what's the word? You kind of you set up vocational streams and you say, well, certain temperaments or certain personality styles are just not conducive to this particular role or something like that.
Yeah.
And you indicate certain suggestions that, you know, that you would have a much more harmonious society if you manage people like this. But I do think that that's a bit too oppressive. That's a bit too
Really oppressive.
It might also
more
it might
oppressive
also
than what they're doing. Say?
no, but I think that what is happening to us is a function of us not having integral structures. I don't think we need scaffolding. People can make their own way within a culture, and if people want to learn what some theory says about their vocational thing, then they can go and research that theory and follow the advice or choose not to. Because in some sense, the thing as well is that, you know, suggesting to people what they should and shouldn't do, in some senses, is probably going to be based on the average maturity of the average citizen in that society. Whereas, you know, I must say, look, I'm just saying that I have some sensitivity to some technical sympathy with cultures that have regimented systems that have a kind of a deep intrinsic evaluation of something that they're trying to tend to. I mean, I must say, like, you know, I shouldn't talk about things that I don't fully understand, but, you know, there is something to, I think, to reject about the Indian caste system. You know, like that it's you know, even if there is some essential truth behind it, you know, that there are these 4 different temperaments and 3 different gunas. You know, I don't know actually all the words. I was going to look that up sometime, but, you know, sort of.
Indian caste system?
But it's kind of in the religion there are different
No,
categories.
I would actually let me elaborate on that. I can weigh in on this. It is caste actually originated from a Portuguese word called casta. It is not an Indian thing. It was imposed by the British under a policy called what we know in North America as divide and conquer, and under the old British imperial rule called divide and rule. So, if the entire majority community of the country is fragmented and divided and keep fighting within themselves, who is going to benefit? The East India Company. That was the genesis of that. And after 1857, when the first revolt of nationalistic movement created a spark in India, and the Sepoy Mutiny and other things led to it, what happened was, since I am well versed in Indian history regarding that era, since I was born in India, I have read Indian history in our books. And what we know is that at that time, after that, revolt of 1857, the first caste-based census was created in India so that the majority community of this country, whether it is Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh, Jain, whatever, the idol worshipper pagans, as Halford Mackinder used to call it, one of the great geostrategists of the world, uh, they would remain fragmented and keep fighting within themselves so that the East India Company would gain elbow space. That was the real genesis behind it. Now, coming back to what was the earlier system which they used to refer as caste system was actually called a Varna system. Varna for English speaking audience. Now, Varna system is merely a power division between the society. Warriors, priesthood, businessmen, merchants, as well as commoners who used to supplement all these jobs. So
So,
this
so sir,
was the
wait, so, sir, I didn't get the third one. What's the third one?
merchants,
Merchant.
merchants, and the
And sorry,
commoners.
and the
So
commoners. Okay.
commoners, the common people, they can do odd jobs. And actually, before the British came to India, there used to be a system called the barter system, under which there was an exchange of goods for goods. So there was intrinsic value to gold and silver and other gems and stones of the world, but it was not actually promoted to be some sort of a currency. What used to happen is that, for example, I have coconut trees on my farmland. Okay, so from the coconuts that I there is some sort of a rope that is made out of the wastage of the coconut trees. So I'm selling those ropes. I'm making those ropes and I'm selling those ropes to someone, a merchant, for example. He is giving me two bags, 50 kilo or 100 kilo bags of rice. So at least for me and my family, for 1 month, we can eat rice. So we are not hungry. They are also getting some sort of trade or skill that you could use to work with your hands. That was the commoner position. And the priesthood used to care about war strategies and things like that, like Sun Tzu. There was an ancient system which is now being taught in US Military War College called Arthashastra. And the speaker actually, US Military War College, US Army War College. It is on their YouTube channel. And Arthashastra, 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 US Army War College. Just you search on YouTube, you would get the video. And in the same video, he says that in front of this philosophy and this man, actually the Machiavelli is the prince looks harmless. And Machiavelli was one of the great philosophers of the European Empire, at least in his era. We are not here comparing anything, but we are just saying that there is more to it. The history that was obfuscated and not told to the general masses, at least primarily from a Western audience standpoint. They are only shown caste, cow, and curry. That's it.
The three C's.
Yeah. Anything you hear on BBC would be between these lines. They would not tell you that Indian space mission actually, within a $74 million annual budget, have sent a probe to Mars, and that too in a successful maiden attempt. They would never tell you that.
Hmm?
But they would tell you caste, cow, and curry. just so that people would in the West would not try to dig deep into what these people are thinking from the Hamitic civilizations, so to speak, so that they would also get some sort of inspiration, motivation, or some sort of connections between common people of both countries, so that both could flourish together, and then an economic boom is going to come. For example, if I am a middle class person in India, sitting in India, let us just say, for example, and you are a middle class person sitting in South Africa, if we make a product together, get it registered, and go in for mass manufacturing and on an industrial scale, any product, technological advancement, or anything, uh, we are going to benefit, not some crazy rich business guy. Obviously, he is going to buy our patents and copyrights and do some sort of licensed manufacturing, but we are going to benefit. That is what the elites of the world don't want.
I must say, I mean, I've always respected the. I mean, it's the oldest. Well, at least maybe I don't know if China is technically an older literature, but I mean, I know that there are Vedic texts that are essentially. I think that they're the oldest
Twenty
literature.
thousand years old.
Yeah. And I mean, it's but I mean, I've studied religion quite extensively, so I know, like I think, like in most places, most religions eventually they kind of get exhausted, but there are probably some. I mean, they grow corrupt or something like that. But I did find a sect of Hinduism that I was very, very profoundly, sort of inspired by and impressed by, which is, I don't know if you've heard of it, but non-dual Shaivism. There's a kind of.
Shaivism.
Sorry?
Yes. Shaivism. I know
Yeah.
it. I'm from
Yeah.
the same actually.
Ah.
But
Tell us.
even our way of life could be entirely different from yours. It is more individualized, I would say. Even within the same sect, it is not about all the sects or something. It is more and more individualized, whatever your
Yeah.
practices are, because Eastern philosophies actually come from something called an experiential mindset. Whatever your experience is, good or bad, positive or adverse, it depends wholly and solely on you. That is the individual. That's it.
And how would you contrast that to the Western outlook?
I would say Western, it is more about like conformity and submission. Or
So,
I would say, from an absolutist standpoint, stability and tradition. So if you want to be under our umbrella, actually you have to, uh, come under the ambit of our own practices and traditions that you have to practice, and then you would be called as one of our own. So that thought about the brotherhood thing is always there. Stability and tradition.
within your Shaivism, or because I mean, this is so. Because I guess there's a qualifier here. So I mean, the type of Shaivism, which is I guess maybe a subsect, or the non-dual sort of school of thinking within Shaivism. I don't know if you've heard of the triadic heart of Siva.
Yes.
So,
Cause, I mean, cause like what? I could be thinking in my mind in my mother tongue, so that could be difficult for me to comprehend. But I will give it a try. Like the trident cause, like generator, operator, and destroyer.
No. Uh, so it's the triadic heart of Siva.
Trident, I know that it is called
No.
Pinaka.
Or triadic, like Trinity.
Yeah, he said the three things.
So I said generator, organizer, destroyer. Brahma,
No.
Vishnu, Shiva.
No. It's well, I don't believe the triadic heart refers to that. Uh,
Generator, operator, destroyer. I like it.
but yeah, Siva is not, or not that you assume that it was. Is not like an effulgence of Shiva, but sometimes these people are all about sort of attaining to eternal life in the incarnated state. That you had to become immortal essentially in your incarnation and in your embodiments. There's a kind of anyway. It has, I'm probably butchering some of these things, but some of the theological aspects of that were. That's also the lineage through which the Hare Krishnas, their line,
ISKCON, ISKCON, right? ISKCON.
Yeah.
Krishna consciousness. Oh, Srila Prabhupada. He was also
Yeah.
a famous psychologist. He studied under Mr. Urquhart, who was from at his time it was the British Empire. He used to speak mellifluously in ornamental British accent. I mean, I love the British accent, to be honest. If anyone could learn English, they should learn originally. North Americans, I'm sorry to say, I'm myself living here, but they have completely butchered and created a Merriam Webster dictionary, which I don't like. I still use the Oxford dictionary.
Right.
I mean, for example,
I believe the
Vibhuti.
Merriam-Webster dictionary was the first dictionary, though.
I thought it was Oxford. I still use Oxford. Oh, shoot, I was wrong. Because the English language has been spoken for quite some time, like around 500 years or something.
Yeah,
So
but dictionaries only started coming out sort of in the late 17th century, I think, or the early 18th century. Sorry, the early 19th. Man, I'm bad.
even in the 17th century, let us just say, for the sake of the argument, I would say the Americans created their own dictionary because they wanted to be something distinct of the British, even though they are transatlantic cousins.
Maybe that's how. Yeah. Maybe we're Japanese that way. So we're not very creative. We just piece a bunch of shit together and call it good.
No. But look, even though they had something called mother, do you know there was something called the Monroe Doctrine when America was quote unquote civilizing the world, the new world. Actually, they had a Monroe Doctrine with the British, and the T to that doctrine, naval doctrine, was given by the Royal Navy under a Lord Castlereagh. So the Royal Navy prevented France and Spain to get into the New World, so to speak,
Mm.
at that point in history. Under no circumstances they wanted to have an alliance with the Americans. And at that time, America had 12 sloops, not even warships, 12 sloops. They were far thinking. They said the entire Western Hemisphere is going to be under the American sphere of influence, and no nonsense about it. From a military standpoint, and they tried to acquire the entire North American continent for themselves, which actually helped them to create a civilization. This was the same concept of Lebensraum, which was given in Germany at that point in history, around the 20s and 30s and 40s.
Why aren't you a history teacher, Unwanted? I think you should be
Actually,
a history professor in our new institution.
I actually uh, was was a strategic affairs observer myself, former strategic affairs observer. I used to be present in all these geopolitical, geostrategic think tanks like the Heritage Foundation, Arms Control Association that specializes in nuclear warfare, things like that. So, regarding policy research, internship, things like that, I used to entangle with these kind of characters like Henry Kissinger, all these guys.
I didn't follow what you said though. When you said sleuths, is that a big ship, or is what size ship is that?
It is a small ship as compared to a warship.
So why do you say that they were forward thinking, or that Britain was forward thinking on behalf of America, giving it a wide berth and giving it free reign?
Because to not get France and Spain into the quote unquote new world.
But that was conspired by Britain. Was the brain of that, because it was the British Empire, not so.
It was given under Lord Castlereagh by the Royal Navy to the Americans to actually protect them, and under no case they wanted to have an alliance with the Americans because they were kicked out of America after the 1776 revolution. But
But
they
this was
wanted,
after the revolution.
yes, Monroe Doctrine was around 1800s. Uh, I think it
So
was.
the Monroe Doctrine is a British doctrine, naval doctrine,
No,
or
the
is it?
US British doctrine, Monroe Doctrine, James Monroe.
Who was an American president?
Yes,
So this was a conspiracy with the British.
not a conspiracy, I would say, a strategic partnership,
Right?
which fitted that which fitted that period in history.
Strategic partnership.
Strategic partnership.
Yeah, I like it.
One thing what I have learned from America and being in American North America is that what is paramount is your national interest.
Yeah.
There is no morality, there is no remorse of anything, there is no nothing.
It doesn't seem
At
entirely
least,
true though, because the national interest is surely being subverted by municipal corruption then, or the interest of the what do you call it? Sort of
Feminists hijacked it.
no, well, like whatever elite control maybe the maybe the industrial, what do they call it? The military industrial complex maybe.
complex
Yeah.
under Eisenhower. So yeah, he was right because it was the origin of the creation or the founding of America was something called Plato's The Republic, because they wanted to have a global policeman of the world. But
Right.
there was no land to colonize per se. So Christopher Columbus went that far. He actually wanted to go to India. Lucky us. He
Right.
didn't come to us. So, coming from that perspective, the idea was still about global hegemony, and which they are still. In some cases, yes, they are good. In some cases, they could be bad. Love them or hate them, but you cannot ignore them. That is the USA
Yeah.
and their military industrial complex. That is why other countries are trying to not only catch up to United States in that regard, in terms of at least the military industrial complex, but they are trying to outcompete them in some aspects.
Yeah.
And I was just disputing that it doesn't, to me, necessarily seem like America itself has a very cogent handle on its own national interest. I mean, I think there hasn't been real politics for a long time, ever since. I mean, because America has been used to being the
Just a
world's only
minute, I am
superpower.
coming. Just a minute.
Okay. He's having some maple syrup delivered for his waffles.
I didn't realize how early it was.
Yeah, well, so it looks like, just looking at some history since feminists started taking over the universities, they've been very outwardly focused on starving children in other countries. So, spreading the women's rights and going to war in other places because of, women getting mistreated and all the things. So, I
Well,
know.
usually that was always just a part of soft diplomacy, and usually the biggest way to do that was just to be a good example and then shame the culture for not modernizing and following the example of the West, which would have been a fine example if we, I think, just had good institutions. But because there was not sound grounding, then the democracy could kind of debauch itself.
Yeah.
And then people could say, look, you see, democracy is problematic. Isn't it better to be ruled by a group of corrupt elites that, are just kind of feudal lords?
Or a benevolent dictator. I mean, what's wrong with that?
Because usually they're not benevolent dictators. Usually they have to give people a bone to chew on, and that bone will usually be tribalism, or it'll be sort of some petty sort of virtue signally, kind of drama on large scale, just to get people believing that because people will always want something better. So you have to kind of put them into a situation in which that they can be happy that they're not in a worse. You have to create some kind of caste systems so that at least you're not the minority. You get special privileges. So it's like you're in the pecking order or something like that. So you have to have something around to remind people that they should count their lucky stars, that they're not what the common enemy that the state identifies as the scapegoat and the sort of the fulcrum of social cohesion.
Yeah, I think your plan earlier is a good one. The president thing, and then, removing all these women from power.
That's not what I said.
I think it's a fabulous idea, Psych. I know you like these idiots around, but I don't like it. And that's why men can't sort them out. Unless they come from the Middle East, maybe. get some Sharia law, like a secular
I
version.
mean, that's a viable solution if you want a quick fix. Is you just convert to Islam and you just say impose Sharia law and get it to democratically pushed through. That's another. I mean, that's to me what a McCarthyist
Right.
solution essentially is.
Yeah.
But what is your
That's perfect.
solution?
My solution is that I can't repeat it. You're going to have. Sorry, can we just? You should continue talking what you were talking about. But we talked about this right at the beginning of this recording. So if you
Okay,
just
okay.
watch the stream, like I don't want to. I don't. It's.
It's
I don't
fine.
have the
It's
energy
fine.
actually.
It's fine. I'll watch the stream.
Yeah, he wants to hear your stuff. And I'm
But you were
curious too.
talking now.
Okay, so
Yeah.
regarding spy stories and espionage and covert operations like the Cambridge Five, there was most of the people don't know of the fact that US Navy has a Poseidon class submarine and SSBN nuclear powered submarines. They don't need refueling like diesel submarines who come up uh, on the surface to refuel themselves. They are run on nuclear power, nuclear reactors. So it is a pretty fine, pretty darn good machine. What used to happen is that when their transatlantic cousins wanted some TOT, transfer of technology, from one transatlantic cousin to another, like UK in the 70s or the 80s, the Americans declined. UK said we are going to pay you a hefty price for at least giving us the tech transfers. They said no, I'm going to decline. They said we are going to give you $30 billion or something. 13, not 30, 3013, 13, $13 billion as some sort of price for giving us the tech transfers of your Poseidon class submarine. US outrightly rejected, in the wake of which UK had to make their own Vanguard class submarines, which are also SSBNs. They made it all by themselves, completely indigenous.
Sorry, I'm following. Sorry, were we talking about something slightly different just before, or you're just updating geopolitics? I'm just. What is the heading of this?
Just a random crazy story.
Oh. I mean, it's interesting because. I mean, it's interesting the names because that's a bit interesting because I know the Poseidon project in Britain, or I can't remember what the Poseidon program, which is
Vanguard class submarines they made,
no,
not
no, no, but
Poseidon.
no, but there is a Poseidon. Uh, I'm forgetting the exact name, but Britain's nuclear deterrent is called Poseidon.
That could be the
Which
case. I'm not talking about the nuclear project or the nuclear program. I'm talking about SSBNs, nuclear powered submarines, and the US had something called Poseidon class submarines. They changed it to the UK wanted tech transfer. They said, fuck
yeah,
no, we are not going to give it to you. Even though you are our transatlantic cousins and are quote unquote the oldest allies, uh, they actually had to make their own indigenous Vanguard class submarines.
yeah,
UK.
no. I mean, it's an interesting story. What was I going to say? What we were talking about something about geopolitics and history, which was maybe
Monroe Doctrine,
yeah.
James Monroe.
So you Monroe Doctrine, and that was just because Britain didn't want America to ally with European powers, because if
No,
the European powers interfered, then maybe that would lead to an alliance.
not
No.
alliance, but they didn't want France and Spain to get into the New World.
Okay.
Why not?
Because France and Spain actually had colonies all over the place, at least in South America. If they would have got a elbow space in North America as well, imagine what could have happened. We would all had been talking in Spanish.
Right. Didn't you say
It might have
something about how they treated the difference between the French, how they treated slaves in like other British colonies or whatever?
Me?
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, colonies were colonies. I don't know much about that, but the French and I don't think the people who were the benighted heathen at that time would had any choice between the French and the Spaniards. But actually, some of the Spaniards married local princesses so that they had children with them. That is why you see Mexico, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and all these other Brazil, Chile, all these other, you know, these were kingdoms of different, uh, like Aztecs and the Incas at that point in history. They used to have their own pagan worships. So they were converted via marriages, local marriages, marriages with local princesses, and thereby having offsprings and things like that.
Hmm.
In other places, it was done via sheer like Islamic invasion. You are wiped out. Either
Right.
convert or die. So that was the case. Even in Europe, that was the case because Europe had also their own Greco-Roman history of ancient wisdom and things like that, which even preceded the Christian era, I would say.
Hmm. So what is it against the pagans that the
I
the
mean, look, the concept of Abrahamic faith, which started from Judaism, is
yeah,
like they have a concept of Gentile, that is the disbeliever, or the one who is not a born Jew, is
right,
not a Jew at all. Even if a Jew has a marriage with another woman of another faith, because they think that because used to be something called animism. You had the mountain spirit, you had the mountain god, and then there would be something called henotheism. After that came polytheism, and after that came monotheism,
yeah,
which consolidated all of it.
right,
So the Jews were also polytheists in the beginning, because I read that from some Jewish archives as well as in University of Toronto. It is aptly clear that they were also polytheists in the beginning, but they actually converted to monotheism. And when they converted to monotheism, they said that all these other things are just rubbish. So let us just wipe it out. That was the basically the Jewish concept, because from an outsider's standpoint, I would think that Jesus was also a Jew,
yeah,
and Muslims also consider themselves. They say that there are two kind of tribes. One is Bene Israeli, which is a Jewish tribe, and they say Bene Ismaili. So I don't know who is that, but they say that we are from that tribe. Our Prophet Muhammad and things like that, that come from that tribe. So they relate to that Abrahamic concept of smashing deities and idols, and it is pretty much there.
Yeah.
Because the concept is, if monotheism is there, then the god cannot have a form, but the universe has a form, and we all are manifestations of the same thing into different forms. That could be said, but we are not here to debate religion. That was the whole concept about the Abrahamic faith.
I don't know if I followed that. Can you say that again?
That was the whole concept of Abrahamic faith.
That was the thing I wanted you to restate. Oh.
Did you say phone?
I Okay, I will just reiterate it. It was the concept of Abrahamic faith.
No,
Yeah.
I got that. But
Yeah.
what is
Yeah.
the thing? That
Pardon?
I heard you say the thing that you repeated. I heard the thing before that is what I wanted to hear repeated.
Like animism, henotheism, polytheism,
No, after.
monotheism.
After. The part when you said you weren't going to debate religions.
I'm not here to debate religions.
Right.
I'm here to, just give my 2 cents about it, and that's it.
Yeah. That's
Whether
fine.
someone is a Muslim or a Christian, why do I care?
Right.
The
Yeah.
Christians, the Christians have never been bad to me,
The thing that you
and
repeated, can you repeat that again?
I thought you said
animism.
No.
Han-
The thing, no. The original thing that you repeated.
I lost my train of thought now.
hold on. I'll find it because I thought you said phone.
I wanted you to repeat something where you were just repeating the final sentence of what you said.
Yeah.
But I was asking you to repeat the point that the final sentence was concluding. And so instead of repeating the point, you just reiterated the last thing that you
Oh,
said.
okay. I got it. They say that God has no form at all.
Form.
Right?
Okay.
Form.
Gotcha.
That God is
Monotheism says
formless.
God has no form.
I mean, the Jewish rabbis to whom I have talked to, they say that we don't worship idols because God cannot have a form. And I say, from an Eastern perspective, what I could say is, even if that is the case, the universe itself is a manifestation of the cosmic energy, and the cosmic energy could also be a manifestation in the form of an idol, or the world itself, or the universe itself. That was my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily have to believe that an idol is a manifestation of the cosmic energy, but the cosmic energy is the universe itself is a manifestation of the cosmic energy. That was my point.
Yeah.
Well, the energy would. I mean, that would be life, right? Like, the cosmic energy wouldn't be anything like inanimate that isn't alive, right? I mean, energy isn't. It doesn't really go anywhere. It just moves.
It just transforms and changes,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
These are very sort of complicated philosophical things, but it's the whole thing to get into, to talk about. So I don't know if it's worth it.
Every god is real, Jack. Every god is real. Whether you believe in Jesus, whether you believe in in Jehovah or Hashem, that is they call it in Judaism, or whether you believe in Allah, or whether you believe in Buddha, or whether you believe in Shiva or something else. It is up to you. It is on individual choice. There is a saying in India. Yes, I will answer that successful. But there is a saying in India that when the mother is a matter of fact, father is a matter of faith.
Hmm. Well, we are fucked up in our culture. Thank you, feminism.
And since someone is talking about Kali Yuga actually started 5,122 years ago, after Mahabharata ended and that kind of Bhagavad Gita that happens in India. So that is what we say, that the time is cyclical and the universe itself, destruction, then generation, then organization, then destruction. It actually happens because the time we consider it as cyclical.
Yeah.
Anyways, just let me grab my drink.
Hmm. So, what do you guys think about feminism being the Antichrist? That's my newest theory, because it looks like the teachings in the Bible and stuff, and how they describe the Antichrist. It looks like, you know, socialism and communism, and all the isms that have led to really bad outcomes that are very fucking similar.
I think there's something to that, but
There is an
it can
institute
be
in
any expectation that depends on a kind of external locus of control that you're kind of using to make spiritual progress through. That's my reading. Or First John chapter Antichrist, the spirit of Antichrist is defined in First John chapter 4. In I think the third verse, maybe the third or the fourth verse, whereof ye have heard that it should come, and even now already is it in the world. Sometimes I get it wrong. And this is that spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come, and even now already is it in the world. I probably need to check up on that. I probably got it wrong. The phrasing is quite weird.
Right.
When even now already is it in the world. It kind of sounds like a question, but it doesn't have a question mark. So when you think that something, when it should come, it is Jesus Christ from the context of the verse before. When you believe that Jesus Christ should come, when even now already is it in the world, that is the spirit of Antichrist. But when you believe that, I mean, you have to get quite sort of deep into the doctrine, I think, to kind of decode this, because Jesus Christ, in my view, is essentially just the true understanding of the condition of the mind. So when you think that truth should come, and understanding of it should come, when even now already, so it's like, it's there, it's at hand, you could go searching for it, but instead you believe that it should come to you in some sense. When even now already, so the question is open if it's in the world, but you're not looking for it because you believe that it should come. So all the people that are waiting for the second coming of Christ, I believe, according to that, are kind of in the category of the Antichrist, because they're waiting for the zeitgeist to happen around them, and they want to be part of the collective mood, the collective herd that's going to sort of is conforming to it. So that's how I read that. So that that is sort of all the ideology stuff that you were referring to, I think.
It was
Yeah, and I
Lilith,
think
I think.
I
The
think
spirit of
capitalism.
Antichrist was, I think, Lilith, not Eve, by the way, Lilith, which came before Eve.
That's that's a deep synthesis of sort of Christian, the combination of apocryphal elements and symbolism sort of strewn together in a nice alchemical. Is that a
The
dog?
stomach is making noises.
Is
It's
that
my
your
dog.
stomach or is that a dog?
It's my damn dog.
I thought someone is hungry because I am eating something.
What are you eating?
Oatmeals and a glass full of milk.
I was.
I'm going to buy milk today, and I'm going to go buy water as well. Oh, the water place only opens at 10 a.m.
It's not real milk. It's
Almond milk.
you can't milk an almond. Yeah, so this Antichrist being feminism, and I think it likes to, because it's part of its doctrine, it likes to blame a lot of our problems on capitalism. And I don't think that's right. Feminists are experts at dodging responsibility. So,
Blaming all the problems on capitalism is very similar to what perhaps I think the Gnostics did when they invented sort of their own pre-Genesis Genesis to sort of fill in the gaps of a mythological narrative that situates them in sort of wondering about the true nature of God, sort of contriving this thing that they find is not good enough for them or something like that. Or creating a more complicated origin story with more sort of. It's interesting. I think it's a projection from an anthropomorphized existential angst. This is where we are in the condition of our soul. Let's read it into sort of the narrative of our religious tradition, and then we will feel at ease with our own dis-ease inside ourselves. And so instead of working towards integration and understanding, we have this excuse at hand. We have this, this more tawdry, Christ consciousness. If I'm not sure, that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the Antichrist thing, if that's what you're referring to. But if you just read 1 John chapter 4 in the King James Version, not the New King James Version or the Revised King James, but just the King James Version, 1 John chapter 4 and chapter 5, that's the summary of the doctrine of Christ.
The
Beloved,
Amish love the Old Testament.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry?
The Amish community within USA have 6 to 7 children per family, monogamy, as well as they have a divorce rate of around 3% or something.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
But they have to sacrifice 5G, they have to sacrifice skyscrapers, they have to sacrifice even automobiles. They travel on buggies like the olden days,
With horses.
the horse cart or a bullock cart. They
No,
travel
but I
on
think that
that.
this is not. I think there are some Ammonites that will use tractors and they will use modern farming equipment.
Even they use
That's,
the Amish men could enlist in the army as well. I have seen some of the black Mennonites as well, and the Mormons in Utah province. The Utah State Senate declared that polygamy between mutually consenting adults is permissible, is legal in the state of Utah. So you could have more than one marriages. Every time polygamy comes up, this issue of polygamy comes up, all these women are like, Warren Jeff, you know. I mean that
I didn't hear the word that you said. What?
Warren Jeff.
Who's that? What's that?
Actually, he married some 13-year-old girls and included in his vast polygamy kind of a thing. But here is the thing. Would you like a woman to be married at the age of 13 or be a single mom at the age of 13? I mean, if the 13-year-old is going to do what she is going to do anyways,
Right.
so it is better that we should also address the teenage sexuality. People don't address it because people think just like we lived all our
Well,
lives.
no. Canada has addressed it. They have a 2-year rule. You can have sexual contacts with someone if you're underage, as long as you don't have a position of authority over the one over the other, and they're within an age bracket of 2 years, and it's legal in Canada. Doesn't that
And who
address
is
the issue?
and who is going to be the self-appointed adjudicator of this whole situation where a girl could be conniving a man to be in a relationship with her who could be 2 years older than her? And
You mean
even if
more
both
than
are
2 years?
underage, both are under 18. So we have not traveled into that. Plus, children of polygamy, there is a psychology mention about it. They always say that incest actually grows in polygamous relations because one sister wife, she has a son, one sister wife, she has a daughter, and they both are sexually attracted to each other, growing under the same compound. That is what the baseless argument which is given. Actually, psychology has proven otherwise. There is an Israeli tribe called kibbutz tribe. In that tribe, actually, men and women who grew up with each other since, adolescence or even preteens, when they were children and they were playing in a playground, when they grow up, they actually grow up, uh, and the thought of incest actually does not come into their mind. It was a psychological experiment done in the Israeli kibbutz tribe.
Yeah, but the problem with these kinds of things is that could be a function of so many other things. That could be a function of other ideological elements in the culture or in the society that aren't constant. So
Could be, but
it
that
might
was
be
a
different.
could be, but that was a pretty darn successful psychological experiment that was done for decades in that Israeli kibbutz tribe. And the children in the Israeli kibbutz tribe actually marry other people from other tribes like Baghdadi Jews, Bene Israeli, or from somewhere else, or even Ashkenazis or Sephardic, whatever. So I think Pennsylvania and Utah, these are your two options, mother.
To move to my
Yes, if
university
Texas,
falls.
God forbid if Texas goes blue.
Well, if Texas goes blue, it's because it has too many left alive SJW teachers indoctrinating the youth.
Maybe people should have stopped sending their children to public schools, and then they would have been able to stem the tide preemptively. Maybe they're just, you have to take the separation of church and state properly and not allow the government to teach morality to your kids.
The
Yeah.
separation of the church and state was very much there in France as well. What happened? They took
What?
in,
When?
there was no French Revolution.
Oh, you mean before the revolution? There
No,
was a
after the
separation.
revolution. Was there no separation of church and the state in
I
France?
don't know the details of French history, but maybe for a very short period. But I know that for a long time, if you are a religious organization in France, you are under the Department of Religion in France. You are, in fact, you are literally you're almost an employee of the state. Essentially, you can't. There is no such thing as a private religion in France. It's all part of the state, I believe.
So where is the separation of the church and the
They,
state?
I don't
Fully.
believe they have one in France. They might have had one. Look, I mean, they had more than one republic. So maybe in the first republic they tried to make it atheistic, but in the second republic they changed the system or something. Or wait, no, they're on their third republic now. So look, I don't know all the details, but I know that that's the contemporary position. That there is no. I believe that there is no separation of church and state in France. You need a license
I
to
mean,
practice.
there is a very good conservative lady whom I support and I have been following for some
Le Pen.
years, Marine Le Pen. Le
Yeah.
Pen. If she comes to power, things would go the right way
Why?
because she is far more patriarchal than anyone. She is even far more patriarchal than Queen Victoria. Let me tell you.
So
Emmanuel Macron looks like a little kid in front of her.
yeah.
And she does not believe in all this rainbow colored nonsense and all that crap. Drag queen story hours.
Your favorite drag queen story hour.
If you are exposing your little kid
Yeah,
to
it's
this
child
kind
abuse.
of ideology,
It's sexual abuse.
plus you are entertaining those second wave feminists on the podium
Yep.
of conservative think tank, which I showed you yesterday,
Yeah.
Mom.
I'm still feeling the repercussions of that torture session.
If if that is the level of conservatives, I mean,
Yeah.
what the hell are you conserving? Even those Taliban guys from Afghanistan look better than you.
Yeah,
They
I
look
don't
better
really.
than us in terms of conserving. They have a Sharia law, they implement it. One woman, if she protests, they come with belts and rods and batons and whatnot, and they
Belt.
beat them up. And the women go away. What they are
Yeah.
going to do? Protest? They are not
Yep.
going to get their limbs fractured the next time. It is just like even people say so much about religiosity. The hunter gatherer phenomena is in nature. Look
Yeah.
within animals. They don't have any religion, not that we know of, but they practice patriarchy because a lioness cannot hunt and feed the children at the same time. She requires a lion. That is the nature. Now people would say the ancient Greek religions were far more feminist in their holier than thou standards. I would say no, they were far too patriarchal in their nature because all the men who died in that war on 300 under King Leonidas or whatever, they actually were men. They were not shield maidens like that is shown in the blurred version of Vikings and their great history by that web series called Vikings. There is nothing. It is nothing of the kind.
Right.
The Vikings were great heroes like Ragnar and all these other guys. Even the British were Vikings. Romans had great scholars like Marcus Aurelius, the Cato the Elder, in whose name there is a conservative think tank in USA, the Cato Institute. Do you know what Cato used to say, Mother? If you are going to if you are going to make a man and a woman as equal, women would surpass a man. So don't make unequal things as equal. This was Cato the Elder 2000 years ago,
I
Yeah.
think he said
pre-Christian era.
he said women will make you their slave.
Yes.
He was a wise man. People should have fucking listened to him.
In
He says
those,
that they were only interested in license.
License.
Because
Their credentials, their title.
no,
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that graphene oxide being in the vaccine. I don't know. I'm not so much concerned about that or the 5G as much as I am concerned
take
about
ivermectin, even
feminine.
if God forbid someone gets COVID, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin would heal you. Because when I got COVID and I was admitted in a local hospital, I was also given hydroxychloroquine, imported from India, Remdesivir company.
I'm trying to find the full quote of the speech.
This is what
Cato the Elder said.
Jack put in the chat. It looks like Christ consciousness debunked by Jesus. Is the title.
What? What are you referring to?
Oh, I put it in the private chat.
Women want total freedom, or rather to call things by their names, total license. If you allow them to achieve complete equality with men, do you think they will be easier to live with? Not at all. Once they have achieved equality, they will be your masters.
He had that great wisdom 2000 years ago.
Yeah.
Cheers to that.
Because once
Cheers.
they hold, because essentially the intrinsic nature in hypergamous in the hypergamous dynamic is to extract license and then to leverage it.
Yeah.
And so if you have equality, then they can essentially extract licenses at will, essentially, and therefore, because they can manufacture those at will, you will be entracted into them automatically.
Yep.
So there needs to be a dynamic that is sort of contended, where men have to be able to sort of say, no, you're not being accountable enough, or you're not.
Brown skin, you wanted to see?
Well, why don't you stay on now? Oh, that's so disorientating.
I'm just teasing you.
Yeah, but what I wanted to talk to you about something. It was a small thing that sort of, and I can't weave it into the conversation, I guess, is
We can start a new thread.
but I think the whole thing is that your image, because God is somewhat synonymous, the word God, the meaning of the word God, with authority. And essentially people will conform with some structure of whatever there is, and we call that God or something like that. And so if your structure looks like polytheism or looks like something that's nebulous, then it will never force you to uphold to some integrity. It'll just give you scope that you can be free in, that you can essentially. So one thing will be personally engaging, and you're capable of sort of constituting your life around the conception of that character and around meditating on that character, which is, essentially, there are a lot of very good basics within the Gita and Hinduism, which is, meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, like meditate on the character. I know, but in this age of Kali Yuga, then all they do is chant and chant and chant. But sorry,
Yeah, I never understood meditating, really.
It was said by Marcus Aurelius as well.
well, the Stoic meditation, I think, is.
Yes, it is different, but it is also a form of meditation.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there are lots of different forms of meditation, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's meditation is not actually encouraged explicitly in the Gita. What is spoken about is the introspective sage, which is asleep during the day and awake at night. And I think that's sort of trying to say that you have to look inside yourself and
That is
you have
what I
to
meant by, that is what I clearly meant by an experiential mindset, experiential standpoint. Eastern philosophies come from an experiential mindset. So even if we have a saying in the Vedas that truth is one, sages may say it by different names. They just meditating. They don't know the meaning of meditation. Actually, meditation is quote unquote living death. That you're that you have created some sort of distance between your spirit as well as your physical vessel, that is this body, the manifestation of this brown body. So that is the whole basics of meditation. And in that also, a test is conducted upon you as to whether you have created enough distance between your spirit as well as your physical vessel or not, by actually a live snake being put on your collarbone. If you wake up or if you try to move, they take it away. It is a poisonous cobra or something, and it will not bite you, and they have the antidote as well. But if you go through that experience, then you are not going to wake up. If you are going to wake up, means that you have not created some sort of distance between your spiritual self and your physical vessel, that is this body. At least that is the genesis of meditation. That's it.
something like preparing for death or something like that. It's a
No,
test
living
run.
death. No, living death. Living death.
Well, acclimating yourself to a mind state of
Of
detachment.
death. Of death. Because that is what happens when you die. Your physical body is here, but your spirit could be anywhere. It is mysticism and all that stuff, but these chicks, yoga or meditation, complete horse. He said he was always right, because Orientalism has actually destroyed the real essence of what the Eastern philosophy is. It is hardcore patriarchal. It is based on the same hunter and gatherer phenomena.
Yeah.
Plus, they take their token guys like the CEO of Google or the CEO of Twitter, like the new guy Parag Agrawal. And just like as I mentioned earlier in the other stream, I asked to that other guy, Lick, why do you think they keep all these brown guys and Indian guys in particular as CEOs? He said because they conform with their Marxist philosophies. I said no, because they want to pit one house Indian against a field Indian. Indians are just like you people.
Yeah.
Patriarchal, conservative, they barely make their ends meet via working very hard. They are very humble and modest people, just like you people are. But they
Yeah.
want to create is that America is all about sex and the city.
Right.
America is not like that. Even when I was fresh off boat, I thought that I would be. Look, for example, what is exported out of America? Number one industry is arms manufacturing industry. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon, Boeing, all these other companies.
Yeah.
The second one is what? Uh,
Feminism.
no, that is the culture, the pop culture genesis. Uh,
We've
uh,
exported it all over the world.
yeah, hookup culture, pop culture, Tinder date, sleeping around. That is the culture.
Yeah.
But the second thing which comes out is branding, branding or something like that. The third one I think is something else, and fourth one is porn. 70% of the internet is porn.
What, in terms of server storage or in terms of bandwidth?
In terms of corruption of the mind,
It's a very vague metric. It's quite subjective.
on an individual case to case basis as well.
A lot of the marketing is very sexual.
Marketing is always sexual. I mean, who wants to buy a shampoo, an anti dandruff shampoo, for example, if you do not place an eye candy over there, like a bikini model who is, washing her hair on the
And
shower on a
moaning.
beach, on in a shower on the beach,
Yeah.
that too on a beach, wearing a bikini. So that is all. I mean, for selling beer.
Yeah.
So that is what it is.
I have to go do some chore. I pretty much have to be off.
Okay. Well, thank you for the chat. It's like
No problem.
you gave me a brilliant idea.
Oh, that sounds dangerous. Am I going to be
Like-
an accomplice?
Psych wants me to run for government.
Ah. Well, get in touch with what's his name? Oh my word! Why am I so bad with names?
Jacob
Oh my
Zuma.
word! It starts with a B. He was in Bannon. Get
Bannon.
a hold of Bannon.
Stephen Bannon.
Mm.
Nice guy. Great guy, I would say.
Yeah.
Not Stephen Bannon, but give it to Mike Flynn.
I don't know. Oh, the general. I don't know which. Oh my word! I'm so bad with tracking names. Oh, he was in Trump's administration and then had to deal with stuff.
Well, you know, I would only do it just so I can properly organize some crazy bitch burnings.
Okay. Oh, sorry guys. Okay, I have to be off. I'll
right.
see you guys.
Thank you, Psych. See you later. Hmm. Pro hijabs. Are you still there, unwanted contriver? Well, I'm not going to be like you were last night and fall asleep on the stream, so I should probably go too. House and field Indian. Yeah, I've heard of 7-Eleven Indian and 9/11 Indian. Right? I don't know. When I was growing up, it was like feather Indian or dot Indian. So I guess if you're working in binaries, you can be pretty creative with it. Well, unwanted. Maybe he did go pee. Maybe I'll wait till he gets back. When did you... I feel like this is the first... Is this the first time you've been here, Jack? I don't recognize that picture. Oh, Leaf. Leafy. It's an interesting... Is that Jack Nicholson? Have you found a wife yet, dude? Oh, by the way, I found this redhead here locally. She's a pretty good catch. I'm trying to find her a husband. She actually, she's an Aggie.
Mom just coming. I actually went for the dishwasher. Just coming. A call is coming from work. So I'll take it and then I will join.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to end the stream, let's end the stream today because much of it has been discussed. I just wanted to say hello, so I came.
Okay. Well, if I end it before you get back, thank you for coming in and chatting again.
No, it's fine. I'm leaving the studio.
Okay.
Fine. Bye.
How old is she? Like 24, I think. She's really cute. You should see how she handles a chicken. I sent Emmanuel a picture. I found her on Twitter. So, all right. Yeah. That's I mean, that's prime age to get married. So it happens a lot in the Aggie land. So, alrighty. I'm gonna call it good. It's good to see you guys. I'm gonna leave a timestamp where Psych was coming up with his great idea for me to go run for some political office. Yeah, you keep saying that, Leaf. And one of these days you'll come up here and chat too, right? When you get a new phone. Because I don't understand how you can't until you get a new phone. But whatever. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Till next time.